You are all welcome this morning. I would also like to let councillors please observe the decorum of the House. The dress code is semi-formal. Males are requested to wear ties if they are wearing formal, or traditional attire is allowed. May you all please put your devices on silent, alternatively flight mode, so that you limit disturbances. I would also like to remind councillors for the new year of the time allocations. The time will be strictly monitored. All inputs must be limited to 5 minutes each, please. All councillors will be allowed to speak once on an item, unless you have a very urgent follow-up. I then would like to go to the item 3, which is the applications of leave of absence. I've received the applications, they have been noted. And now I would like to move to item 4, which is the acceptance of the agenda. I just would like to note, for the purposes of the Auditor General, that the age report will be tabled under item 6.1. Once the Executive Mayor tables his items, we will then allow for the Auditor General to come in and table their report. My understanding is that the report has been circulated to all councillors in a hard copy. The title is the briefing of the Municipal Council and the tabling of the audit report for the year ending 30 June 2022. That has been circulated to all councillors in the chamber. So that item will be brought in under item 6.1. On the agenda, you have the 10 reports of the Executive Mayor. They are compliance items. And then you have the reports from the Speaker. There are none. No reports from MPEC. No in-committee reports. And after that, we close the meeting. May I please have a mover and a seconder for the adoption of the agenda? Councillor Davies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we would just like to request that items 6.3 and 6.4 be combined, please.
Thank you very much. Councillors, I require a mover and a seconder for the adoption of the agenda. As proposed, there's a proposal that we combine items 3 and 4. I'll need a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Mackay, Councillor Snyman van der Venter. Thank you very much. Proposal of the merger of 2 items have been seconded.
I support, Madam Speaker.
All right, thank you very much. Do I have a seconder for the agenda as amended with the merger of items 3 and 4? Councillor Kruger.
Morning, Speaker. Things I support.
Thank you very much. The agenda is accepted with the amendment of the merger of items 3 and 4. Thank you very much. We now move on to item 5 of the agenda. Those who are following, I'm still on page 6 of the circulated agenda. It's announcements. From my side, I would just like to announce, for the sake of the ward councillors, we are undertaking an IDP review process. Those of you have given your venues. This is the midterm review that we are undertaking. There is a meeting tomorrow with all officials that will be committed to attending all your meetings, so that we don't have a collapse of the last meetings where officials didn't attend. We'll be convening tomorrow at 11 o'clock. I expect all ward councillors to be present, all MMCs to be present, all HODs should be present, Centlex CEO and his officials to be present, NCR should be present. The ACM with his officials of between 20 and 30 people should be present. It is there where they'll make commitments to attending your meetings. At no stage do we want IDP meetings where there are no officials delegated by those HODs to listen to the issues of the community and what the intervention team is doing to address those challenges. So that meeting will happen tomorrow at 11 o'clock. May you please avail yourselves. Then on Wednesday, councillors, there's a budget conference requested by the MMC of Finance to process and start the process of the adjustment budget. Again, I will send out a notice. We are expecting all councillors to be present so that we can start preparations for the adjustment budget. When it comes to council, we expect that all inputs would have been received and that it is ready to be approved in the council. So those are announcements from my side. I would also like to remind councillors the protocol for leaves of absence. There are forms that must be filled in, preferably before the council meeting, unless there's emergencies that you didn't foresee would happen. But please submit your leave applications well within time so that they are approved and they are filed. From my side, that's it. Councillors, are there any other announcements? I'm taking hands. Councillor Sibulau, Councillor Leach.
No, I just needed clarity, Speaker, with regard to the invitation for ward councillors. You only want ward councillors, not councillors as a whole.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to inquire with regards to the letters which councillors received in terms of the paying back of their salaries. It was communicated that you as Speaker must arrange such a meeting to discuss it with us so that we can get clarity. Do you perhaps have any indication of when that will be? Thank you.
All right, thank you. In terms of the IDP process, because it affects mainly ward councillors, the invite is to the ward councillors. However, if PR councillors wish to observe, I don't think it will be a problem. They are welcome in as observer status because the ward councillors are the one that must champion. I do know in other political parties where they don't have ward councillors, they allocate PRs to different wards. So in the interest of transparency, I don't think it will be a problem, Councillor Sibulau, if you wish to attend. The Wednesday meeting for the budget is for all councillors. It's just, I don't want to make it obligatory for PRs to attend tomorrow's session, but you are all welcome. I don't think the ward councillors will have a problem with that. I would also request that it is vital that all MMCs attend the session, please, because they must monitor that the HODs and the staff there are doing what they need to do in these meetings. And then in terms of payment plans, we'll discuss all of that. Councillor Snyman?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know this is a special meeting now. We should actually do this at an ordinary meeting, but Councillor Marilise Thompson gave birth to a healthy baby boy on Friday. And as she's a councillor, I just think that we can congratulate her. And then Councillor Valerie de Kok lost her grandmother this morning. And I just wanted to also bring that to everybody's attention. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Pro, for that. We congratulate and we sympathize at the same time with your councillors. Councillors, I think I would like to close the item of announcements unless there's something urgent. Who's vibrating? Councillor Pretorius and then Councillor Dipale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the Democratic Alliance, we would just like to welcome Councillor van Rensburg at the first council meeting officially. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That item is also on the ordinary sitting, Councillor Pretorius. I've informed your chief whip of that, but you are welcome, Councillor Koriza. Now, Councillor Koriza, I've dealt with you in other capacities, so you are welcome. Councillor Dipale.
I would like to announce that the National Plenum of the EFF has announced that on the 20th of March there will be a shutdown. So nobody should be on the street, sit at home. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all those announcements, councillors. Thank you for those announcements. I would like to move on. Let's close the
Speaker.
item. You've already announced your announcement, Councillor Dipale.
Let me also congratulate Councillor Babasef Bolawo for having got 50,000 rand from the organization for any charity that he wants to. That is how we operate in the EFF. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please switch off your mic. Where's your name tag, Councillor Dipale? Where's your name tag? Can you please move your name tags in front of you? Where's your name tag, Councillor Dipale? Please go take it. Remember, it's important for the video that everyone knows who's speaking. On this side here, Councillor Masweo, Councillor JC Pretorius, just move your name tags in front of you, please, so that when they video you, your name tag is in front of you. All right. Councillors, I would now like to move into the second leg of the agenda. We're on item 6. Can you move with me to page 7? Those of you who have the agenda, I would now like to welcome the Honorable Executive Mayor to table his items to the Council today. After that, I'll welcome councillors to draw items. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Deputy Executive Mayor, the Chief Whip of the ruling party, the Chief Whip of the ruling party.
Councillors, councillors.
Not the Council Whip.
You are not
the
part
Chief
of
Whip
the ruling party.
party.
Please don't comment. Councillors, stop it.
The whips or the chief whips of different political parties which are in council. MMCs, councillors, officials led by the acting city manager, officials led by the CEO of Centlec, the Office of the Auditor General, citizens of Mangaung, media, Ndiani Bullies. Babu Odwa, nzawuthetha ingathi ndiyayolela. Xa ndipresenta these items. Maybe it's important for us to take you the memory lane. In 2019, this council was placed under 139 subsection 5A and C. When you read your constitution, it will tell you that this council was under compulsory financial recovery plan at that time. There were a team of experts that came to Mangaung, starting from governance, finance, even those who are in the infrastructure, to change Mangaung. Three months after the new council, this council was placed under section 139, subsection 7. And 2 ministers came here in this council. And those 2 ministers said to us, whenever there's intervention, there are always failures. Mangaung is going to be a case study where all ministers will bring experts to come and change Mangaung. That was 4 months after we were elected in this council. They came, each minister brought people so that we changed this council. Around June, we were supposed to pass the budget. You will remember 3 times, 2 times we failed to pass the budget. The last time we did pass the budget. Some ANC councillors came to me. They said to me, we are not prepared to pass this budget. You pass this budget, our people out there will fight us. This budget that we are going to pass doesn't talk to the needs of our people. They made an example. They said we had a draft budget, but that draft budget is different than what we are passing. They made a classical example. They said, in terms of the law, you are expected at least to have 8% for maintenance. And this budget is far less than even 2%. Now, when you talk about sewer spillages, those are matters that are there in the maintenance, and there's no budget. And they ask me, how can we pass such a budget? I responded to them and I said, we are under 139 subsection 7. There are 3 stages. You've got a rescue stage, you've got a stability stage, and you've got a stage where you sustain. This council is servicing 5 loans which were not taken by us. Those who took those 5 loans out there, they are seen as people who performed. And what you are saying today to me when I was talking to them, and I said to them, we are correct, but the budget that we are passing is not ours. This budget that we were passing is not ours. It's a budget that is assessed, that is changed by National Treasury. Ours is just to pass it. Please, councillors, accept for us to pass this budget. And they warned me. And they said to me, Executive Mayor, we are going to pass this budget. But don't come to us crying. That's what they said. That's why they didn't pass they didn't vote for two actually attempts. Today, councillors, people are crying out there. And they think that budget is our budget. And that budget is a budget of national treasury. Because the national treasury said, we are now rescuing you. And as we rescue you, there are certain things that you cannot do, as much as those things which are needed by our people. There are certain things that our people want, but they cannot get them because of your financial situation. And I'm saying, today, I must indicate, I remember those words that those councillors were warning me about.
Councillors,
I'm presenting.
can we please settle down?
And this council is totally run by cabinet. This council, it's run by cabinet. Go and check the constitution. The constitution, it says you are under section 139, subsection 7. Now, the experts that are coming from different departments are here. And these experts, their role is to change this council. I must indicate, for the first time in years, we are now going to submit an annual report with all 3 components. You know, these years will come with the performance, the financials will come later, and so on. One leg will come, another leg will come later, but this time around, it means there's improvement. Last year, November, I clustered councillors, and I said, Councillor Muraki, I want the community and I want the ward councillors and everybody to know. I said, Councillor Muraki will deal with issues of sewer, water, and everything with a team. He's not going to work alone. And the info of Mangaung, those councillors will be there. And I said, Councillor Mutsewa, issues of cleanliness and everything, herself and Councillor Maditaba, they are going to work together. They are going to lead because Mangaung is dirty. We need to change that. When we came in, we approached about Coca-Cola and other companies. And officials, they must not just get paid. They must earn their salaries. They must earn it. The next council meeting, 8 months down the line, I didn't receive a draft budget, a draft financial recovery plan. I don't have it. 8 months down the line. The team is here. The purpose or the reason for them to be here is to draft and to give us a financial recovery plan. As we speak now, I don't have even a draft. That team has been here for 8 months. Now, you've got an executive mayor that is working with a team that has been appointed. You've got an executive mayor that is working with MMCs, which I strongly believe those MMCs, they've got powers, full powers, that the executive mayor has given them. And they are expected protection. Please.
Councillor, settle down, please. And then the live streaming team, people are complaining about sound. I'm told there's no sound, or the sound is very faint. I don't know, can you do something? Can you increase it from your side? But on the live stream, I think it's important that they hear the executive mayor. So just check your sound, please. Thank you. Apologies, executive mayor. Councillors at the back, please settle down.
Nationally, you've got cabinet ministers. Provincially, you've got MECs. In the local government, you've got MMCs. They are working the same. They are leading departments or portfolios. They are expected to make sure that each portfolio succeeds, and the departments. My role is to monitor them. By tomorrow, I'm going to sign performance contracts. At the end of the month, those performance contracts will come here. And each and every quarter, I will report about their performance. Because all of us were expected to do what is expected of us. All of us. If you are given a portfolio, do your work. Out there, our people are crying. They expect us to come with change. And I've seen January and December, they can perform. And that performance must continue. We've got these items that are in front of us to discuss. And one of the items which you are going to deal with is the annual report. And that annual report, we're going to give Itimka AG to come and present. Like I said in that day, our duty as politicians is to make policies and monitor those that when we come around August, we pass SDBIP. And your Section 80 committees in this council, they must bite. They must bite. if you are in a portfolio committee of performance, come with recommendation to the executive mayor to say that department doesn't do what is expected to do. That HOD, it's here, but we don't see any change.
Councillor Sibula, you can't respond. The mayor is still tabling his items. Please allow him to do so.
So I'm raising this in that order because we are going to present a report. Unfortunately, that report is not going to be discussed. It's going to be referred to Ndate Mukwakwa. Ndate Mukwakwa utla isheba. Aishebi receives. Utla isheba. Aishebi receives. Yes. Inali 3 components. Unali na ya performance. If you will allow me, Madam Speaker, I will then request that the order to present item yabo. Akbuwa suit. Ke khalimezi baba the other day. Are wona ke bua Sesotho. Kare wena. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those remarks, Executive Mayor. We'll now welcome the Auditor General to brief us on and to present to us on their findings. You may come in, please. Please ensure that you just speak into the mic all the time, but if you stand, it's okay. Just for the sound, I'm getting complaints still about the sound quality. Well, when you address the house, you must stand. It's a decorum issue. But put on the mic, then I'll put off from my side. I'm just saying, speak as close as possible to the mic, please.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry.
Executive Mayor? All right. You may continue, Mr. Otto.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and greetings to the Executive Mayor and honorable councillors that are present today. I'm here, my name is Otto Duda. I'm the business unit leader from the Office of the Auditor General. With me, I've got the team that was responsible for auditing Mangaung. Next to me, I've got Sue Ellen Steenbok. She was the engagement manager responsible for this audit. And next to him is Bukas. Bukas was the manager that was responsible for this audit. So what we're going to do, Honorable Speaker, I will just do the opening, and then I'm going to hand over to Sue Ellen to take through the honorable councillors through the details of the audit. We've distributed the slides. I'm hoping that all the honorable councillors, they've got the copy in front of them that we're going to present. So if I can just take you to the first slide. The first slide is just taking us through to our mission and the vision, which is something that we had for quite a number of years. So it hasn't changed. And what we're highlighting here, our vision, we're highlighting that our mandate of conducting these audits is based on the Constitution. And we do our audits so that we are able to enhance or strengthen the country's democracy, and also to enable oversight, which is exactly what we are doing today. By coming and present to the council, we want to empower the council so that they are able to conduct the oversight. And we're doing that so that we can promote accountability and the governance in the public sector. So that is what is sitting in our mission. So if we take you through to the next slide, it is our strategy. This is the strategy that we are driving, which we've got aspirations that we have to achieve this strategy by 2030. And what is key in our strategy, we want to make sure that when we perform our audits, we perform our audits in such a manner that it is going to make a difference in the lives of the citizens. So we're focusing on the performance of our institutions so that they can make the difference in the lives of the citizens. So you can see that the strategic goals that we have, we've got about 6. Of those 6, 2 is internally focused, where we're looking at our own sustainability and the efficiency in the way that we conduct the audits. But what I want to highlight, which is very key for the honorable councillors, is the other 4 strategic objectives that we are driving. The key one is to do our work in such a manner that we are able to shift the public sector culture. So we want to shift that culture from the institutions from doing the harm to the citizens to actually deliver the services that are required by the citizens. We are doing that by ensuring that when we conduct our audits, we are going to collate, generate the right insights that will illuminate understanding, drive action, so that it can yield the results. So this is what we do. So we're trying to make sure when we even generate our reports, we put it in a very simple language so that even the man on the street can actually understand what we mean and take out the technical jargon in our reports. The other objective that the goal is the influence. We believe that when we influence, we'll be able to move the stakeholders from mere awareness of our message to action and advocacy of our message. So that is why I was saying that by influencing, we're trying to make our report so simple so that it is not just about understanding, but the action must be taken so that we are able to address the challenges that we encounter. Then the last objective is the enforcement. I'm hoping that the honorable councillors are aware of our extended powers around the material irregularities, which we are going to report to this meeting, Honorable Speaker, even today. Some of the findings that we already identified at the municipality around about the material irregularities and how the accounting officers has responded to those notifications that we have issued. So those are the 6 objectives. I thought that it is important that even before we go and table the report, that we highlight the importance and the strategy so that the council can also work with us to make sure that we are going to achieve what we aspire to achieve. So on the next slide, we started by this process of activating the accountability ecosystem. And in this accountability ecosystem, we're trying to highlight who are these key role players that they should make the contribution so that we realize the issues of improving the service delivery. So you'll see there on the top, we're highlighting starting from the officials within the municipality, which are led by their senior officials, and also highlighting the role which is key to be played by the municipal manager as the leader of the institution and administratively, supported by the internal audit and the audit committee, so that they are able to improve the internal controls. Then we've got the executive mayor. I think the executive mayor talked about the role already, the critical role that is played by the Municipal Public Accounts Committee to support this council to ensure that we enhance and improve and strengthen the oversight. We said from the support side as well, which I think also the executive mayor talked quite a lot around about the support and the intervention of the other role players which are outside the municipal council, which is the provincial leadership. And what is key in the provincial leadership is the 3 departments which are playing quite a critical role to support the municipalities, which is the Office of the Premier, Cooperative Governance, as well as the Provincial Treasurer. And then we also said that as part of also oversight, then you've got your parliament as well as the provincial legislatures. So this is the picture that we draw, which we're saying that is so critical, and we see ourselves sitting in the center of this accountability ecosystem and driving those objectives, goals that are just highlighted in the previous slide, which is sharing the insights, influence, and also to do the enforcement. What is key also is the active citizenry to hold the municipality accountable for the promises that are made to them. So we believe that the citizens should be active so that they can be able to provide that feedback to the municipality in terms of the services that are provided. So the reason why I'm highlighting this, because one of the work that we do in performing the audit, we look at some of the role players that I narrated in this picture. And currently, the picture that we have for Mangaung is not looking good, because when we do the assessment of these role players, all those that are mentioned, we do assess the senior management, audit committee, internal audit, the municipal manager, the executive mayor, as well as the MPEG. We look at them to assess to what extent are they providing the assurance in improving the internal controls environment in the municipality. So I think I left out the council. We do the assessment of the council as well. And unfortunately, at Mangaung, our assessment, there's only one role player that we assessed as providing assurance, because we're looking at the three categories. It's either you're providing assurance, or providing limited, or you're providing limited or no assurance altogether. So for the internal audit is the only one that we assess that they are providing assurance, and then the audit committee we assessed as providing some assurance. Otherwise, all the other role players, which I think is something that require an urgent attention of this council, so that we get all the role players. And I was excited when the executive mayor was already mentioning about the initiatives of signing performance contracts, so that we are able to monitor the performance throughout, and so that we activate all these different role players to make sure that they are going to contribute in improving the internal control environment. So if we go to the next slide, which is just giving the overall message around about the outcomes of the audit that we performed. Unfortunately, the report that we're going to table today is a regression compared to the previous year. In the previous financial year, we tabled to this council the unqualified audit report with findings, and unfortunately there's a regression now where we are tabling a qualified report. And our report is highlighting the material matters that are of concern and require significant and urgent intervention for the municipality to obtain, again, to move back to the financial unqualified audit opinion in future. The overall decline, we also observed an overall decline in the status of the key controls. So there's a decline there. I think I did mention the fact that those role players that when we were evaluating how did we assess, when we report our report is broken down divided into three sections, which is the opinion on the financial statements, the compliance with laws and regulations, as well as the predetermined objectives. I must say that while we see the regression because of the opinion, which is a qualified opinion on the financial statements, we also see a regression on the compliance with laws and regulations, because there's more paragraphs that we're reporting on the compliance with laws and regulations. The last part, which is the predetermined objectives, this is the part that is very close to service delivery, because this is where management reports as to how did they achieve the objectives that were set, predetermined, and this is the area that we believe that over a number of years it doesn't really get the required attention. We're still not reporting on the predetermined objectives in the audit report yet. We are still just only reporting the findings, the audit opinion we indicate in the management report. And where we are at the municipality, we are saying that we are disclaiming. So basically what is sitting in the annual report that is going to be published as a public document, which we expect the citizens and maybe possibly the investors to this municipality to rely on, they are unfortunately unreliable because of the lack of evidence that was provided to us when we were performing the audit. As a result, we find it very difficult to say we can actually rely on what is documented there, because of the fact that we could not substantiate the actual reported achievements, while others were differed materially from the supporting document that we were provided. And then on the next slide, I did mention issues around about the increase in the non-compliance matters that we identified due to management not taking sufficient and effective steps and actions towards addressing the gaps that the team has identified. It is concerning because of the fact that the issues of the non-compliance also identify the issues of the lack of consequences, which in the absence of the consequences, it creates that culture of impunity, because the officials know that even if there are material transgressions that they do, there's no action that is going to be taken against them. We're also highlighting the issues of instability within the municipality, more especially what we observe, the frequent changes that were happening at the role of the accounting officer, which created quite a lot of instability. And also, because of the last elections, we also see that all the senior management of the institutions, that their contracts, they came to an end. As a result, you have the institution for quite a prolonged time, which I believe that those positions are still not filled, which doesn't have the leadership to be able to usher and guide the team, which I think is something that you can really link it to the regression to the audit outcome, because if you don't have stability in leadership, it also creating these problems in terms of making sure that there's performance, and when the auditors are performing the audit, they also get all the supporting documentation that they require. Then lastly, I'll just touch on also, I think the executive mayor touched on it, the challenges that this municipality find itself around about the financial health. When we were doing our own assessment also, we pick up quite a number of unfavorable financial indicators. As a result, we see also a significant amount that is disclosed in the financial statements of unauthorized expenditure. I must say that even though that there are these challenges, I must say that based on our assessment, looking at all the municipalities in the province, Mangaung is the only one of the 3 municipalities in the province that has a funded budget. So which means that at least there's a step in the right direction if we can keep up to make sure that the budgets that we pass, we're passing the budget that we know that we've got funds that are going to fund that budget. I will pause here, Honorable Speaker. I will hand over to Sue Ellen to take through the Honorable Councillors on the details of the audit outcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, and Honourable Councillors, as well as Acting City Manager and the officials from the municipality. As Odwa indicated, my name is Sue Ellen Steenbok, and I'm the Senior Manager responsible for the audit. If we can continue then on slide 7 or page 7, it's really just now the detail of the audit outcomes. It's really just our audit report, which is part of the annual report, but just in a bit more detail and a bit more broken down for councillors to understand. So if we look at slide 7, you'll see it's just a pictorial of the audit outcomes over the past 5 years for Mangaung itself. So you'll see that during the 21-22 year that we've audited, the last year they did receive a qualified opinion, as Odwa indicated. That picture just shows us that we have a really unstable audit outcome for the municipality, and we really need to move to a place where we start seeing that it either remains stagnant and even see an improvement. If we continue to slide 8, this is the outcome of the entity Centlic. You will know that Mangaung does table consolidated financial statements. So the entity is also part of the group then. You'll see when it comes to Centlic's audit outcomes, they have been stagnant at an unqualified opinion for the past 4 years. So areas that they really need to improve on is their predetermined objectives that they report on, as well as compliance areas. And I think if the entity can work towards those, we might be seeing improvement in the right direction. Then we'll see the audit outcomes for the group, which is now Mangaung and Centlic, and you'll basically see the same picture as we had for Mangaung, just then indicating that qualified opinion for the 21-22 financial year. If we move over to slide 10, this is the qualification areas that we had. So you'll see in this case, no is good and yes is bad. So we had 2 qualification areas in the 21-22 financial year. The one was on current liabilities and the other one was on employee cost. Maybe just something interesting to note, you will see that in the 18-19 financial year, we had about 4 qualification areas. And the one that we have in the current year, or for the 21-22 financial year, which deals with current liabilities, is actually closely linked to that payables from exchange transactions. So what I want to indicate to councillors on this slide is just that we have seen these problems before. It has just been sort of hiding there during the past 2 years, and then they resurfaced again during the 21-22 audit outcome. Then the next few slides really has a lot of detail that I don't want to go into all the detail, but I thought it's important just to highlight what we have on our side, just what is the root causes for the regression, as well as the impact. So again, those 2 on page 11 is just the qualification areas. So the one we had, I was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence for expenditure relating to overtime, shift and standby allowance, including an employee-related cost, due to inadequate processes, that a need was established for overtime to be worked or that the overtime was actually worked. So this for us is a limitation where we do not find sufficient supporting documentation. And then the second qualification area was that the group did not recognize all current liabilities as in accordance with the GRAP standards. And then also, so the group received goods and services before year end. However, these were not recorded as current liabilities. So for us, Speaker, this is really a concern because with the financial situation that we do see the municipality in, if we do not record all our current liabilities, we might actually be in a worse off financial position that we are currently seeing in the financial statements. Then again, if we can just continue with some of the root causes. So there has been a slow response from management to address governance concerns within the municipality. And this is caused by the frequent changes in the role of accounting officer, as well as the high vacancy rate within the key municipal positions. I think this was also highlighted already by Tate Odwa. Then we also have that leadership did not adequately monitor and enforce the implementation of corrective measures included in the audit action plan. So this year we also saw repeat audit findings due to the audit action plan not being sufficiently implemented and monitored throughout the year. Management's failure to prioritize, develop and apply standard operating procedures to manage performance reporting, including the safeguarding of information and effective monitoring and evaluation of the reported financial information. During the overall review, Odwa also indicated that we had huge limitations when it comes to reporting on predetermined objectives, but that is really what we're highlighting there. Management's lack of detailed review of the financial statements and the underlying records resulted in material misstatements, which was not detected and corrected or prevented by the municipality's internal processes. Management did not prepare regular, accurate and complete performance reports, and management did not implement proper record keeping in a timely manner to ensure that complete, relevant and accurate information is accessible and available to support the financial and performance reporting. Okay, then Speaker, our next area that we focus on during our audit is the audit of predetermined objectives. So the first one that I went through was really the financial statements. So there's also a number of findings which we had on predetermined objectives, and I think this is really the heart of service delivery. The Honourable Mayor also indicated that we need to really focus on this area. It has been neglected over the past years, but I think this is the closest that you're going to get to actually making sure that the citizens of Bloemfontein actually do get the services that we have promised them. So really there was a number of findings, really starting from when we set our targets and our indicators, whether they are useful and reliable. We had findings on the consistency. So when there was reported on these indicators that we have planned, we found that those were inconsistent. We also found that the definitions of these indicators are not clearly defined or verifiable. So it does not help that you put an indicator in your SDBIP or in your IDP, which at the end of the day you won't be able to measure, or that is not clearly defined, because at the end of the day we need to find the supporting documents and make sure that you actually delivered on what you planned. If we can continue to the next slide, it still deals with audit of predetermined objectives. This is now where we focus on the reliability. So the municipality would, for instance, indicate that they have built 100 houses, but then we couldn't find the supporting documents for that. So we really had huge limitations when it came to what was reported by the municipality, because they couldn't provide us with sufficient and reliable supporting documentation. If we continue to page 16, again, this is just to show you the impact of the findings that we did have on predetermined objectives. And remember, this is indicators that you have reported on in your annual performance report. So we did find that several targets planned to provide households in informal settlements with water and sewer connections that were not achieved. Various non-achievements of planned sanitation indicators and targets were reported regarding bulk water, sewer pipelines and sewer connection to households. Those were also not achieved. There was also certain indicators were not achieved with regards to wastewater treatment works, which was evident from the 0 achievements reported. So what we also find in the annual performance report is there was a number of 0 achievements. So even though we planned to have a target during the year, there was really a huge number of 0 achievements reported by the municipality. Then, Speaker, I'm on page 18, which deal with the compliance with laws and regulations. This is the third area that we focus on during our audit. As Ntate Adwa also mentioned, you will see that there is a regression in the number of compliance findings that we had over the years. So I think for the 21-22 years, we had 10 areas which we audited, and the municipality actually had a non-compliance finding on each of the focus areas that we've audited. If we continue to page 19, this is really our emphasis paragraphs. It doesn't impact the audit opinion, but we do emphasize it in our audit report. So you will note that going concern is a concern for us. The group indicated a net loss of about 872 million. The group's current...
Councillors, sorry, ma'am. There's several caucuses going on this side. You speak very soft, so we need complete silence. Otherwise, we won't be able to hear on the feed. So can I just ask councillors to please be as quiet as possible so that we can hear the... I think we're reaching the end of the report. So can we please settle down, councillors? Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Speaker. With regards to the group's current liabilities exceeding its total assets with about 485 million, the group was also experiencing labour difficulties and vacancies in its key positions. The average repayment terms of suppliers was about 165 days, and the group owed the Water Board 68 million, as at 30 June 2022, which was already long overdue. If we continue to page 20, this is again still just what we're emphasizing in our audit report. There was significant material losses. There was about 1.8 billion of recorded debt as recorded debt is considered impaired and could be irrecoverable. You will also note the detail with regards to that in the consolidated financial statements in note 49. Water losses of about 406 million, as well as electricity losses of about 241 million. So, Speaker, all of these are for us really material losses that the municipality as well as the entity would need to work on to really reduce. So at the end of the day, we can turn this around to be actually financial income other than material losses for us. Then if we continue to page 21, it deals with unauthorized expenditure. So unauthorized expenditure is where the budget was exceeded. You'll note that there's a huge increase in the 21-22 financial year, which is about 1.4 billion. The detail with regards to unauthorized expenditure is also in the consolidated financial statements as per note 64. And really our findings with regards to unauthorized is incurred by the municipality was not investigated to determine whether any person was liable for this expense, and that the municipality is not taking reasonable steps to prevent the occurrence of unauthorized expenditure. And you'll see that year on year, the closing balance is just increasing because of no investigations taking place. If we move over to irregular expenditure, also again, just a note that the detail of irregular expenditure is in the consolidated financial statements, note 66. This is really where there was non-compliance with regards to SCM policies and regulations. So in the 21-22 financial year, there was a bit of a decrease from the previous year, now sitting at 186 million. And again, you will note that the closing balance keeps increasing year on year. And really the finding is the same as under unauthorized. And you'll also see now with fruitless and wasteful that these unwanted expenditures are not being investigated and nobody is being held accountable. On page 23, that deals with fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Again, Speaker, you will see that increase there during the 21-22 financial year, which we are now sitting at about 93 million of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The details, again, is within the financial statements as per note 65. Chair, and then I'm just going to highlight the material irregularities. Otwa also indicated with our extended powers, we do now notify the accounting officer of material irregularities. So the definition is still the same as in the prior year. It means any non-compliance with or contravention of legislation, fraud, theft, or a breach of fiduciary duty identified during the audit performed under the Public Audit Act that resulted in or is likely to result in a material financial loss, the misuse or a loss of a material public resource, or substantial harm to the public sector, institution, or general public. So how is this impacting Mangaung on page 25? So you will remember in the prior year, we've also reported on this material irregularity. It related to the underdeclaration of employee taxes. And I'm happy to report, Madam Speaker, that this one has been resolved. And we concluded that the accounting officer did take appropriate action to address that material irregularity. On page 26, you will also note that we have identified 5 new material irregularities during the audit. One related to payments, that the payment was not in line with contracts. One related to steps not taken to safeguard assets, and 3 of them were non-compliance with regards to environmental legislation. These MIs or material irregularities is still under assessment. We did receive additional responses from the accounting officer, so we are just assessing those responses. And then, Chair, on slide 27. It's just our outstanding audit fees. I think we decided to include this slide because we are really struggling with municipalities to pay our audit fees. You will note that we still have a huge balance outstanding for Mangaung. I must say that the accounting officer is committed to pay the outstanding fees, and for Centlec, we really don't have a problem. Madam Speaker, and then I'll just like to remind councillors, management, that we do have a guide out on preventative controls. And Tate Odwa mentioned that we have seen a regression in terms of the internal control environment. Remember, these guides are out there just to remind you what are the basic internal controls that should be in place at any auditee. Thank you very much, Speaker.
All right. Thank you very much, AG, for that report. As you all know, councillors, the report is tabled and it will be referred to MPAC, so I don't want us necessarily to debate it. So I'll only allow any clarity-seeking questions. I don't expect councillors to make speeches about it or comments about it. I expect clarity questions. So before I ask councillors who draw items, I want to finalize this item because I do not think that the AG would like to sit with us through the entire meeting, but they are here. If you want to take advantage of it for any clarity on their report, the Executive Mayor will still be with us to clarify his part of the reports. That this is now the time. If you have any clarities, please, councillors, clarities. Otherwise, I'm going to stop you.
Point of clarity, Madam Speaker.
Yes, I'm taking hands just now. Once they clarify it, we'll then conclude with their part of the annual report, and then I'll move on to asking councillors to draw items. Okay, councillor, I just need my note here.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Yes. Your mic is off, Prof.
Sorry, can you just explain again? Are we now asking questions to the team, and then afterwards we can draw the item again?
Yes, that's fine. That's what I explained.
Thank you.
Because when you draw the item, you can now make your submission to be recorded in the minutes. For now, after you've now done your input as you draw the item, I won't necessarily allow them to come back in unless there are very pressing matters they need to. So for now, let's go for clarity on what they've reported now, and then after that, I'm going to start drawing items. If you want to, you can mention it when you make your speech or your input on it, if you want to mention it. But I don't want you to mention clarity points in your speech, because I want them to clarify it now, in case it makes your speech a bit shorter. I'm hoping it does. If your point is clarified, your speech won't be as long. Can be about 3 minutes, not necessarily 5 minutes. Councillor Viviers, Councillor Botus, Councillor Viviers, Botus, Councillor Munyakwani, Sibulau, Councillor Rampai, ANC, Councillor Foster, and then I'm closing it, councillors. Only 30 seconds clarity. Councillor Kotza, you were also involved in the first hands, and then Councillor Titi Odili. All right, thank you, councillors. Councillor Viviers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tate Odwe, very nice to see you again. Glad our plane is in full. Just quickly want to make sure, in preparing your documentation, did you have the city manager's annual report to your avail or not? Okay, now a few things makes more sense. Thank you very much. So can I kick off to say where the city manager, for example, say that compliance is well and reports were timeously given through to National Treasury, etc., etc. If I've listened to your proposal, you don't necessarily agree with it. Will I be correct in saying that?
Councillor, yes, it's not cross-examination.
No.
You are not answering. You're speaking to me. Look at me.
I will.
This is not cross-examination, Councillor, yes. Don't answer AG officials. Please don't answer the councillor.
Through you.
Just raise your question. They'll note it. Mr. Odwa, you'll come back. Thank you.
Third question, last one. Thank you. through you, Madam Speaker, could you just give us clarity? Because unfortunately on the overtime, which I know is one of the biggest problems, and there's material problems, till where it went monthly. Because in our tables or graphics, it only goes up to 40 million per month. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Botes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. My question to the AG's
Please switch off the mic.
My question to the AG's office. It's shocking to see what is the water losses in this metro. And if I can ask the AG's office if they can help us for future purposes, what is the possibility of stronger legislation to implement in this municipality? Because we're looking for funding, but there's no way that it becomes better. Year by year, it's a more worse situation with the water. And please, if I make a calculation in short, it's 406 million. So it means 33.88 million rand per month is water losses. And the taxpayer must pay for that expensive water that's already purified through the system. I will hear from the AG's office. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Munyakwani, I just want to, there's name tags missing there. Councillor Rampai, your name tag is not in front of you. No, it's on the side here of Councillor Munyakwani. His name tag is somewhere. Please turn it around. Thank you very much. You may come in. A question of clarity, please, and then we're moving on to Councillor Sibula.
Oh, thanks, Speaker. I'm just worried, Speaker, and Office of Auditor General. Because last year, Speaker, Auditor General Otlile mo Mangaung, and the same approach as we know, or by law, it's a legal report for 60 days, and then cancel it debate. That defines our Auditor General. But the only problem, last year I sang that report the Auditor General discussing. Since remember 60 days or report the council, I'm worried even this one. It again happen go debate so that the fund is the Auditor General who implement. So I'm worried, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sibula.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Let me welcome the AG's report. Mine is directed to Sue specifically. Speaker, she will remember the last time she presented in the MPEC committee. I asked her about the 1.9 million which was given to Freshco, and she promised that when she comes, she will give us the proper information. To date, that 1.9 is not reflecting anywhere. So can they assist us on that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Rampai, ANC.
No, thanks, Madam Speaker. Just maybe to emphasize what Councillor Munyakwani was saying. But I need the AG to it seems you guys, you seem to be embarrassing us or embarrassing municipality always. I'm talking to with regard to your strategy for 2030, where you are talking about enforcement. Can you emphasize on that? What do you mean by enforcement? You keep on seeing things in all municipalities, same things, and you say your office is standing for the people. How are you enforcing? How are you enforcing? Because after you leave here, you will wait for next day and then you come and embarrass us again. Where do you see enforcement of your office in all this? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. To the Auditor General, just clarity seeking question regarding to irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure and unauthorized expenditure. I just see the findings says that the municipality was, it was not investigated to determine any person that was liable for these expenses. Are you referring to the years previous to 2021, 2022? Seeing that this report only now has to go to MPAC for consideration and recommendations to this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was covered by all the other councillors. Just two questions. In the report of the AG, there were mentions of ongoing investigations regarding overtime and security contracts. And every year, I think it's for the past 3 years, those investigations are still ongoing. So maybe if the city manager can give us feedback on those investigations that are not completed yet. Madam Speaker, then several questions has been asked in this council, and councillors are expected to do oversight, but our questions are not being answered by the executive mayor, and I would like the AG to take note of that. And Madam Speaker, just a reminder to the executive mayor, the Metro is under administration for the past 3 years, but the ANC has been in this Metro for the past 30 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. There was the last councillor I recognized, Councillor Leach. Please, yeah, thank you. You may come in.
My question refers to the 109 million that went missing. Are you also looking into that? Are you aware of that? If not, can you please look into that and also give feedback? It is in Section 80 Finance meeting minutes, where it was stipulated that it is missing, and it is also in council meeting minutes dated during 2022, where you will also find a bit more information with regards to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Odili, you may come in.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. No, my question is that I had that order one was reporting was that the internal audit performed very well in terms of the report, but the audit committee and the MPAC, they do have some issues there and there. But my question is that I know that the internal audit, it's working hand in hand with MPAC and audit committee. I wanted just to know there is no problem there, because I believe that the internal audit must assist the MPAC and the internal audit. And in terms of the MPAC, when it's submitting the oversight report in the council, I know that MPAC doesn't have full powers in terms of the investigation of the issues that are raised now in the annual report. What is the advice that the Auditor General is giving us to assist the MPAC as the council, to give them the full powers, to make sure that we give them the full powers to make full investigation? When they bring the oversight report to the council, they bring the oversight report that have full recommendations that will support and have full recommendation of the council. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker.
Let's take those three councillors, then I'll bring in the last two. Then I'm closing the councillors, please. We want the AD to also respond. Thank you. Councillor Nhlapo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the House at large. Madam Speaker, my question to the team is on page 11. It indicates that the group did not recognize all current liabilities that met the definition of a liability according to the in GRAP 1. So my question is, with the current liabilities, with this statement, what is the magnitude of this that we're speaking about? Because when we speak of current liabilities, we're speaking of creditors, people we pay monthly. And when you go to, with the same point, when you go to page 19, on the going concern of the team, they speak that the group's current liabilities exceed its total assets by close to, is it 500,000? But meaning, in other words, if I'm understanding this correctly, you're saying that our current liabilities that we don't know, some of them you didn't recognize. What is the magnitude of that? The percentage maybe may assist, because they are actually liquidating the institution if one is reading this document correctly. So maybe also on what was the explanation of the institution. If there's a large bank of creditors being paid monthly, they are not recorded or given, there's no records of it that were submitted, and this is something that is actually liquidating the institution. What was the explanation on this? Or maybe if you can elaborate on some of on that matter, maybe on other creditors that maybe they can assist with that. Thank you.
Thank you. That is, in other words, that is what's happening. Councillor, before Councillor Viviers, I recognized another councillor. Now I can't remember. Councillor Viviers, then Councillor Moilwa. Then I want to close it. So that, oh yes, it was Mukokwa. Councillor Mukokwa, Councillor Viviers, then Councillor Moilwa. But then I want to close it now, councillors.
I want to check with the AG. I don't see any matter relating to IBTM because there's a mismanagement on that problem. So I don't see anything related to IBTM. Number two, MPEC was advising the council around the issue of overtime, whereby they were saying there must be a shift or standbys. I don't see anything being implemented on that one. They need for revenue to assist us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Viviers, then Councillor
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, thank you. I just forgot this question because you said I was busy with policy presentation, so please allow me. The city manager says our collection rate of outstanding debt is 81%. Doesn't make sense to me. Because you tell me on the current account, yes, but not on debt over the year. I would be much obliged if you can answer that through you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, Councillor Moilwa. Then I'm allowing the AG to come and respond.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me emphasize this question of Councillor Nhlapo because it gives me a problem also. If you remember, we had an accounting equation. It's simple. It says asset is equals to liability plus equity. Come on to if the liabilities are going to exceed our assets. I want also to emphasize to the statement of Comrade Patrick, Councillor Patrick, the issue of the report. Comrade Speaker, it is important. Councillor Speaker, it is important. It is important to discuss the report of an AG. Again, my point stays here. And auditors, when they exercise the substantive procedure to collect evidence of municipality and transactions to confirm the financial status, whether it's correct or not, there is a substantive protocol that can enable to track the amount of municipality that have been spent or received in return. My question, after you have identified, after using a substantive procedure, identify where the money of municipality goes? After you recommend, where do you have any legislation that must be enforced so that that recommendation that we bring here at the council is implemented? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'm now going to request that the Office of the AG responds. I'm not sure who's taking it. You'll decide amongst yourselves. You have the list of questions. After that, we're going to draw items, councillors. Councillor, please put off your mic. Councillor Muller. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and also thank you to Honourable Councillors. It's a handful of questions. I'll answer a few of them, and then I'll hand over to the team because they were closer to auditing this transaction and providing some details. I'll take it. There was a question from Honourable Vivias around about the reliability of the information in the annual report. Yes, when we conduct an audit, we do get a draft annual report which we audit, and in conducting that audit, we look at the achievements that are reported and compare those achievements against the supporting documentation that the municipality must provide. And I think our report is highlighting the fact that it's either we did not have the supporting evidence that supports, or the report that we got differs materially with what is sitting in the annual report. Hence, we're raising the issues around about the reliability of that information. If based on the audit that we performed, we could not get all the support. I'll leave the issue of overtime to you, Sue. The issue of the water losses, Honourable Botes, is that in reality, to bring in another legislation is not going to help us. I think there's adequate legislation in place. The only thing that needs to happen, if we have to rescue the issues around about the water losses, is firstly to monitor them reliably. Firstly, I think that's the first point, to make sure that we understand where do we lose water. And also, we need just to make sure that there's adequate budget that we set aside for maintenance. I think the Honourable Mayor, when he was doing the opening remarks, he raised the issue that there's guidelines that are issued by National Treasury that says at least set about 8% of the value of your infrastructure or your assets set aside so that you can do the maintenance. Because the reason why we're losing water is because that our maintenance of those infrastructure assets is low. So I'll emphasize that, and also the issue of consequences, because the legislation is there. So if you've got an official that is tasked with a particular responsibility, and they're not delivering on what is expected of them, therefore the consequences should be implemented. So I think that the legislation is there. It's just a matter of us making sure that we implement what is already available. I hope I followed properly the question around about Honourable Monier Kwan. I think it's something to do with the tabling. You said you're worried about the lack of tabling of our reports to this council. Yeah, I think also we are also equally concerned from our side that when these reports are issued, the expectation is that the legislation is followed and make sure that those reports are tabled here, referred to the committees of the council to interrogate. Because what is important is, for us, when we come here, we should not continue to raise the same findings. There should be plans in place to make sure that what we highlighted, those things have been addressed. I'll try to combine this question with the other question that came later, where we seem to be embarrassing the council by issuing these unfavorable outcomes. It's unfortunate that the auditors, they must report what they found. And this is what we've been doing. And I'm glad that we've got some level of losing patience around about reporting the same issue over and again. That is why we had these extended powers. And these extended powers, we started to implement as from the 1st of April. But because we've got quite a lot of the institutions to implement, we have to do a phase-in, of which Mangaung, unfortunately, was one of those ones that we're starting to phase in. We've been issuing in some of the municipalities, for example, just to highlight the way that these powers are helping us. For example, the municipalities that keep on having the disclaimer, we started to implement our extended powers because we are saying that those municipalities with disclaimer, they are actually causing harm to the citizens. So those are the strides that we're starting to do, and we're hoping that with these, and we're starting to see already the way some of the accounting officers started to respond, because remember, if they are not taking action, these powers, they give us that we don't only recommend, you can take it further to become a remedial action, and if there's a loss to the institution, that loss can be recovered directly from the accounting office, and not paid by the institution, but deducted directly from the accounting office. I think what we can do, Honorable Speaker, with these extended powers, maybe through you, Honorable Speaker, you can invite us to come and present to the Honorable Councillors of what is entailed with these extended powers, so that Honorable Councillors can understand and appreciate, because when I was taking you through the accountability ecosystem, there's an expectation of the role also of the councillors to play to make sure that when we, for example, we have to recover the money from the accounting officer, the council, through its oversight, make sure that those funds have been recovered. And the intention is to really starting to reduce these things that we keep on reporting year on year. And I'm hoping that with those enforcement, those additional powers will change the behavior. We said one of the objectives that we are driving is to move the culture in the public sector from doing harm to actually provide the necessary services that needs to be provided. Again, in that area, the support of the council would be very key for us to make sure that we achieve that. Yeah, I think I'll leave the other questions to the team, because I think that most of them, they were more on the specific details in terms of the work that they've done. I'll hand over to Sue. Thanks, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Maybe I must just remind councillors, and I think this is linked to the very first question that we had with regards to the reports from Acting City Manager. Just please remember that the year that we're auditing, or the year under review that we're reporting on, is from 1st July 2021 to 30 June 2022. So the interim support team from National was actually appointed, or it was gazetted on the 28th of April 2022. So really they actually started in May 22, which was about 2 months until we reached the financial year. So I think just what I wanted to highlight that is the reports that's been tabled by the Acting City Manager now, we haven't looked at. So we can't really express an opinion that. So I just wanted to remind that we're actually looking a year back. And then, so then I just want to take the next question then that dealt with the overtime. So in the financial statements, you will note in note 43, there was about 233 million of overtime for the year. So I didn't go convert that into months, but that was what it was in the financial year that we were auditing. Then, Madam Speaker, I just want to add on the water losses. We've also had a number of findings on water that has not been billed for. So it doesn't mean because it was disclosed in the financial statements due to the reasons of infrastructure not being sufficiently maintained, we actually also need to look at whether we are actually billing for all the water that we are delivering to the community. Then, Honourable Councillor, I do remember the question with regards to Freshco. I think what I can indicate right now is for the audit under review, we did not have findings with regards to Freshco. But I am open to if there is any more information with regards to Freshco, but what I can just give feedback on is for the year that we've audited, there was no findings with regards to Freshco. Then I I think it's that the Odwa answered the one about enforcement. Investigations in the audit report. I know it was, or no, the investigations one was with regards to unauthorized, fruitless, wasteful, and irregular. Yes, that is for the prior years. I know that for the 21-22 year, there has been investigation started, which reports must still be tabled, but it is really for those previous years. I think Mangaung, for the past, you've seen for the past 5 years, there has been no investigation. So it's really a huge amount of unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless that the municipality would need, and impact would need to work through to get us up to date, to make sure that we work through everything. Then with regards to ongoing investigations, I know that one was directed to Acting City Manager. Maybe just from an auditor's view, we do follow up on these every year. However, the status did remain the same. Yeah, so for us, it's also just reporting that they are still ongoing. Then I also take note of the comment of the missing 109 million. Again, we did not have any findings relating to that, but it will definitely also assist. We will also be looking into those minute meetings, yeah, to see if there's anything we can report on. And there was a question by the Honourable Councillor about internal audit and how we can advise impact to really get those recommendations. I must say that we should really use internal audit, and I know we're still going to have a session in impact. I think it's actually planned for later this week, so maybe we can talk a bit more about it. But we are finding that the internal audit unit within the municipality is really effective, because they basically report the same findings we do. It's just a lack of management addressing those findings. So I really do think they can add value to make sure that we do have proper recommendations to bring to council as an impact. Then the question on current liabilities. Yes, Honourable Councillor, you are correct. In our audit report, that should form part of the annual report, you will note in paragraph 4, we are saying that current liabilities were understated and general expenditure and contracted services were understated by 105 million. So when we were talking about the root causes with the municipality, it's really about the internal control systems that we put in place to make sure if we have received a service before year end, that we actually record this liability. So what we really found is that internal control system needs to be approved. So at year end, I know what is still, what I haven't paid, what I still owe to service providers out there. So then, yes, Honourable Councillor, if you add your current liabilities plus that 105 million, it actually puts us in a worse off position when it comes to our current liabilities overstating or being more than our current assets. What I also just want to emphasize is, remember, as auditors, we don't audit all transactions. So really, this is our best estimate. It could even be more, but based on the sample we selected and in audit terms, we do projections. That is our best estimate of what the current liabilities are understated with. Then, Madam Speaker, there was a question about IPTN. Yes, we raised a number of findings again on IPTN. That will definitely lie under your non-compliance section. So yes, again, the reports are there, as well as a number of just your grants and how they are managed. I know you don't have a lot of detail in the presentation, but please do take time to read through the audit report just to see what those non-compliance matters deals with. Then there was a question with regards to overtime or shift allowance. I think this one again, as auditors, we have had numerous discussions with the acting city manager, with NCR, on how we can tackle this problem with Mangaung, because it's not a new problem. So they are looking in how we can improve the systems within Mangaung itself. I think for auditors, it would be unfair to make a recommendation when it's actually the people on the ground, the department that deals the most with the overtime, to see what works for them. What we did indicate is we are more than willing to come workshop this finding with the department to see what is the best and how we can address it. Because remember, as AGSA, we are here to assist, not only to embarrass the municipality. So please, we are available. Acting City Manager knows that I'm just a phone call away. And then on the collection rate, I don't have that with me. I also do presume it is the new current collection rate, so that's the ones that we've audited. Madam Speaker, I hope I have covered everything. But please let me know if there's something I missed. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. On the question from Councillor Leach, I think it's that investigation about the misappropriation of the grant funding. That's an item in the agenda on item 10. I think it relates to the same question that you are raising. That now the Minister of Finance has initiated that investigation, and we hope that the finding will give us answers to what exactly happened. So I think that issue is addressed in this agenda. I see so Ellen didn't necessarily deal with it, but it's fine because it is in the current agenda. No, thank you very much. Councillors, I believe that clarifies the clarity questions you had. I now want to move into councillors who wish to draw items. I only have the list from the Democratic Alliance, and I have Councillor Kotza from their side. I now want to invite other parties to please give me, you can either through your chief or give me all the items when all the councillors will speak, or I can go item by item. So let's start. I see it item by item. On item 1, can I have the councillors who wish to speak on the item? Councillor Deputy Mayor. Councillor Sibula.
Point of exigence.
What's your exigency?
I just want to check with you. Honorable Sifume just told me that Mayor Gurumalaza was instructed to go outside by workers. So I'm not sure if it is safe for her to go outside like that and nobody saying anything about it. Because they were threatening to come in if she's not going outside.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. That is the, please put off the mic. That's in relation to the overtime issue. They have said because the NCR has not signed the overtime because she has the same concerns raised by everyone. When we don't sign the overtime, they then come and lock us in offices, they threaten us, they put violence onto all of us here, and that is the conditions we are working under. That is the situation outside. They are now threatening to come inside so that we can now also be part of that whole situation. She's been requested to go outside and explain. I do know she set very tight controls about how she will allow the overtime, and that's the issue, that she doesn't feel comfortable with the allowance of that specific shift of overtime. And because of that, she's not signing it. Now you'll know she needs to ratify before payment is released. So because she always has issues of the same issues the AG has raised, those internal controls, those proof of work, did they actually work the overtime they're claiming for? Did they sign for the overtime they're claiming for? And that is the same things that the AG has complained of. You say the amount is 60 million, but there's no evidence justifying that these people indeed work that shift. If they did work the shift, then we need to see the shift forms, needs to be duly signed off, and then we've implemented a pre-approval system. That before you even work the overtime, there needs to be pre-approval, usually coming from the supervisor, the GM, and the HCD, that is signed off first before you even work. So it seems like sometimes they work before the pre-approval, now you want to retrospectively do the pre-approval. And then, like the NCR is, a strict approach, she refuses to sign it. They then decide to, last week they were also somewhere where there was a meeting, they were closing off the entrances there. So then they force us, they force the hand because they are not happy with the decision because it's a money issue, and that is the situation currently. But I believe all the protectors are outside here. I believe she is sufficiently protected, so I don't think there should be cause for panic, councillors. I think she'll handle the situation. But I just wanted to, while the AG is here, that we are really trying to tighten the controls, and the workers are not happy with it. I know the HUD has even been issuing warnings where he sees processes are not followed as per the requirements. When the warnings are issued, they protest, in protest of the warnings issued. So it's we work in that difficult environment that whenever you try and consequence manage, they then come and violently attack us, they lock us in, they go on Facebook, they start ranting and raving, they insult all of us, and that's what happens. but we trust the situation is under control. I'm still at drawing of items. Councillor Deputy Mayor, drew item 1. Councillor Foster.
Speaker, withdrawing item 1. Thank you.
I want to do a follow-up.
Item 1, councillors. Councillor Deputy Mayor.
You were too fast for me, Honorable Speaker. I think item 1 is finished, but
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
I am
if we
drawing.
address you, we must stand. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Will you please stand up, Councillor Deputy Mayor? Thank you very much, Councillor Reyes.
Thank you, Councillor Reyes. Honorable Speaker, I think you're too fast for me. When we come to item 1, I think it was finished, but those who still have to want to have a bite on it, they can. But myself, I was drawing item 2, 3, and 4, and my mind reminds me that item 3 and 4 were merged together. So those are the items that I'm drawing, not one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Mukwena, then Councillor Munyakwana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Item 1 and item 8.
Madam Speaker, page by item or just as we want?
I see some councillors, some are giving me their items, which actually assist the process. But it's okay, I don't want to dictate to councillors how they must give their items. I was on item 1, but it seems like councillors feel that while they're on the podium, they'll just give me all their items, which actually helps. I tried to implement a system where the chief whips actually give me the speakers before the council meeting. Then I just read it out, and I see they don't want that either. So let's rather just go through the items. It's okay. I've got time. I'm sure all of us have time. Councillor Dipale. No, sorry. Councillor Munyakwani, then Councillor Dipale.
6.1, 6.5, 6.6, 6.8, 6.9 speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Dipale.
6.2.
Yes. Only. Okay. Councillor Charlotte, then Councillor Rampai ANC. Please stand up.
6.3 and 4.
Okay, they merged together. Councillor Rampai.
It's a long list, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry for that. 6.1, 5, 6.
Just wait. I'm writing myself here today.
6.1.
Yes.
5, 6, 8, 9, 10.
All right. Councillor, I need to start section by section. Let me start in front again, then I'll go there. Councillor Snyman van der Venter. Councillor Makulani. Councillor Mabena. Let's go. You can stand up, Councillor Snyman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Item 2, Councillor Foster. Item 3 and 4, Councillor Benner. Item 5, Councillor Foster. Item 6, Councillor Benner. Item 7, Councillor Snyman van Deventer. Item 8, Councillor Benner. Item 9 and 10, Councillor
Councillor Makulani.
Item 9.
Councillor Mabena.
Item 1.
Okay, let me go this way. I'll come back now that side. Come back to you. Let me also just go this way. Okay, I'm coming back now. Councillor Rampai, ICDP.
Item number 5, Madam Speaker.
Prof, switch off your mic. Prof, switch off your mic.
Councillor Rampai, ICDP. Okay. On this side, Councillor van der Walt.
Item 6.3 and 4, Speaker.
Is it Councillor Mokhoti? You can come in and then Councillor Malebo.
Item 6.9.
Councillor Malebo.
I draw item 6.6 and 6.8, Speaker.
All right, Councillor Molua, Councillor Siti, Councillor Moibidu, Councillor Kopa.
6.5, 6.6, and 6.7.
Molua, 6.5, 6.6.
Yeah. And 7, Speaker.
Councillor
6.5.
6.8, Speaker.
6.3, 6.4, and 6.9.
6.9. Councillor Masala. And then Councillor Sassi.
Thank you, Speaker. 6.8, 6.9.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, 5, 6, and 7.
Papa, 6.7.
6.7. Councillor Dikelo and then Councillor Manyato. Then it looks like we are done.
Speaker 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9.
Speaker, it seems like you forgot about it. Yes. Item 6.3 and 4.
On items 3 and 4, because we combined items, councillors, some of you have drawn the same items, and then the Democratic Alliance has drawn 4 speakers. Because we combined it, we only need 2. So I want to ask, can we agree that Councillor Perks, Masweo, and Councillor van der Walt will speak on items 3 and 4? Is it fine? Then we remove Councillor Mackay and Councillor Lotridge. Because we've combined it, so it's one item. Yes. No, it's one item. So it's 2 speakers per political party. And I assume one will make an input and the other one will second.
If that's the case, then we'd rather specifically ask. We did ask you ahead of time if we combine the items, then we have 4 speakers. You said yes.
No, I didn't say yes. You said it's email. I never agreed. I just said we combining the items.
Speakers, if we don't want to combine.
Unfortunately, we already combined it and the agenda was approved.
Madam Speaker, this is not on.
I've made a ruling.
Madam Speaker, this is not what our chief will go to us, otherwise we would not have made the recommendation accordingly. It was given to our chief that it would be combined and we'd have 4 speakers. That's how it was relayed to us. That's why we seconded and put the motion forward. If you had related, then it would. Someone had two speakers.
One
would have
speaker,
not
point
asked
of
for-
order, one one item.
We would not have then asked for it.
I've made a ruling. You can sit down, Councillor Makai. Thank you.
This is not on, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Point of order.
On Councillor Makai. No, on me.
Now, on you, Madam Speaker,
Okay.
can you please just show me the standing rules and orders which says that a political party are only allowed 2 speakers on an item? Can you just show me that in the standing rules, please? Thank you.
But Councillor Pretorius, you are one of the councillors that always tell me that you can speak once on an item. So you've submitted 4 names for one item that we've merged. So I'm going to reduce it to 2 speakers. And I believe that your point will be brought across. The same way I'm doing with the ANC. They've submitted 3 names on both items. So I want to say that the list for 6.3 and 4 will be as follows. The Councillor Deputy Mayor, Councillor Maswell, Councillor Shalek, Councillor Dennett, Councillor Van der Walt, and then Councillor Tladi. So it's 2 from ANC, 2 from the Democratic Alliance, 1 from EFF, 1 from Freedom Front. 5 speakers, because we've merged the items. Point of order, Mayor. I'll recognize you now. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And thank you that you are actually recognizing me when Honorable Councillor Makili is raising his hand again. It cannot be correct, Honorable Speaker. The DA take the items, merge them, and even secondly, thereafter they come back, they want to split it. It cannot be correct, Honorable Speaker. Please. We are not here to come and play. Yeah, no, I'm subjecting all political parties to the same conditions. The ANC as well as the Democratic Alliance. Both of you gave 4 people that want to speak. But in the interest of time, and I'm happy that you merged the items, it will now allow us to deal with 2 items in one go. I'm going to now start with Councillor Makai. What was that? May you withdraw that, please? Because I read it. No, may you withdraw that?
Withdraw what?
You know what you said. You said bullshit. Can you please withdraw that? When you withdraw, please stand up and address the House. Your mic is off. Your mic is off. Your mic is off.
I withdraw it, but it's not.
No? Yeah. Please withdraw that as well.
I won't withdraw it. Why must I do a sponsor?
Order, Speaker. Order, Speaker. Order, Speaker.
Councillor Makai, you will not reduce the sitting to anarchy. And if you can't respect it, my request that you leave, please. If you can't respect this house, I will not allow anarchy here to find expression. This is not the sauna.
Madam Speaker.
Order, Speaker, on you.
I don't want any
Now, what is it about sauna now, about anarchy and sauna? Please. And we saw you on Facebook, on ever.
We are on 6.1, councillors. The item of 6.1 is the submission of the annual reports for Mangaung Metropolitan Council and Centlink for 2021-22 financial year. I'm on page 7 of the agenda. The Executive Mayor and the Auditor General have tabled the reports. I now want to allow Councillor Deputy Mayor to come in, Councillor Kotze, and then Councillor Foster in that order for now, please. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's like you didn't hear me properly. Councillor Deputy Mayor, apologies. There's a vehicle, HTF 542FS. All your car doors are open. HTF 542FS. Please go lock all your doors. Thank you very much. Council Deputy Mayor, you can come in. Honorable Speaker, I was reminding you that I only draw item 6.2 and the 2 that has been meshed, not item 1. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Kotze, you may come in, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to waste Council's time. Several of the questions I wanted to ask now has already been answered by the AG. But I would want to thank the AG for this report, because this is a slap in the face of residents of Mangaung. Like I say, proof is in the pudding. Because last year I made a statement about this executive mayor and all these then serving HODs of their competence. And thank you for that. I was doing right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Gentlemen Plus are asking the following questions regards to the report of the 2021-22 financial year. Why did our Executive Honourable Mayor not comply with Section 127 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, clearly stating that this annual report should have been tabled before this Council within 7 months after the end of the financial year, being the 31st of January 2023. Further, why did the Honourable Executive Mayor not promptly submit to this Council his written explanation setting out the reasons for the delay as set out in Section 127? And when will this Council receive the written explanation from the Executive Mayor? With the report itself, Honourable Speaker, how can it be that under a provincial and later under a national intervention team, the Auditor General gave a qualified opinion? How can this municipality continue as a going concern if the financial statements indicate that the group incurred a net loss of over 872 million rand in this financial year, and the group's liabilities exceed its total assets by 485 million rand? How can this municipality survive where there were 1.8 billion in material losses? How can over 406 million in material water losses be allowed? 45% of the total water purchase due to burst pipe, leakages, and unmetered sites. What will be done to ensure that we spend our conditional grants, seeing that the group unspent their conditional grants by over 570 million in the 2021-22 financial year? What urgent measures will be put in place to yet again prevent the following expenditure as in the 2021-22 financial year? Unauthorized expenditure of over 1.4 billion due to overspending on the budget. Irregular expenditure of over 186 million rand due to non-compliance with supply chain management processes. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure of over 93 million, mainly due to payments made on key service delivery projects that were not delivered. Honourable Speaker, the more important question, however, will there be consequence management? Seeing that according to the financial statements and the auditor's report.
Yes, Councillor Dili, what's your point of order?
Speaker, I'm getting confused here. We're in 6.1. And it seems that now we are in the discussion of 6.1. And we can't discuss 6.1 today. As we conclude and say, we want the resolution of today to be implemented, as Councillor Nyakwan was indicating that the report, as we are saying, it must go for 60 days. We want the report to come back in the council. It's the same report that it needs the deliberation in 60 days. And it's the one that Councillor Nyakwan raised here that in the last, it didn't come back for deliberation, which was recommending that that report, as the AG was giving the report here, that report must come back here for deliberation, because this report is here for noting and go back to MPEC and come back for deliberation. I don't understand now if we are going to discuss it now or what we are doing, because you gave us an opportunity to give clarity and questions to AG. I don't, can I get clarities? Maybe I'm wrong.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This item is for noting of council. If it's for noting, any councillor can ask clarity-seeking questions on it. That is what Councillor Foster is doing at the moment. It seems as if our mayoral committee member for finance does not understand that. So that's the first thing. We did not make it.
Councillors, no. You can't do that. I've heard it, it's fine.
Asking questions, there's nothing wrong with asking questions. That is what we're supposed to do. And if you are doing your job, either as mayoral committee members or as officials, then you can look at the questions asked by councillors and import that into the report that will be in front of council in 60 days. You can make the corrections and then we can have a look at that. Thank you, Madam.
Councillors, can we not? Councillor Odili, what she was trying to say is that we can't label the items. If you have clarity, state that and then we move on. Because this item is for noting, it will go to impact. Councillors are there and they'll interrogate the reports further. I think Councillor Odili was registering that point. It now seems like councillors are trying to debate issues that will in any way come back in 60 days. But I also do note the issue of clarity. It's fine, councillors. Councillor Mosala? Are you covered?
Thank you, Speaker. No, I'm not covered. Speaker, let me remind you, earlier after the AG has responded to clarity-seeking questions, you said you are closing the item, hence you gave us an opportunity to draw the item. It's after you have said the item of 6.1 is closed.
Yeah, it was the item relating to the AG report. But it's fine, councillors. I assume that you've received the point that it's for clarity. Can we not debate the issues unnecessarily? What you asked the AG, please also don't repeat it. Once the report then goes to MPEC, it will go with all these questions and uncertainties, and MPEC will process it and bring it back in 60 days. So I don't necessarily expect this item to be a long item. I was thinking really the input will be less than 30 seconds because it's the same issues of clarity. What the AG has clarified, it's already been done. I also just want to remind councillors, as the AG has clarified, the period we are speaking about with the audit is from June 2021 to June 2022. The intervention team arrived between April and May 2022. We must just make that very clear, councillors. The period is for the previous year. Okay, again, just clarity, please, councillors. Then I want to move on. We don't need a vote on this, it's for noting. Then I want to move to the second item. Councillor Mukwena, then Councillor Munyakwani. You're still on the floor. Apologies. You can finish. Councillor Foster, then Councillor Mukwena.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. If we start then with clarity, when will we start to listen to the recommendations of MPAC? Because none of those recommendations in the past was implemented. That is in clarity enough for the ANC government.
20 seconds, Councillor Foster. The pausing you're doing is eating your time, Councillor. 10 seconds, please.
This is what we call a clear indication of some financial mess that we found ourselves in. To the intervention team, where is your financial recovery plan? The Mayor said that the experts came in 2019 under the provincial intervention team. What did they do up until now? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Mukwena, then Councillor Munyakwani.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I think I'm going to spare the Council the pain of just trying to think about what was presented today. Because I don't think that we listen with the same kind of ear about the kind of challenges that are confronting all of us. So I would like to pass and say the report is noted, and I hope all of us do what is responsible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Munyakwani.
No, thanks, Speaker. Well, Speaker, this report is late, and we want to know why this report is late. And I think it was a Speaker. because it means as if we're enjoying always, as Mangaung Metro, everything around about lady, and the capacity. Why this report will late? Go back and say the Arajor now why it late? Because by the 31st of January, there's a report that I'm waiting. Why it late?
Thank you very much. Councillor Rampai.
No, Speaker, let me first acknowledge the opening speech by the Mayor in just 10 seconds. And I want to say thanks, Mayor, that today you have tell people of my ward, of Ward 7, and the entire community of Mangaung about the budget. You have told them that they have not been included in the budget, and we have been fighting for that. And once we are raising that, we have been crucified, we have been told a lot of things. Now that today you are accepting that this budget is not going to assist the people of Mangaung, and it's coming from your mouth, you did very good.
Clarity questions, Councillor Rampai.
I want to second, Madam Speaker.
You're not addressing the Mayor now. You are speaking through.
I want to second what Councillor Mnyakwani is saying. Why is this report late? Our people are dying there. Our people are living in terrible conditions. Why other people are playing here? Why is this report late? If it is the city manager's fault, let action be taken. If it is the mayor, the same, let it happen. We have no time to play here, Madam Speaker. We need action. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Lastly, Councillor Mabena.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Taking note that this matter will be referred to MPF, I fully agree. And also accept the opening speech by the executive mayor in this regard. Not to dwell too much to the item, but my question is, when we refer this matter back to the public MPF, does it include also the report from the Auditor General? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're asking if the annual report includes the Auditor General report?
Yes, those are the matters to be referred to MPF, both of them. Thank you, that's my question.
Yes, it does. You'll note that these findings is a summary of the consolidated annual financial statements. That's why Ms. Ellen kept on saying, on note 65, you see the elaboration of, for example, UFW. So when you look at this and you go to the consolidated AFS, if you, for example, want on wasteful, if she said it's note 66, on note 66 in the AFS, the consolidated one, you actually see the itemized items of what departments exactly are responsible for fruitless and wasteful expenditure or irregular expenditure. So I would want you to have made those notes, because on note 65, 66, 68, where she mentioned note 65 or 56, those are the notes that you actually see the elaboration of this. This is just a high-level report, but it does include all details to what the AG is saying. Perhaps I'll schedule another workshop with all of us outside of this meeting to go through those line by line, because the line items become important when MPEC now recommends. If we look at consequence management and investigations, those line items will tell you where the investigation should start and what should happen. So yes, it is part of the report. Those are the last, that's the last councillor that had clarity. Executive Mayor, do you wish to respond on, I think, only one part, which is the latest of the report? If not, I would like to move on, please. You can come in.
Thank you very much. I think this question was asked by Chairperson of MPEC. The same question was asked by the NCR. The response is very simple. I received the report after the 29th of January. Remember, it must come to the council on the 31st of January. There were exchange of documents between the Auditor General as well as
the management of Mangaung until a point where they consolidated it and it was brought to my office. Now, if it came that time, it was not possible for us to deal with that before the 31st of January. I will provide dates of exchange and interactions. Yes, you get the response, but if you check the history of Mangaung, at least this one came much earlier compared to other years. Thank you very much. But the reason is very simple. It came, like I'm saying, after the 29th, and you cannot call a council meeting on the 31st because there are administrative matters that we must do. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. I'm on page 7 of the agenda, councillors. I don't necessarily want...
Speaker.
It can only be a follow-up on what the Executive Mayor is saying.
Yes.
Because you've already spoken on the item, Councillor Munyakwana. Is it urgent?
Yes.
I want to close this matter. You can stand up, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. No, I put like this, Speaker. What Executive Mayor Arthalo says now, Malao Oring MFMA hearing around this report, section 129. Because if Executive Mayor Ayaraba just simple like that, as Executive Mayor, Malao Oring Emotano Wizale within Africa.
Thank you very much, Councillor Munyakwana. Remember, the lateness of all these reports are submitted as is to MPEC. Because you've noted it in Council, we expect a report from MPEC on what must happen. Wherefore, Council will be expected to adopt those recommendations. So whoever was late in the system, I'm now being told it's AG, it's the administration, so between all of themselves sitting here, they'll have to figure it out and give us the person responsible or the entity responsible for the latest of the report. If it is the Auditor General, they must write to us and explain why it was late and why it only got to the Executive Mayor on the 29th. However, it can't be in this meeting. I would want us to add it to the report to MPEC so that MPEC gives us a full recommendation on this and what it suggests we must do. So when we come back in 60 days, that will form part of MPEC's recommendations about who must take accountability for the lateness. On the side of the executive, side of the administration, or side of the Auditor General. The three of them will decide what they want to do. Councillors, I'm on page 7. The annexes to the report are A, B, C, D, E, and F. I will not read them verbatim because they are in front of you. The recommendation is that the Mangaung Metropolitan Municipal Council note the following. That the Mangaung and St. Lake standalone 2021-22 annual report and annual financial statement. That they note the Mangaung and St. Lake standalone audit report as presented by the Auditor General. That they note the consolidated Mangaung 21-22 annual report and annual financial statements. That Council notes the Mangaung consolidated audit report as presented by the Auditor General. That Council note the presented audit report by the Auditor General will be incorporated into the annual reports. And that Council refers the above reports to MPEC, Municipal Public Accounts Committee, that will process the said report and develop the oversight report and advise Council accordingly. With that, recommendations, Councillors, item 1 has been finalized. We now move on to item 2, which is the Centec Midterm Performance Report, 1st July 2022 to 31 December 2022, and the 2022-23 financial year. The report of the Chief Executive Officer is attached in the bundle. I'm on page 7, Councillors.
Speaker.
It's fine, I'm still talking. Thank you very much. I would now also like to thank the Office of the Auditor General for joining us. Thank you for your clarity and being with us today. I believe that the Acting City Manager will be in contact with you about any other clarifications they need. But thank you so much for joining us in the meeting. Thank you very much. The councillors who drew the item. I'm on 6.2. Where's my notes? Councillor Deputy Mayor, Councillor Raswell, Councillor Dipale, Councillor Foster.
Speaker.
I will allow you to speak in that order. Councillor Rampa, is it a point of order, point of clarity you wish
Not
to make?
clarity, Speaker. You are confusing me today.
How so, Councillor?
Maybe we must send this to Rules Committee. What does noting exactly mean? Does it mean when it is noting we are not voting? Because it seems that every time we are changing. The other meeting we are voting, the other meeting we are not voting. And it creates a confusion.
Okay, thank you. There are some resolutions I see here that have noting and approval to them. We only vote when it's approval of items. When it's items to note, you send it through to MPEC because as the resolution reads, MPEC will still process it and come back. When it comes back in 60 days, that's a votable item. But for now, council is noting it, it has been presented, it now needs to be processed by MPEC. So it doesn't need a vote when you note. However, if, for example, in the next report, there's a noting on recommendation 8 and there's an approval of the midterm report, then I would ask for voting for that component of the resolution.
No,
is that clear, Councillor?
No, thanks. As long as we are consistent.
Yes, no problem. Thank you very much. Councillor Deputy Mayor, you may come in, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Executive Mayor of Mangaung Metro Municipality, the MMCs and all honorable councillors present here, the administration team led by the acting city manager, the cabinet rep with its team, the chief whip of the ANC, the Auditor General Office, which was here, the community of Mangaung, and the viewers on Facebook, all media that is present here today, and all protocol observed. Honorable Speaker, let me start by complimenting this council. In the new year of 2023, I wish you a blessings for the whole year. And Honorable Speaker,
Amen.
I will be failing if I will not remind our community and this council about an icon who today was supposed to be 31 years that he was out of jail. By saying that, Speaker, I remember the 11th of the second month, 1990, 31 years ago, when our icon Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela became a free man for all of us. And that event paved way for the 1994 democratic breakthrough that we have seen in our lifetime. And we therefore salute him for his selflessness and dedication to the liberation of our nation, black and white. And not forgetting his family, the Mandela family as a whole, for they suffered while Mandela was in prison. And may we never forget that icon. Honorable Speaker, today as we are here, I would not like to waste any time, as I have withdrawn 2 items. I will speak on both all the items that I have withdrawn, Honorable Speaker. Tabling of report, annual report 2021/2022. The SDBIP for 2022/2023 second quarter, section 52D, and midterm section 72 ending 31 December 2022. Honorable Speaker, the Municipal Finance Management Act 56 of 2003 and the National Treasury MFMA Circular number 13 on the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan SDBIP requires that the municipality must prepare an SDBIP indicating.
Point of order.
Councillor Deputy Mayor, you may be seated. What's your point of order, Councillor Pretoria?
Speaker, I'm now confused. Can you please shut off the mic, Deputy Mayor? I'm confused. The Deputy Mayor was now speaking on item 2, and now she switched over to item 3 and 4. You can't do that. She has to stay with 2 now, and then we have to vote on it. You can't just go to, and then I'm going to speak on 8, and then I'm going to speak on 9. Please stay with the item now, and then you'll get another chance for the others. You were a bit hasty, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pretorius. Yes, councillors, also want to request that we not, the item we are dealing with is the Centlec midterm performance report. I then expect issues of Centlec to come forth. I expect you to speak to the report that was submitted. Can we please stick to even the theme of the reports? There were time for several.
Honorable Speaker, there's a reason why I prepared my speech in the manner in which I prepared it, because all these reports, they come from my office. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Councillors, I don't need assistance. I don't need assistance. Councillor Deputy Mayor may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker,
Speaker, so are you saying Deputy Mayor?
No. I need to, no, Councillor. The Deputy Mayor was pausing to introduce her next sentence, and then I hear someone calling me. You can only raise points of orders if there is. If there's not, please don't interrupt the Deputy Mayor's address.
Speaker,
you may stand up, thank you.
It's a clarity, Speaker. You saying Deputy Mayor must continue in the item of 3 and 4.
Okay, put off the mic, thank you. As I mentioned, councillors, we are on item 2, which is the Centlec midterm performance report, SDBIP, July to December. That is the item we are on. I do not expect any other inputs on any other items when we are on item 2. So I'm allowing item 2's inputs to come through. Councillor Deputy Mayor, you may continue. Please switch on your mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I've already tabled the item of Centlec, which is your 6.2, and like I've already mentioned that my speech is based on the 3 of them because I dealt with them, the 3 of them. And I encompasses everything that I have to say in the 3. And hence I said to you, when I stand up here, I'm not going to waste the council's time. I'm going to speak on the 3 of them. And you are and Honorable Speaker, based on the reports which are standing in front of me, we've seen that the percentages, some have improved, but some have went down. And also on the Centlec one, there was a problem where we are at 7%. But Speaker, we promise that next time when we come, we'll come with an improved version. And based on the above, Honorable Speaker, the SDBIP must include the service delivery targets and performance indicators for each quarter. And that is what we have brought here. And this is an integral part of implementation and entrenchment of our performance management system. And Honorable Speaker, the SDBIP, it also enables the municipal managers to monitor the performance of senior managers, and the mayor to monitor the performance of the municipal manager, and for the community to monitor the performance of the municipality, as each activity contains outputs which are right here in our report. The targets and also the time frames. And Honorable Speaker, the SDBIP is yet another step forward to realize the principle of democratic and accountable local government as enshrined in the section 152, subsection A of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. I am delightful, Honorable Speaker, to indicate that with these two reports being, including the one of St. Lake, the second quarter section 52D and the midterm section 72, the city has seen an improvement when compared to the first quarter performance and the previous financial year report of this specific period. And Honorable Speaker, the average performance of 55% in the first semester, it indicates that the city is in the right trajectory to bettering the lives of communities of Mangaung. I am still encouraged by this council to work together with the administration to improve the challenges that are still a threat to our community and our city as well. And equally so, Honorable Speaker, the city is expected to account to its residents through the drafting and engaging community members on the implementation of this important strategic plan. Hence, the tabling of the annual report as per section 127 of the MFMA. And with those words, Honorable Speaker, I would like to say thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Executive Mayor. Councillor Raswell, you may come in.
Thank you, Speaker. The DA rejects the St. Lake midterm performance report. We believe
May you please speak into the mic, Councillor?
the DA rejects the report.
Last warning. Last warning.
We believe it has discrepancies, and we believe that it is the executive mayor's attempt to mislead council. So we reject this as a democratic alliance. Speaker, on the 7th of November 2022, council took a resolution to appoint Mr. Maseko as administrator. Has Maseko been appointed? How far is the appointment of the new board members? Executive mayor, acting city manager, can you please update us on this process? For Madam Speaker, according to the resolutions, council should be provided with the progress report in terms of the appointments of the board members. And lastly, Speaker, the DA has also submitted a motion, the motion on the St. Lake board members' eligibility criteria. Please take note of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Maybe soon we'll have the MMC of electricity.
Councillor, stick
and
to the
potholes.
topic. Stick to the topic,
Electricity and
please.
potholes.
You are eating into your time with jokes.
No, it's okay, baby. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regard to St. Lake, as the EFF, we are of the view that the report would be prime Skumba and Trevor Noah material. If it was not for this said, the scores that have been brought before the scores have been brought before the sitting reflecting mid-term performance of the institution are not making sense. The CEO of the overall head of the institution score 100% on his KPIs, yet there is a challenge of inaccurate data in the vending system of the organization. If such critical information is botched, then it leaves to wonder what other data being supplied in the report has been inflated or doctored. The other worrying factor at the organization is the resignation. There is no board at all. And now we are still sitting here without a board. And now the deputy mayor is saying everything is okay. While we do not have doubt on the abilities of the personnel to send leg, we call on the management to address the matter of the board as a matter of agency. There are young people in this city who are very passionate and hungry for an opportunity to serve in the citizens and the community of Mangaung and the other municipalities where St. Lake is conduct itself. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. All protocols observed. It is recommended that this report should be submitted to the board of St. Lake. The problem, however, Honourable Speaker, is that St. Lake does not have a board at this moment. According to the report, the overall performance is not that bad. The overall performance is, however, questionable if one looks at the power failures for long periods of time over the city due to infrastructure failures. Midterm performance of engineering wires and engineering retail stands at 60% and 67% respectively. Infrastructure and adequate training of personnel should be the main priorities. Theft and vandalism of electrical infrastructure should be prioritized. The challenge of extended and prolonged downtime leading to loss of public confidence in St. Lake should be addressed as a matter of urgency. The available fleet in the power failure office stands at 56%, and this should be rectified also as a matter of urgency. Honourable Speaker, load shedding already puts a severe financial strain on the businesses and the people of Mangaung. Further extended and prolonged downtime only further contribute to this already negative financial situation. The Freedom from Press therefore cannot support this report. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nikelo.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for
Councillor Sibola, can you please stop being disruptive?
Yeah, Speaker, let me start by saying I really fully want to agree and concur with what the Deputy Executive Mayor has indicated. The report that has been submitted by St. Lake, I want to understand what the opposition parties are saying in relation to the issue of the board. But the question that we must also ask ourselves, Madam Speaker, is that should the operations at St. Lake stop because there is no board? Should the people of Mangaung not get the services of electricity because there is no board? Or rather, should the CEO of the Centlec not submit the report because there is no board. In terms of the Companies Act, the Centlec is an entity of Mangaung local municipality. And if there is no board, the Mangaung local municipality must play an oversight role over that. So we cannot be standing here as the council of Mangaung and really complain about the Centlec not having a board, whereas as the council, we did not also perform our responsibilities. So for that, it may say, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to reiterate and says, as the African National Congress, we support the report and we are accepting the report as it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm on page 7, councillors, number 2. The report dated 30 November 2022, received from the Executive Mayor and the Chief Executive Officer of Centlec. Recommendation A, that the performance of the organization for period 1 July 2022 to 31 December 2022 is noted. B, that the midterm report is submitted to the council for approval. It shouldn't be, there shouldn't be a /board/council. It should be to council for approval. So we approve as
Order,
amended.
Speaker.
We approve as amended, councillors.
Order, Speaker.
You can come in, Councillor Munyokani.
Are you changing the report now, Speaker? Or what? What we are trying to do, Speaker?
If you can look at the recommendation there, it says submitted to the board/council for approval. So you must choose which one you are at, and we are council. So if you approve it like this, it's as if you're saying board/council. It's like there must be an option between the two. So I should have requested to you that board/council for approval. I'm not sure
Yes,
why it's
exactly.
drafted that way. If you want us to submit it like that, you're fine. I'm going to put it to a vote now. But the way this reads, even using noted by ARC, so I don't know who drafts these things. I'm not sure. I see it like this in this agenda. I don't necessarily want to change it. You've already come in, Councillor Munyakwani. You've raised your discontent.
Can you be patient, Speaker?
It's okay. There's other hands as well. I'll bring you back. Councillor Nikela, Councillor Mabena, I'm not sure. Do you have a response to that? The first ARC and then B, board/council.
Speaker, I think I indicated here to say in the absence of the board, the council plays an oversight over the Centlec. Therefore, I support that it should be the council.
Hence, I read it that way. No, it's okay. Thank you very much, councillors. We are 93 councillors in the chamber. We need to approve this report. May I please have a show of hands for those in favor?
Clarity, Speaker.
On what, councillor?
Yeah, when you come to the issue of recommendations, because we have already raised the issue of Ntate Maseko, I want to add, when you come to the issue of recommendations, for us to get a report of where is Ntate Maseko.
Okay, thank you very much. My understanding is once council has taken a decision that should be implemented, it is up to the executive mayor and the acting city manager to act on that. So the two of them, once council as the oversight body takes the decision, it is then sent through to implementation, with the executive mayor being between us and the board of Centlec. So between the executive mayor and the acting city manager, they should have given an appointment letter to Mr. Maseko. If that didn't happen, then it means our resolutions were not implemented.
Speaker.
Unless I can ask the acting city manager to come confirm whether there's an appointment letter. But that's what the information I have today is that we took a decision that Mr. Maseko should be the board administrator, and that decision we expected to be implemented. The implementers are the executive mayor, who's not in the chamber now, and the acting city manager. So I will bring in the acting city manager now after this to brief us on where that process is.
Speaker.
And please don't tell me about you don't want to allow people to speak. It's my discretion.
Speaker.
No, Speaker. No. No.
Speaker.
Otherwise, I'm worried, councillors. You'll never get the answers you want. You'll never get the answers you want. Listen to me, councillors. No. Settle down. Settle down. Don't shout at me.
No, Speaker.
You know what, councillors? By you refusing to allow guidance from the person himself, you will never get the answers. You'll be sitting here complaining the whole time. Nothing is answered. Nothing. You don't get answers to anything. You are ignored. I'm saying, on this issue, I'm not the acting city manager. He's sitting next to me.
Clarity,
Speaker.
I'm saying that, no. Wait, I'm okay. I'll bring you in now. I'm saying, council took a decision and a resolution that Mr. Maseko is to be appointed as the board administrator. That is our decision. It's our decision. Implementation should have happened between the office of the executive mayor and the office of the acting city manager, who should have implemented that. On the report, you don't see any Mr. Maseko there. You see him nowhere. So I can't answer for that. And my concern is if we leave it like this, the way we've always been doing this, you will not get the answers you need, councillors. And every time we'll be sitting here coming back. So me, I want to start closing issues in this new year, 2023 now.
Speaker.
We can't be doing the same things we've been doing.
Speaker.
So I will allow on certain items that the acting city manager give his clarity so that we can move on.
Clarity, follow up.
No, wait, Councillor Mkola, don't jump up. I'll take hands. I don't expect necessarily to labor this item.
No,
I'm saying, you asked a question. I now want to get you the answer you want.
No, Speaker, I'm not
And
doing
to
that
get you,
item.
wait, to get
Point
you
of
the answer
order.
you want. Wait. To get you the answer you want, there's a person that can answer you on why it hasn't been implemented. So that I can close this item, put it to a vote, and move on.
Speaker.
So unfortunately, I'm not going to allow any more inputs. I'm
Point
going
of
to
order.
allow.
I have raised clarity on that one, Speaker.
Point of order.
Wait, I'll bring you in, it's fine.
I have raised clarity on that point. That is what I'm saying.
It's okay.
Can I speak,
I'll
please?
shake hands. There's many hands now. But I want you to get an answer to why the resolution was not implemented. I
Point of
cannot
order,
answer it
madam.
because I sit with you here. So, Councillor Mulua, you wanted a clarity, and then Councillor Pretorius, your point of order.
Yeah, Speaker, now I become confused now. You have even explained by yourself now about the issue of Mr. Maseko is not included in the report. And we must never mislead the council because the reason behind is that we want to get a point of where is Mr. Maseko, because we always take a resolution as in a council, you know it very well, it's never be implemented. It's almost 3 months now. Who must take that responsibility? Who must account for that, Speaker? Thank you.
I am not the accounting officer. Councillor Pretorius.
Madam Speaker, you are losing control of this meeting. We have the item, people can draw the item and speak on the item. We're on voting now, you want to open it up again for discussion. If the ANC have a problem with the item, vote against it. As easy as that. Then refer it back if you want. But stop wasting our time as opposition. Vote against it. It's not on our time that you need to picker around this. Please.
Speaker.
I want to close this item, councillors.
Speaker, clarity, please.
I want to close this item. You guys ask questions you don't want answers to.
Speaker, clarity.
When I try and get your answers, you don't want it. When I try and let people ask clarity, you don't want it. When I say, okay, here's the person that can answer, you don't want him to answer.
Speaker.
So don't shout at me, please. Don't shout at me. I'm saying I'm closing this item. I'm at
Speaker,
the voting stage.
please.
Can we please vote on this
Can
item?
you allow debate, Speaker?
You already debated on this
No,
matter.
Speaker,
Councillor.
can we get a clarity, Speaker?
No, I'm not going to
No, you ask a question, Speaker.
I'm not going to open a debate.
You are the one who asking a question, Speaker.
No. I was summarizing. You guys don't want answers.
No, you Speaker, you ask a question.
I'm stopping all inputs.
Can I please just have a point of order, Speaker?
I'm stopping all inputs, councillors. The report was presented. We are at approval stage. I've read out the recommendations, A and B. I'm at the point where I'm asking for those in favor of the recommendations as presented. Please raise your hands.
Sorry, Speaker. Sorry, Speaker. Recommendations with removing the board, including the council.
Yes, Councillor Nikelo, I've already presented it with the amendment. Yeah, those in favor of the recommendation as presented with council on B. Please raise your hands. I'll need an indication on when counting is done, please. Councillors, don't shout at me. Don't shout at me. I don't shout at anyone here. So please don't shout at me. Don't shout at me, councillors.
Always outside.
Councillors, we are voting. Please keep quiet while we are voting. You vote with hands only. Can I please get an indication when the counting is finished for those in favor? Councillors, councillors. Are you guys done? Thank you very much. Those not in favor of the report as presented, please raise your hands with the amendment. Those not in favor, please raise your hands. Those not in favor, thank you. Those abstaining from the vote, please raise your hands. Those abstaining from the vote, please raise your hands. There are some councillors who are not voting. There are councillors who have not registered whether they are partaking in any of the three options. That conduct will really not be accepted. Maybe I then should decide what you are doing. Approval. Those abstaining from the vote, can I have an indication that counting is done? Thank you very much. May I please have the outcome? Those in favor of the approval, 52. Those against, 23. Those abstaining, 15. The item is duly approved. We move on to item 3 and 4 as consolidated and combined.
Speaker.
Item 3
Point of exigence.
I'm not going to allow clarities now. You'll come in afterwards.
No, I want to talk now.
You want clarity on the vote?
Yes,
you want clarity on the vote?
No, where's the mayor?
No, stand up. Stand up when you address us.
The mayor setting a precedence when we are discussing items of the mayor. He's never here. He's never ever here when we are speaking about his items, and he's setting a precedent. Where is he now? He never told us that he's leaving. He just left, and he's not here. It's been almost 30 minutes since he's gone because I've been counting. Where's the mayor?
All right. Thank you for. Is the chief whip out? Did he go and look for the mayor?
Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
Don't shout at me.
Madam
The
Speaker.
chief whip is looking for the mayor. We are going to move on, councillors.
Madam Speaker,
don't
please.
shout at me.
Please, Madam
No.
Speaker. Clarity of the vote, please.
No.
Clarity of the vote, please, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Councillor Blanche.
Have the clarity of
Can
the
you guys
vote.
please settle down?
Can I speak? Madam Speaker, I can't understand. I sit here with my fellow friends, the PA. Every time they vote with the ANC. But when they go out there in the streets, you're
Councillor,
talking about the councillor and all that things. So I don't know. They just sat here for seats. They just raised their hands. They said nothing.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Yeah, no.
Point of accusation, Speaker.
Councillors, it seems like you are intentionally wanting to cause anarchy here in this meeting. You are doing it intentionally. I'm suppressing you, Councillor Maswa. Put off your mic. Just put off your mics. I'm at item 3 and 4, MFMA, section 52D, service delivery and budget implementation plan, second quarter report, and then item 4, which we resolved to combine, section 72, service delivery and budget implementation plan, SDBIP, midterm report.
Order, Speaker.
The executive mayor will be back with us soon. The councillors who drew this item were, let me just go through the list to make sure I've captured everyone.
Honorable Speaker, point of order, please.
No. Let me also finish my items. No, Councillor Sibulau, I didn't recognize you.
Point of order.
No, Councillor Sibulau.
You.
I'll recognize you all now. Just sit down. I'll recognize you now. No, I'm not going to entertain it.
Security.
I'm not going to entertain it right now. We sent someone to look for the executive mayor. He'll be back now.
Madam Speaker. Okay.
Can you please take your seats?
Huh? May I speak?
Madam Speaker.
I don't know why your mics are on. I haven't recognized any of you. Is he here? The executive mayor will be back with us now. He just went for a comfort break. Councillor Sibulau, just sit down, be seated. I'll recognize you now. Councillor Maswell. Just. When you stand up and go out, please do it very silently. I've read out that we are at item 3 and item 4. The executive mayor will be back with us shortly. He took a comfort break somewhere. The councillors who drew the item were Councillor Deputy Mayor, she's already presented her inputs, Councillor Maswell, Councillor Shale, Councillor Dena, Councillor van der Walt, and Councillor Tladi. Those are the councillors that will speak on this item. Councillor Sibulau, Councillor Maswell, and then Councillor Pretorius on clarity of the voting of the previous item only, please.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. You know, I'm worried with movements that are happening in the chamber. Officials are coming in and out and nobody's saying anything about it. They just come in and they are not even being recognized. Can we have the quorum of the House, please? Because they bring teas and coffees in this chamber. What is happening here?
Officials or councillors? Because now officials, I'm looking that side. Councillors are here. Councillors, I'm not going to entertain these types of orders now. Councillor Maso?
Honorable Speaker, DA would like to request a 10-minute caucus. Thank you.
Councillor Pretorius? Put off your mic, please. Okay, let's allow the 10 minutes caucus for the Democratic Alliance. We adjourn for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Ne kopa ske la jella karo cancel. Ne kopa le ske la jella ka canceleng. Le ga bla isa tlala. Ke mo hlango sa tanka dijo.
Secretariat, please fetch the Democratic Alliance. Time is not with us. We would like to complete this meeting. And Chief Whip of the ANC, I don't know where all the ANC councillors went. Councillors, may we please take our seats? May we please take our seats? Chief Whip of the ANC, did you find the executive mayor? Okay. Hi, comrades, you're not assisting me, no? No. We adjourned after a request was made by the Democratic Alliance for a caucus. May you please all be seated in the chamber so that we can confirm our numbers before we
Also, just a very good example of why this council needs a whip, a chief whip, a council whip. Now, we voted out the previous chief whip out last year in August. We're already in February this year with no item on the agenda that there's new elections of a chief whip.
Councillor, was your caucus about the council whip?
Madam Speaker, I'm trying to explain to you.
I want a briefing on items 3 and 4.
Madam Speaker, this is why
on the agenda, please.
This is why this problem is in. I don't know what you ate this morning, but you're really in a bad mood this morning. I'm trying to explain to you that's why problems like this will not exist.
Speaker, you are protected. Don't worry.
So anyway, please don't interrupt me. I'm on the platform now. That's why you lost that seat. You have no discipline.
You see,
and that's why there's still no one at the moment.
So can you see what's happening now, what you are doing?
Madam Speaker,
can you see what you are doing? You are now attacking everyone from your... Speak to me. Speak to me. I get it. You're saying I ate something this morning, so I'm trying to listen what I ate. Listen, Councillor Pretorius, I have a problem with your input because you are now going off the agenda items. You are speaking of items that are not on the agenda.
The problem is, Madam Speaker, you promised us 4 speakers. Now you're only going to allow us 2. We please want to urge you to please reconsider to give us 4 speakers on those items, please. If you're not going to consider 4 items or 4 speakers, then rather put Councillor Massou and Councillor Lottrit as our 2 speakers. Thank you.
All right. No, I just wanted to give clarity to... You see, the problem is today, I'm actually decisive and I'm not allowing all of you to do what you want to do. My mistake is what I did was I allowed councillors to just go and do everything they want to do. I allowed endless people to come in, councillors to come in and speak whenever they feel. I would allow councillors to come in 3 times on one item. Now today, because I'm being decisive, I'm being accused of eating something that is not normal to people. And perhaps I should eat it every council meeting because I'm not going to allow councillors to take the meeting out of my control. This is my meeting. I don't come into your committees and cause havoc in your meetings. And I say it all the time. Then when you're not happy with my decision, you start swearing in the council, you start disrupting the council meetings, then you start doing other disruptive things, making jokes when other councillors are speaking, and that's the stuff you are doing. And I'm now expected to sit here, and we are all adults. I must now sit here and deal with it. The issue is there's lack of respect even for me as a chairperson of this meeting. And now today, because I put my foot down, and I put it down decisively, you are not happy with that. And now you start insulting me. This is my meeting, councillors. And I'm not going to allow, when I take decisions also, we won't always be happy with decisions. But it's decisions because on Saturday, Councillor Pretorius, I did not have the other names of other councillors who wish to speak. I can't allow the ANC and the DA to come with 9 speakers on an item that you as council wanted to merge. If you didn't merge it, it would have been a different situation. But when you decided to merge it, it means there's one item now. And now I have to now share that 20 minutes between the 2 biggest parties, which is the African National Congress and the Democratic Alliance. So it's 2-2. So each of you got the same number of speakers, which allows you 10 minutes on one item that you merged. I didn't request a merger of the items, councillors. You requested it. And then you seconded that. I used my discretion because I'm managing time here. My duty is also to manage time. I don't just have a duty to call your names and to allow you to speak. I've got other functions as well in a council meeting. So I would plead with you to please respect my decision this once. In future, I'll do better and I'll allow you to speak endlessly. But for the sake of time for all of us here, I then cut speakers of both parties, not just you. The ANC can say the same thing, that I'm supposed to actually look at all parties and allow them endless talks. But then it would mean both of you have 20 minutes each. So for 40 minutes, we must listen to 2 parties arguing it out the whole time. And on that basis, I then took a decision to say, let's allow the EFF to have one name. Let's allow the Freedom Front to have one name. The Democratic Alliance and the ANC each give 2 names. And that's the decision I made. And I'm allowed to make those decisions because you are also allowed to make your own decisions. So I would plead with the council to please respect my decision-making as well. I do know I won't always make all of you happy. But unfortunately, that's the role of leadership you take when you take these positions. You recognize that at some point you will upset people. And I apologize if I upset any of you by not allowing all of you to speak. But today we will only allow 2 speakers from both the Democratic Alliance and the ANC. in that order. The order that I'm mentioning it in, and I want this order. I want the deputy mayor who's already spoken, so I'll tick her off as having spoken. I want Councillor Masweo. You've now said you want Councillor Lotrit. I'll then allow Councillor Lotrit to speak. I'll allow Councillor Shale, Councillor Dena, and then Councillor Tladi will close off the inputs. Thank you very much, councillors. Councillor Masweo, you may come in.
Madam Speaker, there is a saying that goes like this, and I quote, "Believe that life is worth living, and your belief will help create the fact," close quote. There's also a saying that goes like this, and I quote, "Begin at once to live, and count each separate day as a separate life." May I also quote this? "Any idiot can face a crisis, but it is a day-to-day living that wears you down." Speaker, it was on the 29th of July 2022 when I delivered the speech, standing right here, and I said the following: "The project for upgrading of informal settlements to phase 3 that was meant to address infrastructure in Botshabelo whilst installation of water reticulation did not happen. At the time, the SDBIP target for the project was 1,000 households connected to water and sewage toilets, and this was supposed to happen during 2021-2022 financial year. The actual performance was 0. The corrective action for the project was recorded as follows: accelerate construction to complete it in August 22. I remember vividly clear saying the following: "Today is the 29th of July, and I'm looking forward to this ANC-run municipality finishing this project in record time, because next week at the time, I said next week is 1 August, and I hope that will happen." Today in front of me, Honorable Speaker, this new Section 52D report, it says the following on page 87. Human settlement target for both IDP and SDBIP on a number of households living in informal settlements provided with water and sewer for 2022-23 is 1,850. In fact, for quarter 2, it says 500. And guess what? Actual performance is still 0. This is once again a reminder that the residents of Mangaung, in particular those of Botshabelo, have been misled that they will get running water and sewer reticulation. I also need to remind Council that residents of Ward 38 are still struggling with sewage on a daily basis. In Section D and M, 2 projects were supposed to have taken place. Both projects are for installation of sewer, and both did not happen. The SDBIP target for both projects for 21-22 financial year is 100 households connected with sewer reticulation. Again, the actual performance is 0. The corrective action now, it is said B to appoint contractor to be re-advertised. Madam Speaker, what is shocking is now the corrective action has changed from bid to appoint contractor and to bid to be re-advertised. Something else which is SCM delays project not re-advertised. The truth is, whilst all of this is happening, it is residents of Botshabelo that have to bear the brunt of continuously being exposed to sewage health hazard conditions. May I also remind Council that residents in Section D, M, U, W, R, VS are also still with
to be provided with sewer reticulation. In fact, some of these residents in this area say that they've been staying in the area for more than 12 years, and still there's no sewer for residents, and the community in this area are living in appalling conditions. Pit toilets are not being emptied on a regular basis, resulting in residents having to dig make makeshift toilets in the ground as they have nowhere else to go. The situation in this area is dire and unbearable. What is unacceptable is to hear that corrective action is blaming SCM that keeps on re-advertising bids.
30 seconds.
It has since been reported that in your section, a resident has fell in a furrow or a trench, which was dug 2 years ago and never completed. The resident was apparently hospitalized. One wonders if this will once again lead to litigation against the municipality. Where the DA governs, Madam Speaker, infrastructure is being prioritized and residents are serviced before the sites are allocated for occupation. The answer is simple. Allocating unserviced sites to residents is endangering the very residents and their lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shale.
Thanks, P. I think the next council, we are not gonna tolerate the behavior or attitude of yours. I'm not there. Honorable Speaker, as the EFF caucus, we reject with contempt that the report on the performance of this ANC-led municipality deserves. We are on the view that the challenges as highlighted in the report are self-invited as the municipality keeps on insisting on having service provider to do the work that the personnel in its employ are equipped and capable of performing. If the municipality was to cut on appointing the private services providers that are in its pocket and who gives them kickbacks, then half the battle faced by the community of Mangaung will be won. The other challenge that is being highlighted in the municipality is the content shifting of funds from one allocated project to the other. Often times, and as the contractors who are being frustrated by the municipality will allude, these funds are sometimes diverted providers and those close to the leading factions within the ANC. It goes without saying that the situation in Mangaung is nothing short of crisis. And this crisis is brought and manufactured in the ANC kitchen. The report speaks directly to an institution that is failed by the cadre deployment, that saw this municipality appoint managers who are clueless and are unqualified for the tax they get handsomely remunerated for. Some, if not most of these managers leave you wondering how on this God-forsaken country they got appointed in the position that they are in when they are not even conversant with MFMA and other laws and policies governing municipalities. The EFF calls on
You can continue, Councillor Shannon.
Okay, thanks, Speaker. The EFF calls on the municipality to clear the clutter in its personnel and get the relevant and able qualified people in the office of the supply chain so that the challenges and burdens that are placed on the contractors and service providers should cease to exist. Truth truth to be told, there is no excuse for not paying service providers. We have rendered services to the municipality within 30 days of submission of their documents. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Denner.
Point of order, Speaker.
What's your point of order, Councillor Lelala?
No, Speaker, I just wanted Councillor over there to actually withdraw what she said when she started her speech. Speaker, it is completely inappropriate to talk like that, especially the chairperson of this council. Speaker, please.
Councillor Shale.
Draw what?
Withdraw.
Withdraw what?
I think Councillor Lelala is referring to the comment you made that you won't tolerate my attitude.
Behavior of the speaker.
But
you will never tolerate the behavior of the speaker. You said that.
But see insult.
Just up.
It's not an insult.
Since when are you a speaker?
Councillors, Councillor Sibula, me, I just say let's respect each other. We can all threaten each other, councillors, with many things. It's just being a chairperson, unfortunately, doesn't allow you to respond, so you might just take the punch. But we can all threaten other people with things. It's fine, councillors. Let's leave it. I'm now on Councillor Denner to come in, please.
Honourable Speaker, let me start with the very reason why these reports are tabled by the Honourable Mayor in the first place. Section 52D of the MFMA states that the Mayor of a municipality must within 30 days of the end of each quarter submit a report to Council that the details and implementation of the budget and the financial state of affairs of the municipality. Due to political infighting among the ANC in Mangaung, the MFMA timelines are seemingly blatantly ignored. This is the exact same reason why service delivery is at an ultimate low. The Mayor is fighting for survival. Because of this, he's neglecting his main priority, the management of the municipality. Everything else takes priority over delivering good quality services to the people of Mangaung. We can only hope that the ANC majority will soon be a thing of the past so we can get on with the reason why we are here, and that is to ensure proper municipal management to the advantage to all who live here. We note that according to the midterm report, 55% of targets that the Metro has set have been met. These targets include projects such as the construction of a community centre in Tabanju, several tenders that have been awarded, sites handed over and construction initiated. It seems, however, that the municipality's idea of a target obtained and our idea of a target obtained differs immensely. Case in point, the Vereniging Avenue extension. This project is marked as a target obtained. However, this road extension is still closed for the use by public. This project is useless if it cannot be used or does not add value to the people of Mangaung. In other words, we're being misled by the so-called obtained targets. How many other projects are marked as obtained while actually being white elephants, gathering dust and contributing to the people of Mangaung's frustration with the municipality? The fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, the municipality cannot set the test, write it and grade it as well. There has to be evaluation of the municipality's performance. We as council need to start seeing these projects for ourselves. We need to go to these sites, see the work being done, and judge the quality of the work and reporting for ourselves. Reporting by the municipality is lacking, and we need to hold them accountable. We cannot support this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lochit.
Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Moka.
May I have a
Can you please stand up?
clarity-seeking questions on his speech?
You may stand up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to find out from our learned colleague if he's referring to the promise that AACM made that the Vereniging Bridge would be opened by the 15th of February and still hasn't happened, if he's referring to that extension. And then the second question is if he's, I just want to find out from him, the 55% he's referring to, is that perhaps the 30% pass mark mistake that was made on the the report itself, which means it's actually 35% achieved by engineering and 59% achieved by finance, and not the 55 and the 67% as indicated. I just want to find out. Thank you, Ms.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McKay. Councillor Dinner.
Madam Speaker, through you to Councillor McKay. Yes, you're correct.
Thank you, Councillor Lochit.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the aim of this report is to assist the accounting officer in understanding the fruits of his labor. This is the moment of truth. In an account, if the accounting officer was a CEO in the corporate environment, he or she would have to convince the board that all activities planned were executed, and that led to achieving growth and profit targets. The aim of the Metro is mainly to provide a service to the community. So, where a profit after tax bottom line would have been the yardstick for success, a customer or a resident satisfaction index would indicate your success as accounting officer. Unfortunately, such a customer satisfaction index is not included in this report. Perhaps an independent, objective and scientific opinion poll amongst residents will give National Treasury, to whom you have to submit this report, an objective impression of the state of affairs. Residents, after all, are only interested in service delivery, infrastructure, prosperity, and a safe environment. What I know is that you will rank very low on all these categories. The challenges listed in your executive summary were here before an intervention team arrived. What is of interest is what you did about the situation. This was the reason why the acting MM and the other members of the intervention team were sent here. You were supposed to fix the problems. The organizational structure was supposed to be in place before you started your intervention. You can't kick off without it. You cannot manage an organization without managing through a structure, actively and in real time. You draw up a structure for 5 years. It is fine, as it provides support to your strategy over the 5-year period, provided it is done on a timeline and revised with every interim budget and annual budget. If you don't do that, it's no good. The problem here is that line managers do not understand science behind managing your organization through your human resources. Time doesn't allow for a lecture on how this is supposed to be done, but I am urging you to find out what you are supposed to know in this regard, because you don't. Equally frustrating is the very bad relationship between Mangaung and the unions. We find ourselves in a situation that both have dug themselves in opposing trenches where they fight for themselves instead of the interest of the organization. The placement of cadres and infighting for the control of resources is not a secret. What we further know is that there are no good guys and no bad guys in this faction fight. We know alliances change with the wind direction. The writing is on the wall. We, the DA, invite those individuals, and there are many of them, who find themselves frustrated with the situation to talk to us. ANC leadership has proved incapable to protect assets in the Metro. The general narrative amongst the public is that the Metro will use money to renew an asset which is by the way deteriorates under their watch, but as soon as it is done, decay immediately starts set in. This will happen at the alternative swimming pool once restored. The Metro entered this project without doing proper research and a business model that will ensure sustainability. Like our road, stormwater, sewer and electrical infrastructure, it will simply deteriorate to useless status. Demographic changes are inevitable.
10 seconds,
Bloemfontein
Councillor.
is experiencing an influx of poverty. People arrive here hungry and destitute. The Constitution stipulates that the Metro must deal with this problem. You don't. People ask land of you where they can erect humble homes and protect themselves. You basically turn a blind eye on them. Job seekers are branded as hobos. They are all treated like criminals. Second, each and every emoji on this self-assessment is debatable and must be debated. Time here does not permit an in-depth debate and analysis. We cannot support this. The DA will take it upon itself, which the community give the community our version of how things are.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tladi, you can close off submissions.
Clarity-seeking question, please.
Councillor Makai, I don't really... You're asking clarity on your own councillor's report.
No, Madam Speaker.
On what is the clarity?
I'm not sure what he meant by sewage state.
I don't really allow clarity on, because it's the councillor's submission himself. It is his submission on the
Ma'am, it
report.
says so in the rule,
You did it with Councillor Denner, but it's not something that is usually the practice. So you're now jumping up again to address your own councillor of your own caucus on clarity on his
I just want to find
report.
out one question, Madam Speaker. It allows for setting...
You didn't have a caucus, Councillor Makai.
Yes, ma'am, but I'm asking a clarity.
So he didn't present the speech in the caucus of the DA.
No.
No, Councillor. You see, if I allow this, you're going to open doors
Thank you, ma'am.
for all other councillors to do the same. Thank you very much. Councillor Lochit,
Yes, ma'am.
your mic. Thank you very much. Councillor Tladi, you may close off submissions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As the ANC, we are supporting the two items as they are, the midterm reports. Honorable Speaker, I just want to confirm that this is the true reflections of the report. They were submitted from the department and they were sent to the office of the Deputy Mayor. And I'm happy because they are as they were from those departments. Honorable Speaker, I hear councillors are debating, and you can see in the report, no one is talking about the challenges of the department. And all the department wrote their challenges. For an example, the department are saying that there's a high rate in the city. That contributes to the performance. The department are saying that there are insufficient budget. No one is talking about it. The department are saying there are lack of tools of trade. No one is saying anything about that. The department are saying that there are high vacancy rates. And lastly, they are saying that at the social services, we can't even offer Wi-Fi in our libraries because of lack of budget. Those are the challenges why the department are reflecting bad. The other challenges that we have, they're saying that there is lack of sports equipment. We can't even support our kids to play their sports and support them. Protect me,
Councillors
Speaker.
at the back, that row there. We gave you a chance. No one interrupted you. Can you please afford every councillor the same respect? No one interrupted you when you were speaking on the item. No, Councillor Shale. Please limit distractions. Councillor Tladi, you may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. There are other challenges when I read here. There's a problem of mostly supply chain delays. Honorable Speaker, I don't know if it is the problem of insufficient funds or department when they submit to the supply chain, they are not submitting all the documents. We must focus on that because of it makes a delay and it is making the grant to return. So we must focus on that issue of the challenges of the department. That is why as ANC we are saying we support the two reports as they are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the councillors who drew the items.
Speaker, I've just got clarity-seeking questions.
You see, Councillor, you're doing the same thing Councillor Mackay wanted to do.
Yes, if you give me a chance, then it will be over very soon.
No, that's not what it's about. No, Councillor. I'm not going to allow that because...
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
You see, if I allow that, you'll see them, all councillors will now start raising hands. So I'm not sure when the practice has now started about asking clarity on other councillors' submissions. Remember, councillors speak on their own, they speak based on their own report that they want to submit, wherever it's agreed. So now, if you now ask clarity, you're now going to want the councillor to respond because you're asking clarity on their report. This is a report of the executive mayor. The only person that must actually clarify is the executive mayor, and this is part of his reports. But now councillors are jumping up. After every councillor submission, you want to ask clarity to the councillor. The councillors speak to the items of the executive mayor. They don't speak to councillors who must now interrogate each other. That's not how we are going to progress, councillors. If I allow it like that, then in each council meeting you are going to do the same by now interrogating each other. I shouldn't actually have allowed it with Councillor Denner and Councillor Mackay because now Councillor Denner is responding to the executive mayor. He's not responding to the council. He's responding to the reports tabled by the executive mayor. The same way with Councillor Tladi. She's talking to the reports of her executive mayor that she is supporting. Now you want clarity on Councillor Tladi's submission that she is supporting. So I don't agree
Madam
with
Speaker,
it, Councillor van der Walt.
Rule 37.1B.
Is it a point of order now?
37.2.
Is it a point of order now,
Talk
Councillor
about
van der Walt?
at the end of the debate raising a point of personal explanation or clarity-seeking questions. So it says at
Councillor,
the end of the debate.
I've asked you something. Is it a point you wanna have? You raising a point of clarity on the
personal
reports submitted?
explanation.
No, wait. On the reports that were submitted by the executive mayor. That is the clarity you are seeking
Yes.
on.
Yes.
Not on what councillors individually
No.
have said.
No.
On the reports of the executive mayor. Only clarity.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, Speaker, Mr. Mayor, why has the report on the Municipal Planning Tribunal for the first quarter of 2022 not been submitted to Council? Why has the Executive Mayor or the MM not implemented the Council decision that members must be appointed to fill the Municipal Planning Tribunal, which is critical for buildings in Bloemfontein? Building plans, why has there been no progress with the building plan digitization item that was budgeted for? Its importance is again emphasized by the recent intimidation, threats and vandalization and theft of building control officers, and also has any criminal complaint been laid about this thing that happened there? Why do we never see in some areas, you don't even see a traffic enforcement car going through the area in months and months and months? You don't see those cars. Where are they? And then why? In the past year, we see that there's been hundreds of equipment bought for the Parks Department. But in many areas like Ward 23 and 26, for example, we have not even seen one brush cutter or one PEP worker in our suburbs to cut the grass or one median or park for the past 3 months. Why is that? Are there any plans to appoint more tractor drivers, as there were 4 tractor mowers bought, but we only have 1 tractor driver. So I don't understand that. And then lastly, regarding cooperation, when will Mangaung thank and start cooperating with the many NGOs, civil rights organizations, councillors, non-profit companies, churches, ward committees, and other stakeholders that are looking after the parks and medians and even potholes and lines on the road in many of the wards in Mangaung that are simply ignored by Mangaung. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor, for the many clarities. The Mayor will now answer the questions raised by Councillor Mackay as well, Councillor van der Walt, because you raise it to the Executive Mayor. You can't raise it to the people commenting on the Executive Mayor's reports. Executive Mayor, I'm going to allow you to come in for a few minutes, then we are going to approve the reports and move on. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I will be short. Madam Speaker, in Johannesburg, a municipality which was led by the DA. You see, as you drive from Kyalami, on your left, towards Diepsloot, you will see there's a road which was standing there for years. It's irritating people. For instance, if you drive passing Stein City and you go up, the road is closed until you reach Diepsloot. I ask a question. Why this road is closed like this? And somebody responded to me and he said to me, you see, the person that was giving this tender, there are other bidders who took this bid to court. And they received interdict. And as a result, that's why the road stands like this. I think the same situation is in Butsaber. You spoke about the waterborne system. We know for a fact that there was a tender appointed, and one company took that matter to court and he got interdict. And as a result, there's no movement. And I'm sure we are going to get a report, a formal report, what really happened on that tender. But I don't want us, as we are dealing with these matters, to say because this municipality is led by ANC and that municipality is led by DA. Because we as councillors, we don't sit to those committees. Our role is to play an oversight. That's why I called Mengatego about this matter to say, can I get a report on this matter? I'll get a report and I'm going to give you a proper answer on it. The last answer is the contribution made by Councillor Umutsewa. Whatever she said, it's true. And I'm sure you have seen the reasons there. But we must not forget that you've got the steering committee of IDP and budget. And those committees, MECO members are sitting there. They prepare a report, they prepare a budget and IDP, then ultimately it goes to council and council adopts a budget. Earlier on, I spoke about the very same budget. I'm pleased that this item talks about funds which are not there. Ayikiwangi mali, it was not budgeted for. Nivile kutwa, our budget, it's funded. But that funded budget, it doesn't talk to those needs that Councillor Mutsewa was talking about. There's lack of funds on a number of issues that she raised. I think at one point, we need to have a meeting where we begin to look at creativity. Tomorrow, I will be having a meeting with the city manager and the CFO. I know the deputy minister, she told us that if the money is not spent, they are going to take it at the end of February. And I'm saying, no councillor sits in the supply chain. No councillor. And when the monies are returning, that's why we've got an item here. Because in the olden days, we were quiet about monies going back. This time around, whoever didn't spend will spend. This quarter, it's a yardstick. It's a yardstick because the next quarter, we are going to bite. And those who didn't spend will account. We can't be discussing 000. It can't be right. We are not here for that. Yes, we hear the reasons, but our people doesn't bring reasons. And our people, when they walk on their street, they want proper roads. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. I'm on page 8, councillors. I'm going to read out the recommendations to be approved. On page 8, 3 and 4, both items were merged together. The first recommendation for the Section 52D report reads as follows. That the Council approve the MFMA Section 52D SDBIB second quarter report 1 October to 31 December 2022. The fourth recommendation that the Section 72 SDBIB midterm report, that Council approves the MFMA Section 72 SDBIB midterm report 1 July to 31 December 2022. B, that Council note the report will be submitted to National Treasury and that Council note that the report will be published in the municipal website. Naturally, our part for approval is only on item 3 and 4, the first part of it. The other two part of it is just for noting that it will be published. I'm now going to ask for those in favor of approving both reports as tabulated. Please raise your hands. Thank you very much. Those not in favor of both reports as tabled, please raise your hands. Those abstaining from the vote, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. Can I please have the outcome of the voting? Yo. Thank you very much. Those in favor of the vote, 51. Those against, 36. Those abstaining, 1. Both reports are duly approved as presented. We now move on to item 5, which is the third last item on the agenda. I've noted councillors, but I want to request councillors, if you from the same party, I have 5 hands. I want to request that if your input is covered, you can also be covered by that, because I've limited on the previous item. I'll have to follow that same consistency in the interest of time. So I have, this is my list: Councillor Odili, Councillor Leach, Councillor Viviers, Councillor Munyakwani, Councillor Foster, Councillor Rampai, ACDP. The other 3 I mentioned are from the same party. So I want to request that if necessary, if your input is covered, we can then proceed. It's Councillor Rampai, Councillor Moilua, Councillor Supi. However, if your input is covered by the other 2 ANC councillors, Councillor Odili, Councillor Munyakwani, we can then just move on in the interest of time. Because I don't think it's correct, Chief Whip of the ANC, to have 5 councillors speak on one item. I think you should have managed your councillors a bit better in terms of who must speak on items. I'd request that management in the next council, please, so that we don't labor too much on items and we can move. We're doing well with time only because I'm managing it very decisively in this council. So 6.5, I'll start with Councillor Odili, Councillor Leach, Councillor Viviers, and then Councillor Munyakwani. In that order, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I won't dwell much.
Councillor Odili, just hold. There's a point of order from Councillor Mungale.
Yeah. Speaker, good morning.
Good afternoon.
Speaker, I thought we have an understanding that we are going to give the parties 2 speakers. Now I can see you are changing the rules, and I thought you were so passionate about it that we are keeping it to 2. So when you change it, we are starting to be inconsistent because you are on record.
Yeah, no, I'm still on the 2. Hence, I reprimanded the Chief Whip of the ANC about it so that we manage the time. You haven't submitted your name to speak on this item. You're not speaking today at all. Yo. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'll read now. Shab. Thank you. Councillor Odili, you may come back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I was just saying I won't dwell much in the issue of water loss. I think the Auditor General, when he was doing the presentation, he indicated that in terms of the water loss, we are in 45% as the city, and Councillor Boters also emphasized it and seek for clarity on it, and it shows that we must really put and focus on it, Speaker. The issue, Honorable Speaker, of the overtime, I think the issue of us to have a qualification is one of the material things that we receive from the Auditor General, which is part of the report that is in front of us, that the amount of 40 million, I don't know whether it's Councillor McKay that mentioned that the amount of 40 million we overspend on the issue of overtime is also alluded in the report. I think the issue of the corporate services to focus on the issue of shift in the LLF when they engage with the union, that really the issue of shift in Mangaung, it's over really on discussion. It needs an urgent debate and conclusion on it, because it's an issue that is taking us down. If we already now, we overspend with the amount of 40 million, it shows that we are not going anywhere. And Councillor Baba was also indicating that the NCR was even taken by the workers inside the meeting of the council in terms of the issues of overtime. Honorable Speaker, it needs the council a tough council resolution, the issue of overtime. It's also part of the report. The issue that honorable councillors they raise, Honorable Speaker, the issue of the outsourcing, the issue of the consulting, and the issue of the contracted services. If we can check in this report, honorable councillors, in this 6 months we underspent, which is the cost-contained measures that were introduced by this council. It shows that are on par, are implemented by the management of the city, that really the recommendation of the city on that side, that the council were very vocal on the issue that the council must really stop and use the internal people that we have and use them to do the work that is internal, that's supposed to be doing, instead of always using outside outsourcing or using consultant. Honorable Speaker, in terms of the issue of the creditors, I don't want also to dwell much. I think in terms of the liabilities, and it will also engage when the Auditor General was also talking about it, and I wanted to indicate that on top of the 603 million that we have, and you know that we receive our equitable share late, early this year, Honorable, and we try to pay some creditors that we are owing. I think in the next report it will show the indication in terms of what are we owing, but as it was indicated that there are creditors that are recorded and there are those who are not recorded in our system, as it was indicated by the Auditor General, which is what also in terms of the oversight of the Portfolio Committee of Finance, that is the focus that we must make sure that we focus on it. In terms of the what we are owned by the government and the business, if we can check in the cake that we have in page, I think it's page 16, you'll check how much the 1.5 billion that we are owned by business and 1.4 billion that we are owned by government. What I wanted to indicate here in the council meeting, that in this 1.4 billion, the provincial government is owing the municipality 900 million, and one of the money that we are owing, FDC, is owing another portion, and the national government is owing another portion. We are in engagement with the provincial government. There is a portion of the amount that, Honorable Speaker, they already paid us, but we are saying when they are going to their budget now, they must make sure that they are budgeting enough money for the municipality, because we want to close this matter, that they must really pay our 900 million as the city, because we have a lot of things to do, because when the Bloom Water need us to pay them, we must pay them. As you saw in this report, how much amount we are in 557, if I'm not mistaken, that we are owing Bloom Water, which is we must adhere to the agreement that we are continuing paying the Bloom Water. Honorable Speaker, I think in the same report, it shows in the 6 months until now how much we have in our bank account. And Honorable Speaker, and in terms of the money that we ring-fence, the money that is grants, the money that is from external, that we ring-fence, how much that we ring-fence in terms of the grant, 894 is ring-fence, and then how much we have in our bank account, 37 million, and all of those monies that are here. And in terms of the fruit market also, because of the money that they are collecting, the committee, Councillor van der Walt, they requested that the money that they collected, they requested that that money must be ring-fenced, because the status of the fruit market, it's not in the good space. Now they need to make sure that they are making sure that they are fixing that facility hand in hand with the
30
corporate
seconds,
services.
MMC.
Oh, 30 seconds. Okay. I think, Honorable Speaker, the issue of the 91% that Auditor General mentioned in terms of the spaces that we have, that is the money that you use to budget, Honorable Speaker, in terms of the appointing. It's long overdue. The council really must go on that line that we really appoint. It's there in the Auditor General's report, and it was the recommendation also of the MPEC that the council must appoint in the position that are critical in the city. I think we must do that, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MMC. I hope the council will then approve the macro and micro structure, all the structures below that. That will be the next task for us to do. Thank you very much, MMC. Councillor Leach was next. You can come in.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is now with regards to the Budget Performance Assessment Report ending the 31st of December, aka a soap opera, because that's the best word I can come up with for this report. I think all councillors with children and grandchildren know about the friendly vampire of the cartoon called Transylvania. Now, in this famous cartoon, this little vampire marries a very hip and happening cool dude. And this cool dude is determined to change his father-in-law's hotel. But the grandfather, every now and again, when he hears about all these changes, just go blah, 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 blah. And that's a very famous term of this movie, and I think it's very relevant today. So today we will just also say blah, 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 blah. Even our new son-in-law, this cool dude that now came to change everything, couldn't manage to change this hotel of horrors and vampires. Again, Mangaung Metro fell short on its budget with 250 million rand. You overspent with 165 million rand and managed to not source 80 million rand. Now that's just for 6 months. This is now not on a yearly term. Adding to this, our famous Metro Police, or whatever it's called now, not sure, budgeted for an astonishing 15 million rand that they would earn for this metro for fines and penalties. They only managed to earn 4.3 million. With regards to electricity, you budgeted for an income of 1.74 billion rand, but only received 1.57 billion rand. You're costing yourself money because of load shedding. What is, however, more interesting is that you, regardless of this, managed to overspend on bulk electricity purchases by 160 million rand. Now, I know you gave some explanation there in the documents. It doesn't make sense. Now, please explain to me how we buy more electricity than what we plan, but we sell 175 rand less of electricity. And again, we're getting to the soap opera and the TV shows. You'll remember many years ago, and my Afrikaans colleagues will remember this, there was a story called Orkney Snorkney. And there was this Oom Frik. And whenever somebody tried to spin some story to him, he used to go and he sat back and he just said, "Nee." Now today we also say, "Nee." On contracted services, and MMC, I'm sorry, but you don't have a cooking clue what's going on in your own report. On contracted services, you managed to only spend half the money you budgeted. It's not a good thing. It means you didn't deliver services. Perhaps that is why the residents of Mangaung have to live in their own crap, their own sewage, for over 3 months. I've got the proof of that. This brings me to a little parenting tip. You see, nowadays, whenever a child is upset and throwing a tantrum, the parents go, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And they start apologizing and they start hugging just for the kid to stop shouting. That's not how we do it. So, Mr. Acting Municipal Manager, when we as councillors on numerous occasions reported issues to you and practically begged you to do your job, yes, your job in terms of the Municipal Systems Act, you chose to get upset. You promised reports, and when you didn't deliver, you got upset again. We warned you that we would go to the Public Protector and to the Human Rights Commission. Again, you only got upset and failed to perform your duties. So today, we as the DA would like to inform you that we have laid criminal charges against you. This was accompanied by a very, very large file of evidence. The terms of reference of your position is stipulated within a national act, and even though you were part of a political power play appointment, your position still falls within Mangaung Metro, and you still report to this council. Furthermore, with regards to the budget report, the Metro budgeted 40 million rand for overtime. You didn't spend 40 million rand on overtime, you budgeted 40 million. You spent 97.7 million rand, Madam MMC. That's a difference of 55 million rand. 55 million rand more than the 40 million which you budgeted for. Engineering services underspent its budget by 15.3 million. Can you imagine how many problems we could have fixed with that? Unfortunately, we are still waiting for the rollover budget. Now let me just put your focus on that. We applied for 500 million rand. We only got 120. That's what was approved. The reason why we only got 120 of that 500 million is because you underspent on the money that you already have. You can't go and apply for more if you didn't spend what you had. You only spent 20% of the grants you already received. My last point refers to the astonishing 1.4 billion still owed to Mangaung Metro by the provincial and national government. And yet government buildings still have water and their lights are still burning. But you have the audacity to charge the taxpayer for rates, sanitation, water and electricity. This while you can plant a tree in most every single road in this town. Grass is growing higher than the jungle gym standing on the parks. The yards are flooded with raw sewage for months on end. And we ever so often do not have water. Not to mention the loss of electricity due to load shedding and deteriorating infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leach. Councillor Foster, then Councillor Viviers.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. All protocols observed. The Freedom and Plus wants to ask the following clarity questions regarding to this report. Yet again, why was this report not tabled before Council before the 31st of January 2023? Secondly, due to this non-compliance, will a proper adjustment budget be tabled before this Council by 28 February 2023 in accordance with legislation and the regulations? With regards to the report itself, page 3, where will the revenue come from on the operating budget to be in line with the year-to-date budget? What measures will be taken to reduce the expenditure, seeing that there is already an over-expenditure of over 168 million rand on the operating budget? Page 4, should load shedding not be blamed for the electricity unfavorable revenue variance of 174 million rand? Page 5, what measures will be put in place to correct the fines revenue that stands at an unfavorable variance of almost minus 11 million rand? Page 6, why are there again overspending on overtime in the amount of over 54 million rand. How can it be allowed that the amount of over 94 million rand was spent on overtime for the first 2 quarters? Why are these unauthorized expenditure yet again being allowed? Why are they overspending on overtime for the Metro Police in the amount of 5 million rand for the 2 quarters? Page 10. Why are the capital expenditure only stands at 21.2%? Page 11. Why was 0% of the Neighbourhood Development Partnership grant spent? Why is it that only 20.56% of the total grant was spent? Page 15. What measures will be taken to collect the 5.7 billion outstanding debts that are older than 1 year? Regarding with the arrangements with government, Mr. Acting City Manager, this council and the Freedom from Plus wants to see written agreements for the repayment of the debts by government amounting to 1.4 billion rand. Page 18, and lastly, Honourable Speaker, with regards to the 100 million rand of the unspent grants that just disappeared out of our investment account, we are requesting that the Acting City Manager table an interim report to this council pending the ongoing investigation with regarding to this matter. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Viviers, then Councillor Munyakwani.
Honourable Speaker, when God created Homo sapiens, he blessed them with the sense to hear. Homo sapiens need to evolve further to be able to listen. It would seem as if the ANC in Triple M has not evolved to that level. Let me explain. The DA have said many times, collect the debt. But still, debt owed to Triple M has grown from 7.8 billion, end of December 2021, to 9.248 billion, the end of December 2022. That's 1.4 billion more in a year. Listen to what the AGF said. I quote, the 2 companies that were appointed to assist the municipality with collection of the debt for business have failed to meet their obligations as ended. Close quote. What is going to happen now? Will the next debt collectors even be worse? To add insult to injury, through you, Madam Speaker, the city manager says in his annual report that all legislative requirements was timeously in the submission of the reports to Treasury was timeously in line in Section 72 and 52 of the MFMA. Now, how could that be when we all know, through you, Madam Speaker, the Executive Mayor submitted his Section 52D report for the quarter ending 30 March 2022 late. He only submitted it to this council 30 June 2022. I guess maybe the reports were just submitted to National Treasury before submitting it to council. What's council's purpose then? What's the credibility of this Section 72 report or the annual report? Listen, employee costs grew from 1084 billion by the end of December 2021 to 1198 billion by the end of December 2022. That's 112.5 million rand more in a year. I wonder if the ghost workers of Triple M is included in that figure. Listen to the AG. I quote, I was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence for expenditure relating to overtime, and then you've heard the rest of the story. We don't know if they've worked or whatever. Overtime was budgeted 7 million per month. Quickly, line items. January, over 14 million spent. February, 10.1. March, 2.8. Well done, but then we go again. April to June, over 14 million each and every month. July, 13.8. What happens if the ANC hears but do not listen? Well, to kick off, you have a deficit of 752 million. In business, we would say you had a loss of that money for the year. Now, for those who hear but do not listen, they will think, okay, we can absorb it. But listen to the AG. I quote, the group incurred a net loss of 872 million. But at that date, the group's current liabilities exceeded its assets with 480.4 million. Closed quote. Then if you listen, you know you are insolvent. In Afrikaans sê ons jy's bankrot. In normal, the effect further is that you will get a qualified opinion, and as already quoted, there will be a serious concern if you can continue as a going concern. In normal business, you will then rather go on the voluntary liquidation, but no, if you are the ANC, rather than standing back for somebody else to make the business work, you will rather cling on to your political power and opt for first provincial and then national intervention in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution. Listen. Provincial and national intervention has not assisted this municipality in any way. Ons is eerder nog meer bankrot.
20
The
seconds.
DA will vote against this report as we are of the opinion that it is not credible and that there is more than meets the eye. The only way that the tie can change is if the public now already register to vote and then vote in a DA-led government who listen and not just hear.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vias. Councillor Munyakwane.
Yes, Speaker. No, Speaker, I go on to this side. Okay, Councillor is not, she's not here now. At least. Speaker.
Which councillor is that?
Here. I'm saying, Councillor, she's not here. Councillor Mahate, one pasamisa. But I'll talk. It's okay. And Speaker, just because when that deli will mebani, but cancel tambe cancel but this is him. But I'm out about creatures that are no poor. Sitting back for not translate. Speaker.
Yeah, translators are there. You can continue.
Yeah, no. This report, budget performance report for 6 months. In Almatata Mangata Haholo. And an exposer intervention team. And an exposer acting city manager. Because this reporter is bad. Reporter impe but ereke ho yona motsamaiso wa dipuisano page 10 ya this report. Ba bua ka hore ka selemo ba ne ba targetile ho etsa project tse 239. But out of that 239, but the project is 209. Who guy? Do guide project is about 209. Karamangau. Speaker, page 6. Yeah, there's a report where you work at the overtime. Officing at the mayor. I'm not sure I get the overtime is I. Which overtime maybe it's I'm officing at me? Speaker, well, Councillor Leach and Councillor Foster, but let me also challenge or raise a concern a little bit or get an appeal to opposition party in this council. And I know that's all I want to see hand. But at least it's serviceable. But I'm going to now, time and again, I will appeal to councillors. The time rengani sana, kata maiso ya this council, lento se hante se sa lenka this council. Time again, barishara to ANC. Yet kara this chamber. Business ere kopanya mona go tsamaisa mosebetsi wa discuss and ra agree hore dintho tse ding ha di hantle mona ra agree hore in the manner where the officials in the manner where the intervention team re disappointileng ka teng bontate le bomme ba dutse mane bo utsweng bana le di qualifications ke di expect but to assist at this council time and again ba isa council e tlase West. So, Mangaung, it was one speaker. Basta dilega mislead budget. Low raise expectations in Bobatumbarna Mangaung. Secondly, low render useless as councillors. Whatever anything you review about Varna hope for it. Everything you want to alone. But won't I tell you, how I spending a what is at the report was a show. Because I'm not getting big about Mangaung. Monday, maybe Baker must have 2 days, 3 days, and over for mine. And that's why an little report to tell my councillor and somebody when argument and somebody advance a this council. It's true. So I put our now as speaker earlier on, honor impact besides himself, because at least the mayor already on a motion against the mayor. But what about the city manager? What about this team here? And all of them, speaker, banalin to Sabona, banalin script on some to Sabana Sabasimra. Actual speaker and and that thing must be very clear, speaker, because all reporters are wrong. How check at the shelters and in a melaphone necessary, but a misleader. How not say it's
30 seconds.
Okay, speaker, and the last one, speaker. No, give officials. He says it can say. Some councillors they are assisting these officials to loot this municipality. And we are quite speaker. And then why one of the problem are always, I think he raises like one of councillor here. Auditor General, asukule hufumana the document ka ramaspala. Temo assistant with some service who bani. And at this council, I only get debate it was a city manager. And the mayor, why only this problem? Get in here by Haida. But actually, this report to ever refine on as it is. So as councillors, get in here come and raise. Because what I mean by implement, but what I mean by say sure as councillors are doing banker action, but deeply involved in Montpellier. So in other ways, the acting city manager and team high, but participate in maladministration among but contribute a lot. And this things must be very clear, speaker. So that only the time,
thank you, Councillor.
Okay, speaker.
Councillor, your time, I've even given you extra 2 minutes. But you've exceeded your time.
Okay, just 1 minute.
No, Councillor Munyakwani. You need to repeat. No, Councillor. Councillor Munyakwani, thank you. Thank you very much. Put off your mic. Thank you. You guys are gonna fight.
Lentabi St. Jonas. Lentabi St. Jonas.
Order, thank you.
Kilo komunisi na hajauta uniform. Lemotsewa.
Speaker.
Councillor Rambai, ACDP. Can you close off submissions?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Wa pere jolo ka mosadi wa Mosotho ka jeko lena mme re wa amoela ka botle bo o le mbona. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have received the report of the executive mayor. We have gone through it. But now the question is, if Madam Speaker, re kanka reporto ena, be reaka yona diverse dopo, sold pani, vepena, rafansadas resena, people will agree on this report. Which means, Madam Speaker, ha community ya Mangaung, esa tlo dumellana le reporto ena e ka mona. This is not the report of this council. Secondly, Madam Speaker, on His Excellency, Honorable Mayor, on the open address, he said the loan that we had, it doesn't belong to us. If loan ineyetswa, ane ele part and parcel ya previous administration, wila esai. Haka je kolna re bolelo no loan e teng ka haro Mangaung ha se ya rona. Madam Speaker, re buile ha ne re qala council ya rona, re buile ra I quote in my previous address to the executive mayor, I said, batho ha ba lwana hobane ba hloka mosebetsi. Batho ba lwana hobane ditshepiso di dia o phethahala. That is what is happening, Madam Speaker, in the report. So thirdly, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor said he appointed some councillors hore ba tlo checka hore bohlweki ka haro Mangaung buteng. But Madam Speaker, we can, after this council meeting, ha re ke re lo tsamaya ka roterata tsa Mangaung. Re lo sheba Shalk Maqeke, re lo sheba diterata ka ro Mangaung na di jwang. Hore na the same thing Executive Mayor buang ka yona na e a etsahala. Simply, Madam Speaker, ha re tse re lo sheba paka ena e ka pela City Hall or na ho etsahala jwa mono. So na ke yona re ka dumela le report e ka haro yona mo. Mangaung e bohlaswa bona ho feta paka e bileng teng. Mangaung ha e sa le jalo ka pele. Ha re sa rata Mangaung. That's why batho ba Mangaung ba lwana. So do we think, Madam Speaker, we can agree with this report? The writing, the figure is good. But now, do you think the people of Mangaung will agree with these figures? No, Madam Speaker. Secondly, in his opening address, an executive mayor said now, I can assure you, Madam Speaker, one of the things that is moving on the social media, the chairperson of the region, of the province, said something on the media now. Now let that have. We say, Lona di ulama tonga matli. Batho ba dula mekhukhung e surise matanka ntle. Now ta khona ho dula ka ro mkhukhu. You can't. We can ask one of the official, Madam Speaker, or na ma ba dula nteng strateng na hona le surise e tsamayang na. We can ask one of the official, Madam Speaker, or na if load setting e ba teng ka haro Mangaung ke batho ba feng ba safare ya. We have checked the report, Madam Speaker. Na re fa nnete. Na re dumele. Yengwe ya dintho tse kileng ka di mamela, Madam Speaker, speeching ho itswe re ska ra iketsa medingwana. So, ka mantswe a mang, re lo thetsa setjhaba sa Mangaung hore ho hotle tjhelete ke sena. Madam Speaker, one of the speaker in this council, I think it was the previous council, he mentioned something. He said, now, if we table the budget, the council must take a resolution that the bank statement must be presented in the council, so that we can be sure that now it's not on the paper. The money is there. We are not sure now we've got money in the bank. We've got money in the paper. Yes. We've got money in the paper. We've got money in the computer. But do we got money in the bank? If anything, na Mangaung in etlaba jolo ka mokgo ileng ka teng. Lastly, Madam Speaker.
10 seconds, Councillor.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. Lastly, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor said now, we must not let people cry. That is true. If the righteous are in authority, people will rejoice. People will be happy. But if the unrighteous are in authority, people will mourn. People will fight. People will not be unhappy. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That closes the submissions. Executive Mayor, do you want to come in on this one? Do you want to respond to anything? I can allow you if you want to respond. 2 minutes, please. Then we go to voting. You can put off the mic, Councillor Ramba. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm a man with few words. But I think, Councillor, maybe he misunderstood me when I said we took 5 loans in the previous, that is between 2011 and 2016. And those loans were still servicing them. Starting from 2016 to date, we've been servicing those loans. And I'm sure at the 2024, some of those loans, that's what I said. We were talking about the liability of this council. And we said 2019, when the administration, when 2019, when the MEC came to Mangaung with the Deputy Minister of Finance, Ndade David Masondo, said to this council, we are now placing you under Section 139, subsection 5A and C, because you failed to pay the loan of the bank. That's what he said to all of us here. So we didn't deny that this council has taken that loan, but by failing to pay, that resulted, one of the reasons was that you didn't pay and therefore you can't run your own affairs. We are now intervening. That's what I was saying. The councillors, I think, there's a level of admission to some of the things. That's why on the MMCs, we then said, we are going to combine them to work as a team. We know that, like for instance, Councillor Tladi, she was talking about the tools of trade. We know that those are the things that we are going to discuss with the province. We had even discussed with Minister Barbara, where we said we need trucks. She promised that she's going to assist us. But I'm sure as we move, we had already recorded some of the positive things, and we believe if we work together, we may change the situation. All of us were not pleased by the situation. When you talk about sewerage, I went to Ward 5, for instance, with the councillor there and some officials. When we were there, we saw the situation. Some of these pipes are inside the houses. Others they had built inside the houses. You've got your main hall, which are inside the houses. I was in Ward 3 with the ward councillor there. Yes, in Ward 3, some of the people they had built on top of the pipes. And those main halls are inside the houses, and they had built these people. So there's a report, a proper report. Maybe that report, I must just share it with councillors. I was in Ward 2, I think, with the Premier. I traveled, checked the problems in Mangaung. And I'm saying maybe city manager, we need to share that report with all councillors. They are going to understand the situation that we're in. I was checking in PE. They've got age. The infrastructure has age like us and other areas. So I'm saying we do have these problems. We had acknowledged, and as we move, we need to move together. And I agree with Councillor Mnyagwan. We are all councillors here. Let's work together. Let's change Mangaung together. Those 3 teams, well, for instance, there's a team that is led by Ndate Muraki that deals with issues of infrastructure. There's a team that is led by Councillor Tladi that deals with cleanliness. There's a team that is led by Councillor Lulama Titi Odile that deals with issues of debt collection and so on and so forth. So let's work together, let's move, and I'm sure Mangaung will be a better place. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor.
Point of clarity.
Point of clarity, Speaker.
Very short one.
Clarity, order on the input from the Executive Mayor.
Yeah.
Who's got clarity? Who's got orders?
Clarity.
Okay, let's do the order first. Then we do the clarities. Councillor Leach, Councillor Mokolo,
Yeah,
Councillor Botas.
Speaker, I thought I'm not going to speak on this item, but I'm being provoked to speak.
Only clarity.
No, I'm saying...
No, you're not going to... You're
No, it's
just
a point
speaking
of
on
order.
clarity.
No, it's a point of order.
Yeah. No,
yes, no, I was just giving introduction.
Okay.
Say I was behaving as expected. Now, the mayor is denying what he said, or the quotation of Councillor Rampai ACDP, where he said that these loans are not ours. He said it, but maybe we need to put it in a proper context because it was recorded. He said it. I was listening to you, emotionally charged at that time. Maybe that is where the emotions took the better part of you. That is why you forgot. You said those loans were made by the previous administration. That is what we are implying, that the current administration is not the one that made them. But you said those loans are not ours. That is what you said. But my understanding is that you're implying that they were made by the previous administration. So don't deny the truth.
Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Executive Mayor, thank you for clarifying all those teams for us. I just want one question. Can you please tell me which team is responsible for actually doing the job? The diggers and the people laying the pipes? Because I need to get hold of them to come and fix the problem, please. Thank you.
Councillor, it's clarity. Councillor Mkolo, then Councillor Botas.
Yeah, no, Kelly Speaker. Speaker, ne ke batla ho checka le mayor wa rona. A re ka 2011 hona le di 5 loans tse leng hore masipala wa kolota. Ne ke batla ho checka hore na majoro ati provincial government ha e kolote masepala rona wa Mangaung na, because meaning rona ma-councillor re be leng for re fetsa ho kena selemong sena sa 2021 re patala sekoloto se leng hore ha se etswa ke rona na, and ke worried speaker akere community rona ha ina service delivery hana jwale tjena tjhelete e leng hore ya nkuwa e leng hore e etsa e service a Bloemfontein jalo ka ha last year ke a upola president ya EFF itse ha itla ka kwano people were running like never before bathiba ba lokwala di sewerage, and no hape le rona as ANC ne re celebrate 111 years Bloemfontein mo ne bole nice speaker, so ke batla ho check hore na tjhelete e leng hore ila sebetsa ka nako eno na e kae, because ke bone Bloemfontein hana jwale tjena le Thabantshumane o batla ho le betere haholo. Dankosi.
Thank you, Councillor Botus, then Councillor Munyakwane.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
No, thanks, Speaker. Oh.
Councillor Botus, then Councillor Munyakwane, sorry.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm so glad to hear from the Executive Mayor that he visited some wards to have a look what's going on there as oversight. But I want to ask the Executive Mayor to avail himself to come to DA wards as well, to come and have a look. And if it's possible, if he can respond and say to me when, I will appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Munyakwane.
Thanks, Speaker. The mayor, akastika mansunga hai aure. The time when only debate your budget at this council, the mayor was only 500 million for service delivery. And are by August, that money, it will be available for service delivery. Now, Mayor Rosansanoka Peter Tori, it in that 500 million for service delivery.
Thank you, Councillor Terblanche, then I'm closing it.
Madam Speaker, Netani Burgermeester, he said about the main rules is in the houses. They can't do. What is the way forward? Through to you, Madam Speaker. What is the way forward? With that thing, what he's going to do is going to break down that village of houses of all them, because now the other people is suffering with all the block sewer. He must come with a solution. He must sort out that thing, please.
Thank you. Can I allow the mayor to respond? Councillor Sibara, another clarity.
No,
you can
thanks,
come in quickly. Let's listen to the last clarity, then I'm closing it. Councillors, just take your seat. Executive Mayor, I'll bring you in just now. 30 seconds, Councillor Sibulau. Clarity, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. You know, my concern is with the sewage, and I think councillors, they mentioned this thing, your sewage, that is all over Mangaung, and we can't control it. But there's this important thing that is happening in Ward 12, and I wonder why the Ward Council of Ward 12 is not talking about this. There's a mine in Ward 12, Speaker. A mine. People are mining there. And I spoke to...
Point of order.
I spoke to...
Point of order, Speaker.
I spoke to the HOD of Human Settlement, Speaker. I think the mayor should have
Councillor Shati,
they know about it.
Councillor Sibulau, there's a point of order. Let's listen to the point of order.
Speaker, Speaker, can we please stick to the items? Yeah, mine is not part of discussion at the item. Assembly. Maybe you can write straight to the.
Sit down.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sibulau. Thank you very much for that.
Who are you? Sit down.
Councillor Sibulau, I thought your clarity was on the answers from the executive mayor.
It was, by the way, my...
No. Councillor, please don't do that.
The same Ward 12, Speaker. The same Ward 12. The same Ward 12. Go and check sewage there.
Yeah.
Sewage there in Ward 12. I don't know the honourable councillor. He just stand up and speak as if he's doing something. He's watching there. It's bad. It is bad in Ward 12, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Executive Mayor, briefly, please.
Yes,
you
I
can
will try
clarify.
to be brief. I think Councillor Mungale and Councillor that said something this side, they agree with me when I said this council took a loan between 2011 and 2016. This council was elected 2011, 2021 November. I'm saying that loan was not taken by this council. It was taken by that council. That's what I said. And I think I was correct. No, that's what I said. Yes. And the reason why I mentioned that is that we spent a lot of money on the repayment, but at the very same time, when we were placed under administration was one of the reasons, and the issues of service delivery. But councillors, really, I think what is more important, Councillor of DA, they are saying, it's important for us also to visit their wards. I know that at one point I went to the ward of Councillor Ukotse. That was some times back. At one point, we traveled to your ward. Bobby Spa, you remember? That was sometimes back. I was with the councillors around Bobby Spa. But lastly, before I sit down, I'm making an announcement. Tomorrow we are going to open the Vereeniging Road. Tomorrow. I expect Councillor McKay to clap hands. 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
There's no electricity there. How are you going to open a road without electricity?
Sorry,
No, councillors. Why are you doing that?
Speaker.
Councillors, I just want to clarify this resolution. There seems to be some words missing somewhere. Is this no?
Speaker.
I'm on page 8, councillors. We've done with the submissions and the responses by the Executive Mayor. Can you please follow me on page 8? Number 5, the Municipal Finance Management Act Budget and Performance Assessment Report in terms of MFMA, Section 72(1)(a), for 6 months, ending 31 December 2022. Recommendation that in compliance with Section 72(1)(a) of the MFMA, that the accounting officer submits to the Executive Mayor the statement reflecting implementation of budget and the financial state of affairs of the municipality for 6 months ending 31 December 2022. Number 2, that the Executive Mayor and the Council should note and evaluate the report assessed municipal mid-year financial performance against the budget for 2022-23 financial year. Number 3 on page 9. In order to comply with Section 71(4) of the MFMA, the accounting officer ensures that this statement be submitted to National Treasury and Provincial Treasury in both a signed document format and electronic format. Lastly, based on the assessment of performance as indicated above, it is recommended that an adjustment budget for financial year 2022-23 be compiled and tabled before Council for consideration after approval of the midterm. Those are the recommendations. Councillors, can we please proceed to vote on these ones for approval? Those in favor of the recommendation as presented, please raise your hands. Please, may I please be assisted with the counting? Councillors on this side. Councillors, Councillor Shale, can you please stop doing that? Those not in favor of the report as presented, please raise your hands. Those abstaining from the vote, please raise your hands. Thank you very much. May I please have the tallying of the vote?
Speaker.
Speaker, Councillor Pretorius
Honourable
abstained.
Speaker. Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor
Honourable
Pretorius, I just want to clarify something. Did you vote? You voted against. Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Thank you. I want to announce the tallying of the votes. I'm not taking submissions right now.
No,
we are in a
it's not
voting
submission
process.
when I speak.
We are in a voting process, Councillor
Just a
Malebo.
clarity, Speaker.
On what? On voting?
Do we have witches in the House, Speaker?
No, Councillor Malebo.
Can
Please mute your mic.
Honourable Pulani there withdraw? What is it that she said to me, Speaker?
What did she say?
She said that Councillor Nkaiseng is sitting with that witch of what 50.
Councillor,
Speaker, she said it.
Don't scream.
She
scream.
said it, Speaker.
Thank
Can she
you.
withdraw that?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Malebo.
That is not true, Speaker.
Was that said, Councillor Moibidu? There's witnesses next to her. Can I get confirmation of that to move on? Leave Councillor Shale.
No, I can't withdraw, Speaker.
Was it said, Councillor?
Stand up, Mama.
Councillor Moibidu, did you say that?
We're gonna trap you. Withdraw.
I can't hear you. Please stand up.
I didn't say it, Speaker. I said I wish you are sitting with that councillor of
Stand
Ward
up,
15.
stand up.
Can you please stand up when you address
Okay,
the House?
Speaker. I said, Speaker, English here doesn't love us, ma'am. I said I wish. So wish, which is something.
Speaker.
You said wish. A different thing, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Put off the mic. Put off the mic. Put off the mics. Thank you. The voting tallies are as follows.
Speaker.
I'm on.
Honourable Speaker,
I'm not
she must
gonna.
withdraw, please.
She
Speaker.
said she didn't say that. You
Mari, she did say it,
misinterpreted.
Speaker. Ocholo.
She said wish, not witch.
Speaker, if I may wish, then agree, and she's the mother of the witch.
No, Councillor Councillor Malik.
Speaker.
No. You are now trying to derail this meeting. No, Councillor Shale, I'm not going to allow that. Can we please move on? Councillor Muvidu, close the mic. Councillor Sibulau, I want to announce the voting. I'm not going to entertain this matter.
No, I'm saying.
Councillor Sibulau, what is it?
Recording here. We have a recording here, Speaker. Can you go and check and listen on the record in the next ensuing council? Let's get the proper report. We have records here.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. I'll do that, Councillor Sibulau. Thank you. The voting is as follows. I'm on item 5, page 8 and 9. 50 in favor, 36 against, no one abstaining. The resolutions are duly approved as per the agenda. I now move to item 6, which is the report on the implementation of supply chain management policy for the quarter ending December 2022. To be consistent, I want to recognize the following councillors: Councillor Odili, Councillor Raswell, Councillor Rampai ANC, Councillor Denner, Councillor Malebo. In that order, please. Councillor Chief Whip of the ruling party, you have 5 councillors on one item. I addressed it in the previous items that we can't labor these matters. You need to make sure that you can manage your time. If I allow 5 councillors from the ANC, it means I'm giving the ANC 25 minutes on one item. So can you assist me for my time? That's why I said, because I recognize Councillor Munyakwane in the previous item, I can recognize Councillor Rampai for this item.
For sure.
If I recognize Councillor Rampai for this one, in the next item, Councillor Mokokwa, Councillor Nikelo, Councillor Odili, all from the ANC have raised their hands. So I want to plead with the Chief Whip. to manage this process for me because I can't, in the interest of time, councillors, we are progressing very well today.
But it's unfair.
So my list is Councillor Odili. You want to withdraw? Okay, Councillor Odili is withdrawing her name. She wants Councillor Shala and Councillor Muhibidu. Stop it. Otherwise, both of you must please leave the meeting. Stop responding there. Councillor Nikelo then. Councillor Nikelo. Councillor Rasweo. Councillor Rampai ANC. Councillor Denner. Councillor Malebu. Those are the names I have. There's 2 from the ANC that will speak. The rest of the parties have 1 councillor each. So I want to move in that manner so that we can move towards the other items, councillors. Councillor Nikelo, you may come in, please.
Speaker, let me take this opportunity again on this important item on the report of supply chain management as required by Regulation 6 of the MFMA. I think I should indicate, Honorable Speaker, that this report are meant to ensure and assist the council and the community of Mangaung to take stock of everything that has been happening in terms of the procurement within the institution. And therefore, as a result of that, it is also assisting this August House to take stock as well in terms of the procurement processes that are happening within the institution. And as a result of that, Madam Speaker, the report is in line with the municipal finance management, and also it is also in line with what the African National Congress has been saying all along. Regardless of everything that is happening, we need to be transparent to our people. And as we are transparent, our people also raise the challenges that we can face, but at the same time, develop the mitigating strategies in terms of dealing with the deficiencies that may be identified in the process of implementation of supply chain. The report also offers the council an opportunity to play an oversight, because we, as all of us can remember, in terms of the legislation, no councillors may be involved in the procurement processes. But however, we are vested with the responsibility of ensuring that we play an oversight role to hold the administration accountable in as far as these processes are concerned. And the report in itself, Madam Speaker, it includes amongst, I know some people, they are going to raise this issue, of the appointments that were made during December, of the service providers for refuse removal, the door-to-door refuse removal. And probably some of the people, because they will blow this out of proportion unnecessarily. But it must be clear and indicated in this House, Madam Speaker, that those procurement were the appointment of the panels. And when you appoint a panel, Madam Speaker, you don't even have an obligation that the very same panel will get employed or will not get employed. It is only to deal with those issues on an urgent basis, if the need arises. So sometimes I know that the community of Mangaung, or rather the councillors, will want to blow this thing out of proportion and want to clearly indicate to the community that we said as Mangaung, there are no major appointments that we did. So as a result of that, it should be cleared that when you appoint the panel, you are under no obligation to say the panel will be working or will not be working. The other thing, Madam Speaker, that perhaps maybe, as I conclude, that were also identified in the report. Probably it's around the issues of the what is purported as the discrepancies in terms of the payment of the service providers, or rather in terms of the payment of other service providers, where it is also believed that other service providers are preferred over other service providers, meaning that hona le bao e leng hore ho thwe e ka re ba entswe medingwana, bao e leng hore they will always be appointed and be preferred. Hence we said, Madam Speaker, we have identified that, and as part of the recommendation, in order for us, we know that the report is for noting, but we are saying it must also be indicated in the recommendations, Madam Speaker, that where we think there are discrepancies, that discrepancy must be investigated further so that we get to the bottom of everything. So I'll move for the support of the report with the recommendation that the issue of the investigations where we think, especially on the payment of service providers that have been preferred, must be done, and the report must be tabled before this House. And as a result of that, Madam Speaker, I will pause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Raswell, you can come in.
Thank you, Speaker. We can't exercise oversight when documents are not sufficient for us to issue. And in as far as the door-to-door refuse removal, we're still going to follow up on that, on those transactions through perhaps Rule 38 and other means. Madam Speaker, we rejected the report out of hand. For we have got issues and issues with regard to the report. For instance, in October, November, December, the last quarter, we had indigent burials. And we don't understand why there were deviations for indigent burials. For we believe that there has to be a budget allocation for such. Why is that the report has no supporting document? For instance, we need to have the request attached. We need to have verification reports attached. The report does not have this. And how are we expected to exercise oversight when this report has got no supporting document? And by the way, even death certificates of those indigents, we want them. We want to know who are these people who died. And according to the policy of our indigent, according to the...
We're almost done. We're concluding. Councillor Raswell?
Thank you. I was waiting for the order. Thank you. Madam Speaker, no. No. Wait.
The council cannot be requesting this. That information is critical.
No.
Speaker,
is it a point of order?
Speaker, I'm saying yes. We need to protect our people.
No.
And as we protect our people, such information that is needed cannot be attached on every document. And unless we are investigating or we are doing verification, then that can be done at that particular level, not for the purpose of everybody to see. Thank you.
All right, Councillor, let's have patience with each other. It doesn't matter how, and I don't want to say, I need to just say it correctly. Let the councillor finish his submission. Whether you agree or not, it's okay. That is in terms of what he wants to submit. That's what I've been saying. Let's just have patience with each other. We are almost done for the day. Let the councillor finish what he's been saying. That is what he is feeling to submit based on the reports from the executive mayor. Councillor Raswell, please continue.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And that is oversight. Those documents are important for council to exercise oversight. According to our policy of indigent, there is a specific amount that the council has agreed to spend per burial. But in some instances, this amount has been exceeded according to the report. We also need to know why and how did, at the end of the day, the amount get to be exceeded. So for purposes of exercise, these documents need to be furnished to this council for us to exercise oversight. Supporting documents must be attached there. Like I said, Speaker, the request must be attached, verification report, etc., must be attached for us to exercise oversight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Denner.
Honourable Speaker.
Councillors, please settle down.
Honourable Speaker, I would like to place on record once again that it's unacceptable that a council's role is reduced to a rubber stamp in the procurement process of this municipality. The Freedom Front Plus is deeply concerned. Once the processes are completed and money is spent, there's not much we can do in terms of oversight of the different stages of procurement. For instance, we keep noting that extra funds are spent on the still incomplete Vereniging Extension project, another 13.4 million for a replacement contractor. Yet in the midterm report, this project is indicated as target obtained. When will this road eventually open? We've heard now it's going to open tomorrow. And what was the final cost of this project? We note the approval and award of written quotations on much needed equipment for the fire department. Has this been procured and delivered? 2 contractors were approved for the pruning of trees to the value of R500,000 rand. Yet when residents request that trees must be pruned, they are either informed that it's the responsibility of Centlec or there are no available vehicles. Where are these contractors? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rampai, ANC.
Honourable Speaker, just in one minute. Our reports are not consistent. Our reports are not consistent. In this item, you say this. In the other item, you can contradict yourself. It is a whole lot of things that are happening, and I don't understand. You know, I'm not trying to blame anybody. Once we don't have a system that will satisfy ourselves that we are doing oversight over supply chain, there will always be this. The Auditor General can just pick up now, and all these years they've been finding about supply chain. All the finding of Auditor General. We are complaining about supply chain. We raise issues about supply chain. It cannot be fair to us as councillors. You're just telling us, I've appointed this, I've appointed. But we can't satisfy ourselves whether the correct procedure we followed. It can't be correct, honestly. Look, city manager, your report, that's why I'm saying there's a contradiction in your reports. Your performance reports have just said there's a backlog in supply chain, there's a backlog in supply chain, there's a backlog in supply chain. About 30 of them, a backlog in supply chain. But in 1 month, you advertise that there must be door-to-door collection of wastage. They are done the same month. Why there's no backlog when money, other people want to spend money? 13 million. What could we have done with 13 million? We could have bought compact trucks, about 3 or 4 of them, and hire people. But now we are coming, we said, emergency. Really, emergency. Isn't it emergency if you let McLeod to suffer and then you prefer Nell? There is sewer all over. Why can't we prioritize our things? There's sewer all over. And I cannot be ashamed. You can go to my ward. Yes, there is a better improvement in terms of waste collection, but sewer, there is no control over it. All over, all the wards. And we can't pretend on that. But today you come and appoint 13 contractors, 15, not 13, 15 contractors to come and do door to door. I'm watching, I'm going to take photos, and I will tell my people to take photos. I'm waiting for the time that I'm seeing them. I'm telling you, it will be June. You will never see those contractors, but payments will be done. Then 30 million is gone. We could have bought some trucks. It is public knowledge that city manager, the guy, the financial rep guy, recommended to you something is happening there at supply chain. It is not only being seen by us, it is only seen by financial experts. But nothing is done. Really, nothing is done. The worst part, you fire the guy, just like that. The guy appointed by us. That's because we don't have any rule or any power over what is being done through this intervention. You just fire anybody, and then tomorrow you're going to bring another expert again. Really, it is painful. We must make changes there at supply chain, so that at least we are able to satisfy ourselves that what has been done there is the correct thing. Thanks, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Lastly, Councillor Malevo.
Ke a leboha motsamaisi wa tsa dipuisano. Pele mona ha ne ke mametse motsamaisi wa tsa dipuisano mo lekgotla shale mo o ile a kgalemela ka maitshwaro a hao speaker ya ba ka tsohong naka la leqele ka mo basebetsi mmo ke ra bona ba lekgotla ba futhumala ke batla hore ke toboketse speaker ka nnete tsatsing le maitshwaro a hao ke a sa khotsofatseng ho ha re o shebile speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a crucial component of our municipality since it helps all many departments within the metro and ensures that it functions well, is competitive, and can meet the needs of the community. Only given the below points are met: appointment of staff, may the remaining 40 of 80 staff to be appointed in a transparent manner, including as many people as possible. All positions must be advertised and there must be open interviews. The appointments are going to capacitate other departments in the municipality speaker. Awarding of procurement contracts, a fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective mechanism must be used to award any contracts, as stated in Section 217 of the Constitution. This indicates that we can avoid corrupt contracts and corruptible people if the aforementioned methods are followed. The Supply Chain Management Division can operate smoothly and without corruption. We can see a lot of companies, Speaker, that have previously received contracts, and we are aware that some have been unfairly given, like the company that provided catering for our councillors' induction at the beginning of last year. We can also see a lot of other companies that continue to receive contracts while others are not given a chance. The third of the EFF's 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars direct us to operate at maximum capacity, and we have always held this belief. In order to increase accountability and prevent fraudulent contracts, the municipality should hire additional individuals who are capable of performing similar tasks, Speaker. As for this item, the EFF will not support it, given the reasons stipulated above. I thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Where's Councillor Rambai of ANC? Okay, I was going to let the ACM respond to his question, but he's not here. Okay, councillors, I'm on page 9, number 6. There's a recommendation that council take note of the supply chain management report for the second quarter ending December 2022. Then there's a proposed amendment by the Chief Whip that we add an additional recommendation that tasks the acting city manager to investigate any existing discrepancy in the report relating to preferential payments to service providers. Councillor Nikelo stood up and proposed we add that to the item. So, noting I wasn't going to put it to a vote, but because of the addition...
Clarity questions, Speaker.
Okay, because of the addition, I'll need to put it to a vote. So, Councillor Nikelo proposed we add that one additional recommendation, and then we note the supply chain management report. Clarity?
Yeah. No, Speaker, the last council, or this council, there are a forensic audit, more supply chain. Specifically, Hanyale Seidona, General Manager Supply Chain related to one that company. Relationship Hanyale Seidia Mufuta of because even the documents and Maspala, you will see always this company included Metric 10 or Metric 24. So I'm still asking that question, even Honajwa. It was a question. We've been raising these things. That audit for supply chain. Because resolution I can say. And today this report is like a Plaruna Haperko, Dr. Huaga, who is very participant in supply chain. What happened, Kati? Because the men who work on a company, we are fully aware at the very same forensic audit. Now, Baba Cooper company Mutamais. It's because Ohata Makasla the council, or had the official title between the council.
Can I allow the acting city manager to respond? So how are you going to get answers to your questions? Okay. Councillor Nikelo?
Speaker, with all due respect, sometimes we tend to confuse things. There's a vast difference between supply chain, expenditure, and the user departments. So we cannot mix these things. Supply chain is just follow the processes, expenditure processes the payment, and the user departments, they okay if the payments needs to be paid. So it can't be right that when certain things are not going well, then we take everything and bring it into the supply chain. I'm not protecting anybody in supply chain. But I'm saying in this house, we are wasting our time because there are segregation of duties in the supply chain management. And those segregation of duties in the finances and everything, I mean, the expenditure cannot do the responsibilities of supply chain. And the supply chain cannot do the responsibilities of expenditure and payroll and everybody. But ultimately, they all fall under finance. So it cannot be that because there are issues that perhaps we have in the supply chain, then we link everything willy-nilly. We requested in this house that if there is anything that we need to do in the supply chain management, let us investigate if there are processes that are not untoward and they must be investigated and we get to the bottom.
There's a point of order.
Thank you very much.
Hence why I was requesting. Can we then get
so there's no need for point
Councillor
of order.
Nikelo, sit
down, man.
That's why I was asking. Can we get clarity on how far this forensic is from the person who must initiate it?
Sit down, Speaker.
But councillors, you make your own life difficult because I'm trying to also assist your processes. Let's get the information firsthand because you can see you're not getting answers in our Rule 38. You can see, then the accounting officer guide you in the meeting so that you can walk away here with your answers. Because now what's going to happen after this, I'm going to get Rule 38s, I'm going to get emails, but still it brings us, I'm going to send emails, so it's going to still bring us to the same thing. So, Councillor Sibulau, you had a point of order?
No, Chief, don't tell me I must sit down. You guys are just here for voting. And the community of
Councillor Sibulau, talk to me.
The same as you.
Can't tell me I
No,
must sit
Councillor
down. Who's
Sibula.
this?
Talk
Who's
to
this?
me.
Point of
Talk
order.
to me. Councillors, can you please have patience with us? After Councillor Sibula, Councillor Odili will come in, and then I'm closing this matter and we're going to vote.
My point of order was that Councillor Monyakwani spoke about the forensic that was proposed in this council. What is he explaining now? We must deal with that thing that Monyakwani speaks about. Now he's bringing other things. He wants us to think otherwise. We know what they are doing in the supply chain.
How do we deal with it, Speaker, if
MM
cannot be allowed to speak?
Councillor
There
Nikelo,
are
no.
proxies
Don't
in the
do that.
supply chain of Mangaung, Speaker. There are proxies. We know very well.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Sibula. Councillor Odili, then Councillor Monyakwani. Let's just...
Thank you very much, the speaker. No, Speaker, I was just saying, let's not set something that it's going to come back to us. Because Councillor Monyakwani is reminding the council. What we must do as councillors is just to emphasize that in the next council, acting city manager, if you can assist us, remember there are 2 reports that you must bring in the council. It's the one of 100 million and also this one of forensic. I'm standing here because that is my department, Speaker, that it's alluded here. And I want also that report to come here so it can be you see, everything must be closed. I will really request that because it's something like Rule 38 question, but if it can really in the next council be tabled, those 2 reports, the one of the supply chain in terms of Khanyali Sedi and the one of the 100 million to be tabled, Speaker, in the council. That is it's not something that you must fight on it, but is the request that was requested by the council, acting city manager. Let that thing to come here because the answer in verbal, Speaker, sometimes is not right. It's better we receive an answer in documentation. Thank you very much.
It's okay, councillors. It's just me and the ACM sometimes have our own issues where he blames us for not allowing him to speak. He's actually well able to speak to it, but it's okay, I hear you. Please put off your mic. Thank you. Councillor Monyakwani?
No. No, I can't. You can answer, Speaker. But also, because if we will be selective, you must also answer the issue under the because resolution is going to cancel. If acting city manager are prepared to answer,
you see, councillors, and this is the issues now. This is not, now you are disagreeing on whether you must speak or not. So this is not going to work. There's no support for the addition, Councillor Nikelo. We therefore note the item as per...
Speaker.
I've closed the item.
Speaker.
I've closed it. I want to proceed. You see why I'm not liked today? Why I'm not liked today, out of all days. After serving you religiously for a year, today, Councillor Malebo tells me she's tired of me. And she's not going to tolerate it. Because today is the first day, beginning of 2023, where I'm introducing you to how it will work from now on.
You know what,
Because
Speaker?
we can't allow endless debates of things. Otherwise, we won't move forward. I've been allowing council meetings for 8 or 9 hours because I allow all councillors to just, it's like they are in charge of my own meeting. Now today, I'm not liked anymore. Councillor Malebo and Charlotte don't like me anymore. It's fine. Councillor Lelala is now. Councillor Monyakwani, oh, he's done with me from today.
No, you know the reason why.
No, wait, councillors. Now, I'm trying to move on the items. Everyone's raising hands. I want to understand, is it because of the voting? Is it the voting?
Speaker.
Okay, yes. That's why I want to clarify.
Speaker.
If it's in relation, wait, if it's in relation to the recommendation, I'll take hands. Speaker. MMC Morake, Councillor Lelala, Councillor Sefaki. Then I'll
Alex.
Then Councillor Mokoko, it's fine.
Thank you, Speaker. I think that as this council, there are laws that are managing local government, and there are reports that are coming, and there are issues that are referred to committees like MPEC if there is discrepancies. And there are Hawks, there are SIU, there are all those. If somebody have an allegation or a proof of corruption of anybody, must go to the Hawks.
Order, Speaker.
Now, the challenge that we have.
Order, Speaker.
The challenge that
can
we
you
have
see,
is
councillors?
this.
Can you see why I said
As
I'm not
this
going to allow
council,
it? Just
we must not.
MMC, just sit down.
The
There's a
challenge
order.
is this. As this
Order,
council,
Speaker.
There's a point
we
of
must
order.
not degenerate.
Yes.
We must not degenerate to an extent.
Order, Speaker.
MMC, sit
We are
down.
dealing with issues that must be dealt
Order,
with.
Speaker.
There's a point of order. Can you please sit
And
down?
I think
MMC?
that we need to protect. We need to protect the speaker. We need to protect.
Order, Speaker.
the
You're not
acting
protecting
city
me
manager.
because you're not listening.
It
Sit down,
can't be.
It's fine.
It can't be. Kanyale said it's not
There's
the
an
only
order,
service provider in Mangaung. There are hundreds of service providers.
Speaker, Councillor Morake, can Councillor Morake sit down?
Councillor Morake, sit down.
We can't single out one
Councillor
company.
Morake, sit down.
Councillor Morake, sit down, please. There's a point of order. Thank you. What's your point of order?
Speaker. Well, Speaker, in terms of the rules, we are allowed as councillors to ask the councillor as a forensic audit or as a participation or anything. We can't as councillors individually be Maria go chat officer go bula cases so and so. We are using the rules as a council. Or according to this, we believe there is a maladministration. Can council investigate or now what happened here? Now I don't know, Councillor Maraga, who are basis of if it was like that, it can be easier. I'm sorry about that.
Councillors, we are on the report on the supply chain management policy for quarter ending December 2022. Councillor Sefake, Councillor Mokwakwa, please assist the process. Chief Whip, these are your councillors. Chief Whip of the ANC.
No, must be given check.
Chief Whip of the ANC, you are allowing my meeting to be out of order now. And I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do about it, but it's fine. Councillor Sefaki, Councillor Mokwakwa.
No, thanks. Thanks very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Niki second recommendation in Zwenke, Councillor Niki. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we are moving. Councillor Mokwakwa, you covered. Councillor Lelala, you wanted to second. Thank you very much. The addition to the resolution as per page 9 on 6, there's a secondment to the addition. So the final resolution will be as follows. That Council take note of the supply chain management report for the second quarter ending December 2022. Number 2, that the acting city manager is tasked to investigate any existing discrepancy in the report relating to preferential payments to service providers. I need us to now vote on the amended recommendation as seconded by councillors.
Speaker,
Remember,
can you repeat?
Okay. 6, I'm on page 9. The initial recommendation without amendments was just to take note of the reports. Then there was an addition proposed which has been seconded. The addition is that we task the acting city manager to investigate any existing discrepancy in the report relating to preferential payments to service providers. So that is the amendment. So I'm now posing the amended recommendation. It's already in a resolution. It needs to be implemented. Are you covered, Councillor?
Yeah, I'm covered, Speaker, because the city manager, we agree on it. At least a report of forensic audit and the issue under Temaseko. And that issue, I say.
Okay, remember, that forensic investigation is already a council resolution. I have written yesterday to Acting City Manager NCR about implementation of council resolution. I've asked them, if you didn't implement, tell us why. If you're having challenges with implementation, we also need to know why. That item, I'm expecting it to be on the 28th February council agenda. I said they must insert a column next to the resolutions. If you didn't appoint Mr. Maseko as the administrator at Sentlek, we need to know why that wasn't done. If you didn't start with a forensic investigation on supply chain, we need to know why. If it was done, give us a status update on how far it is. So I've requested for the quarter from July last year to December, I've requested complete update of how far they are with implementable resolutions. And I hope they'll be ready by the 28th with that report. That will assist us in terms of this argument about what was done and what was not done. So councillors, I need approval of the amended recommendation. I'm on page 9. Initially, we were just going to note and move on, but now you propose an addition. I want to ask for those in support of the amended recommendation on page 9. Please raise your hands.
Investigation.
Thank you. Those not in favor of the recommendation as amended, please raise your hands. Those abstaining from the vote, please raise your hands. Thank you. Can we tally the votes, please? Councillors, I want to please ask you, please make sure you vote on the items. You need to vote on the items. There's a choice in these things. There's 3 choices.
Speaker?
Those? Councillor Kruger?
No, I just want to check, Speaker, if I've noted a councillor who did not participate. Should I name or shame, or should I keep it with me?
Ooh. Councillor Rambe? Is it Councillor Rambe? Did you vote on it? Councillors, please vote on items. The decision is 3 decisions.
Abstain, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Those in favor of the recommendation as amended, 81. Those against, 0. Those abstaining from the vote, 6. The amended resolution is duly approved. We move to number 7, third last item of the agenda. The report on the revised 16th supply chain management policy. It's attached. Again on this one, councillors, I have Councillor Odili, Councillor Leach, Councillor Snyman van der Venter, Councillor Moilua, Councillor Mokwena. Councillor Mongale. Okay. All right. Let's start with Councillor Odili. You can come in.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the amendment of this policy, it's according to the announcement of the President in terms of the Procurement Act that was affected last year, that it's supposed to be really affected in all the institutions of government. As you know that we are also a government. We must affect the policy in the Regulation 4 and Regulation 9 of the Act. Pre-qualification creation for preferential procurement is Regulation 4, and Regulation 9 is subcontracting as a conditional of tender. Those are the amendment, Honorable Speaker, that we must affecting our policy as the city, which it's very clear that now, Honorable Speaker, the issue of 30%, it's also been addressed in this amendment, the issue of the levels that now when we apply, we're in the same level, the issue of grouping, the issue of the large and the small, the consideration properly of young women, disability, the consideration is proper in this amendment. Now, that is why we bring it here, Honorable Speaker, because we can't do anything as the city in terms of taking out any tender, because we must affect the policy that we are having as the city right now. That is why we bring this amendment to the council. It's for noting, and that we bring it for the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Leach.
Madam Speaker, I'm covered for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Snyman van der Venter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, it's for approval, not noting. Maybe I read it wrong, but anyway. Agbare Speaker, net eerstens 'n vraag. Ek is nie seker rakende die omvang van die bevoegdheid van die reëlskomitee nie, maar moet beleide nie eers na die reëlskomitee toe gaan voor dit na die raad toe kom nie. Dit is net 'n vraag. Dan 'n opmerking, asseblief laat hierdie dokument net goed proeflees en laat iemand kyk na die tegniese versorging, soos byvoorbeeld leestekens. Madam Speaker, yes, we heard a lot just now regarding the policy, supply chain policy. This policy gave us an opportunity to address all these problems. All the questions that councillors raised since I've been in council, and yet we are not using this opportunity. We are still looking at a problem regarding the oversight role of council. 5.2 on page 17. The council has an oversight role as far as the supply chain management system is concerned to ensure that the municipal manager executes the SCM policy within the ambit of the applicable legislation. Like Councillor Eddie Alvidian said, how can we fulfill our oversight role if the following is set out? The amount of the award, the name of the person to whom the award was made, the preference point of the person so appointed. Because of this lack of information, we pay millions for vehicles, buses, if I can remind you of what happened just a few years ago. This is why things happen, like we will pay 200 rand for a pair of scissors worth 20 rand. Millions spent on vehicles, paying 550,000 rand for a vehicle that you can buy for 300,000 rand. That type of problem is not solved with this policy. We are not assisting councillors to fulfill their oversight role. We all know of the huge problems in our supply chain. We all know that people try investigating what's happening there, that stops. There's just too many hurdles. Even a change of staff in that supply chain is prevented. The problems regarding the supply chain and everything that's happening there, tenders, etc., no problem will be solved by policy alone. The policy can mostly serve as a guide. And as long as we have people there, and I do not want to use the word corrupt and corruption, but as long as we have people there who do not put the best interest of this metro and its citizens at the forefront of every decision they make, as long as we have that problem, then no policy will serve us. Furthermore, I know that there was reference to, and I wrote it down, somebody just said that because this lack of information is to protect our people. Well, I want to make it clear that my people is not the suppliers. My people is the citizens of Mangaung. My people is the voters who voted for every single one of you with the idea that you are going to see that their money are being used in their best interest, in the interest of this metro, not in the interest of suppliers. If you want to tender for anything, then you must be willing that whatever you are asking us will be disclosed. We're not asking for trade secrets. We just want to know, if you receive a tender for 100 million rand, what are we getting for that? If you receive a tender for 10,000 rand, what are we getting for that? Are we getting one pair of scissors for 10,000 rand, or are we getting 100 scissors, etc.? That's all. And then just lastly, going through it, and I actually made a note of it and now I can't find it, there's specific powers given to the city manager. Oh, here it is. Whereby he can look at the tenders awarded, he can look at the suppliers and whether there was any abuse of the system or where there was, for example, non-performance. And then say, we will not give you any more tenders. And these types of steps that the city manager can take, that is very important. And because of that, the whole idea of forensic reports, etc., would not be necessary. But unfortunately, you all know, at the moment, we're not even sure who's really in charge of the supply chain. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Moilo.
Speaker, MMC, our finance already covered me.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Mongale. Then we close submissions.
Speaker, 1 week ago I went to Fisher building in trying to get an office for the for a burial of one of the community member in Mangaung. When I get to the basement of Fisher, I met a lady there. When I tried to inquire about the hall, she said the hall is fully booked, and then I said, what about the one in Rockland? She didn't know where Rockland is. I just wanted to start with that introduction, that she didn't know where Rockland is. Now, my message is the supply chain policy of Mangaung, if it's going to be made to look like a state-of-the-art document, but that does not talk to the needs or the economic benefit of the people of Mangaung, it is useless. If this document is not talking to the people who voted us to come to this council, to come and speak our nice English, wearing our nice suits, whatever that you are wearing, our presence here has been brought by people of Mangaung. I know some of you will say, but I owe my loyalty to Gauteng, but you were never voted by Gauteng people. You are voted by Mangaung people. And I'm raising it because there is that cleverness from certain people in Mangaung thinking that when they help people from outside Mangaung, they are advanced. It is backwardness and at its worst, because your next vote are going to come from the same people of Mangaung, and they will reject you when they know you rejected them when the tenders were given out. I've been visiting a lot of construction where the tenders have been given out. I've been speaking to those people there. Some of them, when you try to talk to them, they ask you a question. Speaker will translate it. When you say, who are you working for? It means that person wants to ask you a question. Because in Mangaung, when you say, you are saying, let me ask you a question. And I'm the one who's asking a question, expecting an answer. You can just imagine the embarrassment. Now I'm warning people to say, let's not be excited about the document. For as long as it does not address, I hope the mayor was here, because I've been asking him over and over again to say, let him dedicate the budget of Mangaung to the Mangaung people. I'm also asking this council today that let there be a resolution that says this supply chain policy is dedicated to the people of Mangaung, nobody else but the people of Mangaung. We are not foolish that there are certain businesses that might not be found in Mangaung. In such cases, there will be a joint venture. There's no crisis. But let people of Mangaung not suffer again after 28 years into democracy, and we make them spectators again, because certain people have got the exclusive right to come and consume what they never planted. It is the people of Mangaung that have worked for this council. I'm raising it with all humility and hoping that we'll get a seconder to this effect. And remember, Speaker, I hope you're not going to blame me for this. I'm not blackmailing anyone. All I'm saying is that you are live. You are live on Facebook. If you don't second me, the people of Mangaung will know that you never supported them. Thank you, Speaker.
You guys are being blackmailed. No, thank you very much, Councillor Mongale, thank you very much. My understanding, and this is to Prof. Snyman van de Venter's concern, my understanding of this amendment, and it reads like this in the resolution, that this is in terms of the revised preferential procurement policy framework of 2022. So it's in alignment. In the background, they say that in the President's State of the Nation, he did indicate that there will be a set aside of 30% for appropriate categories of state procurement for SMMEs, cooperatives, and township and rural enterprises. To achieve that, you need to amend policy from a national level. So what this seeks, and the process today seeks, is to align national legislation with that of supply chain management at local level, which is like it's already been published. There's a Gazette 47452. It's already been published. All we are doing is we're aligning. However, councillors, I am busy with the process with the Secretariat. We must undergo a review of bylaws generally. There's one of 1986. Some of us weren't even born there. There's one of 294. I was born in 1990. No problem. There's one of 94. There's a bylaw that's as old as I say, 1986. We have done no review, and that's on the refuse. I looked at it now again to make sure I'll tell you the right. That's on the refuse. The bylaw on refuse is as old as 1994. We haven't reviewed anything. So in line with that, there are bylaws that are spearheaded by departments. For example, this one belongs to finance. It is then not possible that we take it to rules because finance has to look into it. There needs to be some technical input. There are bylaws that relate to planning. There are bylaws that relate to solid waste. They must then come with a technical input from the side of the HOD. They must then filter down to MACO, Section 80s, and then it comes to Council. The Rules Committee of Section 79 is only for the purposes of Council and its rules, which is standing rules and orders, and leave policies of councillors. It's for our rules that govern us as the Council. So that is the sort of terms of reference and parameters of the Rules Committee. But in terms of these processes and the process we will be embarking on, which is a complete review of some of the critical aspects, like you mentioned, Councillor Mongale, when we look at our people and what we have to do for them, if the bylaws aren't speaking to that and there's no policy directive and framework, we struggle to implement. So we will be going, I'm actually wanting to send it to all party whips to assist us. If there's something you're passionate about and it speaks to you, I know the EFF like to speak about their pillars. If one policy speaks to your pillar, this is something that you feel passionate about, then we would expect the inputs on that policy to come from you on that, and you'd guide us. And then we bring it to the council and we start the review process. I was going to ask National COCTA to send some of their people who do the bylaw to drafting because we don't have capacity. Corporate services is inundated with many things. So that we will do. I want to do it over the next 3 to 6 months where we look at all the critical bylaws. If we have to really push on it, I would want to see us reviewing between 10 and 15 policies within this year, where we can successfully say, from the side of council, we've managed to liberate our people, not only with word, but also with a policy framework. The issue of informal traders, that policy hasn't been looked at since 2011 or something. That needs reviewing. What are we saying as a council? How does it relate to our manifesto documents of each political party? So I was going to embark on that. It's something I'll send out in the next week or so. I'm just waiting with a complete list of bylaws. On this one, councillors, this is just an alignment. We can look at it. It's an annual review, no? ACM. It's an annual review. But if there are more things that need amendment, I do know there was another clause that was causing challenges, MMC, that we wanted to look at here in the supply chain. I don't think it will hurt us to look at it. I think finance is ready to do so. Most of the bylaws relating to budget and all that are with finance, so they would have to champion those reviews. So on this one, councillors, I want us to close the matter. We've listened to the submissions. I'm on page 9 of recommendations, item 7. The recommendations are as follows: that the council take note of the amended Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act regulations of 2022 as promulgated. B, that council approve the revised supply chain management policy in accordance with the revised Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act regulations of 2022. Those are the two recommendations to approve. You can see it's just an alignment to the National Act that came into effect 2022. I want to now ask for those in favor of the recommendations as presented, please raise your hands. Thank you very much. Those not in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you very much. Those abstaining from the vote, please raise your hands. Thank you very much. The votes are as follows: those in favor 67, those against 0, those abstaining from the vote 11. The recommendations are duly approved as presented. We now move to the third last item for the day, which is the implementation of Government Gazette number 2760, dated 18 November 2022, with regards to upper limits of total remuneration packages payable to municipal managers and managers directly accountable to the municipal manager, in other words, HODs. I'm on page 10, councillors, of the recommendations. They are as is. The councillors who drew this item: Councillor Masala, Councillor Lotrit, Councillor Munyakwani, Councillor Dennis, Councillor Mukwena, Councillor Denner, Councillor Dennis and Councillor Denner, okay. Then Councillor, is it Councillor Malebo, did you draw this item as well? Perfect. In that order, please, Councillor Masala, you can come in.
Speaker.
Sorry, Councillor Masala. Councillor Munyakwani, you drew this item as well.
Yeah, me and Comrade Rampa. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rampa is speaker, sorry.
No, because Councillor Masala is speaking as well, you need to choose one that will speak, because we can't have 3. Remember, I've remained consistent from the first items. I've allowed 2 per political party in the interest of time. So I'll give you guys time to decide who wants to speak on it. Councillor Masala, you can come in, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I went through the Government Gazette number 2760, dated 18 November 2022, I realized that it doesn't cover for secondment acting allowance. I therefore suggest that under recommendation C, we rephrase it as follows: that the current head of department be remunerated in accordance with the adjusted upper limits of former heads of department. Number 2, Speaker, I'm sure councillors here will agree with me in principle about the matter that I'm going to raise. You know, the word upper limits, it's a thorny issue to us as councillors here. mainly because the calculations of the upper limits of the councillors were not right. You would find that a councillor like myself, who only became an MMC now in November, have received more upper limits than the executive mayor who has been there before me. So that tells you that the calculations were incorrectly done. I wrote a letter as an MMC responsible for corporate services to the office of the ACM, asking his office to review calculations of upper limits through Office of Internal Auditing. Madam Speaker, the report, when it comes back, it was more worse than before. You would find that many of the councillors sitting here now, they are owing municipality because of incompetency of our administrators who are working at payroll. I believe and hope that this council today will agree with me that we need to instigate either forensic investigation in the Subdirectorate of Payroll, and we also need to review the calculations of the upper limits of the councillors, because what is happening, honestly, in relation with that item is wrong and incorrect. For the sake of transparency to us as councillors, can we also be furnished with the formula used to calculate our upper limits? As I pause, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. No, thank you, MMC. I like when we remind ourselves of our decisions. You remember, MMC, there's a resolution that we actually have as this council that speaks to the issue of payroll. It was a different matter. I'm not going to reintroduce it, but in that resolution, we clearly stated that the GM of payroll and his manager are to be suspended pending an investigation. I will see what the report from the ACM says about why, if it was implemented, we want to know what is the outcome. And if it was not implemented, we want to know from the relevant HOD why they could not implement the council resolution, because now we sit with this situation in a different form, where we complained as council about that payroll division, the same way we're doing with supply chain. And now I'm waiting. That's why I don't want to preempt. Perhaps it was implemented and we weren't updated. So on 28 February, councillors, that resolution report about what was implemented will be very critical for us. It is then where we'll see whether the executive and the administration are indeed implementing council resolutions. So thank you for that, Councillor Mazala, for reminding us that we have that existing resolution on the issues of payroll. I'm going to bring in Councillor Lotrit and then Councillor Dennis after that.
Speaker, I'm covered. It's just Councillor Dennis that's going to speak on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dennis. You can come in.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the DA take note of this item. I have some questions on the item. How can we as council feel that this was money well spent? We know that some of the senior managers left this metro poorer, and that is literally and figuratively because of the lack of commitment and the poor services they deliver to residents. How can Mangaung Metro afford to pay money to senior and other managers who could not deliver basic services as the jobs required from them? Any councillor in this chamber today can confirm that it is a futile exercise to get hold of any HOD or get any assistance from their department. This leaves our already struggling residents to live in sewage fault yards and streets, and also struggling with water meter leaks and clear water running down the street from leaking pipes, costing us millions. Talking of streets, this is another of the residents' daily struggles. Streets are full of potholes and in a deteriorating condition after all the rain we had. It endangers human life and is doing a lot of damage to vehicles. How can the Honourable Minister justify up to pay 1.5% of cost of living gratuity monthly to these managers? Is cost of living not the same for all employees, earning a lot less than these senior managers in the Metro. This is a slap in the face to all other employees of this Metro. Rising living costs is directly due to the poor way in which the country and this Metro is governed under ANC ruling. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Munyakwani, you can come in.
Speaker, I'm not sure if this Department of Corporate Service, mo Mangaung mona re wetswe ke koduwa ya di HOD, a special corporate service. And now, previously, the very same HOD, the very same department, HOD lies at the side wing, and as Reduci Kamorele Council, we are not sure even after whatever in either negotiate the loan council or amend the Municipality for payment what maladministration or fraud a city manager mobilizing case in if I don't know anything. Now when I HOD got to go when also your corporate service. Ke batho fela ba collecta di check fela go di fela ba tswa ba tsamaya. Ke batho fela as re indicator earlier on hore I'm sure today we ba bete mona mosebetsing is because of council e dutse ka manta. So bana ba sena choice. I'm sure ba bona enough is enough for ba undermine this council in terms of what I'm saying. Now the council e dutse Monday electricity flight di tlore go letsa bona because ha dina shorta di petrol ba khona go tla canceling. And because re pela ka issue ra itsama isa as councillor Simon. Arna batho ba ranelang administration proper batho ba fumana di payment. Mara aba sabile ba kopa loro ba newe extra money. So are tsena re ba patala for a. And this team I fihlang anything spend as Mangaung. And I'm raising this thing, Speaker, because councillors, the very same question I have on the bodyguard is about whatever accommodation, salaries, where's what now Kiruna fell about Patalang, but Robert is the consultant is in Lezona. Say today, in HOD. Now, what extra man? We are paying 52,000 extra for 80. Councillors, this money extra ere patalanya 18 ya bone ke a e ha ba etsa e e approve ke ma ene motsamaiso wa dipisa ha e ba e challenge monana ke city manager le NCR ba tla tlameha ba e patala tswe diphokotsong tsa bona tšhelete e patetsweng ye lotwa kana go nflela gona jwa. That 1 year extra 18. We are not sure in terms of issue accommodation alone. I don't have accommodation. And Speaker, complaining like law enforcement because by in the securities or the bodyguard it's a one, but some macabona. Have money. There is no law enforcement there because emole mumpatsa maka di bodyguard ha re tsena ke di bodyguard tsa ntse ba tsamanga tsona ha re tsena ho etsahala eng or ke di politician le bona and senior politicians and what kind of senior politicians now ke against and re batla go tseba hape ho tšhelete ena e sale e patala today, and I know, or Speaker, in the next council later, maybe Batabata inclusive with the mona happen a weta. Hope it ends in buying. And if we check out the salaries at the HODs, say demona, there's about money, basa fumani, and as a joke. This thing is as a joke. Because what Mangaung, Bana the expectations, the very same council. ne re lwana ka mona re sa utlwane ba bang ba matha ba rena ha ba suspendwe because ba hana intervention e etle. Today re bua ntho e one re intervention ke problem. So ba kentse letsoho haholo. That's why some of ba bang ba bona ba feel le hore ba tlo applyela Mangaung because ba bona Mangaung re lahlile side. So who is on ka tjhelete ya di-taxpayers o se ka yona? So re tlameha re fumane o etswe dipatlisiso hore na ho tlile jwang this thing se etsahale. Why ba la ba missile their council? Why ba itse re sa maketsona o teng motho a tla re fela ke tla ka salary ya ka fela ha ona niks e ke etsang ha ona any extra money e ke fumanang and tjhelete re tlo ya accountela jwang as Mangaung. That allowance, Speaker, lastly, one of the told you about because I have acting allowance. Baba by patal, emu patal. Real as councillors, councillors. This situation is about here. If prove a intervention how na leto ever it except one tatele bo me batiti besa maspala ba uta west. And our sebetsi ba complain. Ibe ba problem. Because ba bone ka bo. Thanks. Speak.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mukwena.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just need a few clarity questions. On page 8, and I think it's also included in the recommendations on page 10, it is indicated that the effective date of this upper limit is the 1st of July 2022. And when one looks at the financial implications under paragraph 4 on the same page 8, I see there that the number of months seems to be 9, 10, and 12, which essentially means that it is with effect from 2021, and I'm not so sure whether I'm right, Honorable Speaker. The second part that I wanted clarification on is whether upper limits are a guide or are mandatory for us to get to that point. Because we have seen tabled today reports relating to the 2021-2022 financial year in terms of annual reports, SBDIPs, and all of those things are of concern to all of us because it looks like either some people were sleeping on the job or were not doing what they are expected to be doing. Now, for purposes of consistency, Honorable Speaker, I also want to reflect that we know that we are under mandatory financial recovery plan, which essentially means that we need to be prudent in terms of how we apply the resources of the municipality. The Government Gazette on page 11 says, notwithstanding the determination of the upper limits under paragraph 3, that a municipal council should be able to can determine whether it can pay the remuneration as indicated. Under recommendation D of the item on page 10 of the agenda, there is a recommendation that the new remuneration packages be adjusted in the municipal payroll system for the ensuing financial years, which essentially means we are embedding and incorporating this additional expenditure into a municipality that cannot provide services to its citizens. A municipality that has been failing and that the Auditor General has indicated concerns around going concern, around cash flow, around liquidity. And it's for that reason, Honorable Speaker, that inasmuch as I'm one of those people who appreciate hard work put by different people, I would want to propose that paragraph D of the recommendation be deleted, and that if there is any new appointees as senior managers, that the executive mayor negotiate packages between the minimum and the mid rather than the maximum, because this is further deepening the crisis in Mangaung. And Honorable Speaker, it is quite concerning that this report has actually been endorsed and signed off by the executive mayor, and I know it is under recommendation and sign off of the NCR. However, it seems like it's contradictory for us to be saying that we are under financial recovery plan, but we can still afford to even pay people that have left the service with the kind of service delivery that our people have seen. And it's for that reason that I believe that African Alliance of Social Democrats would, in line with our previous vote on the matter relating to upper limits, even for councillors, had said that this money can be well spent in our community. And it is not right that our people can be looking at us in Facebook, can be hearing these horrible reports that are presented here. But when it comes to money, all of us that are sitting around the table are the ones that are trying to gift ourselves all of this money. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Denner.
Honorable Speaker, this municipality is charging for services that are currently not being delivered effectively. To put this in perspective, Mangaung is probably the worst managed metro in South Africa. Keep in mind, this is a country with very little management success stories in the municipal space. Mangaung are the worst. Yet it is expected from council to approve increases in upper limits for a municipal manager and his senior managers of 2.38 million and 1.9 million at the upper limit respectively. It's a crying shame that managers in a struggling, bankrupt, failing municipality like Mangaung are enumerated at maximum of the upper limits. Why are they not being paid the lower limit? I want to second Councillor McQueen there. Not even the lower limit. Why not pay within budget? Again, let's put this in perspective. The municipal manager earning basically the same as a minister in cabinet and more than the premier of the Free State. And his senior managers almost 700,000 per year more than a member of parliament. Is this justifiable? The Freedom Front Plus cannot support this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Denner. The last councillor, Councillor Malebu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, Speaker, if the EFF was in charge of this process, we were going to reject this upper limit with the content it deserves. Only for the following reasons, Speaker. Number one, the last time we had proper HODs and MMs was during the time here, Comrade Playfair. Others have been masquerading as Section 56 and 57 managers here. Two, the city is currently on an autopilot, Speaker. Whereas, under the guidance of mercenary, Yamengo Sazana Zuma, Lindade Tajbudi Godongwara. Number three, Speaker. There are potholes,
Councillor,
rubbish,
Councillor Malebo. Councillor Malebo, you can't just continue.
But the very same managers are able to
No,
buy.
Councillor Malebo, can you repeat that? Can you please observe decorum? You need to withdraw that statement that you said before. You know exactly what you said. I heard it. You need to withdraw that, please, before you continue.
Speaker. Which one must I withdraw, Speaker, first?
When you were describing the Minister of Finance.
I agree, I'm addressing.
Nobody's got a name. You need to address him by his. There's a name and a surname of individuals.
Speaker.
But you need to first withdraw and then correct it and call him by his name. And it's the Honorable Minister. It's the Honorable Minister. Ne? So you need to please correct that.
I withdraw, Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Number 3, there are potholes, rubbish, and sewer spillage everywhere. But the very same managers are able to buy, get out of my car. Number 4, Speaker. Comrade Speaker.
Councillor Malebo, you're causing your own commotion. You are causing it by what you are saying. I don't know what to do because you are letting councillors react that way.
I don't know. How can I get out of my car, Speaker? What is wrong with that? Like,
No, nothing's wrong. You can continue. Councillors, settle down.
Speaker, I want to understand what is wrong when I
Wait.
There's nothing wrong there.
Wait, councillors.
Please make me understand, Speaker, because now I'm getting lost.
No, it's okay. You can continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Number 4. Mayor, Speaker, hi, comrades, please, honorables, can you please stop wasting our time and appoint permanent Section 56 managers? Please, when now honorable Speaker, now honorable Mayor, in conclusion, Speaker, the EFF would have given that 4% to the ward committee instead. My car, Speaker. We can't wait for this crew, Gomor, to leave our city, Speaker, for there have been nothing but serious obstruction service delivery here in Mangaung when I speak. I'm a Bahambenyan. Others will end their marriage because of the comfortability. They must just leave, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to ask, who's going to clarify the issues raised? MMC, are you taking it? You're going to clarify or you covered? Are you fine? Okay, cool. Councillors, that concludes it for the submissions. All inputs have been noted. In terms of the Gazette as published in November 2022, the entity is supposed to, in terms with Regulation 6B, take into account and they must determine the sustainability of driving factors that led to the higher categorization. They must also look at affordability of the higher categorization using the following ratios: liquidity ratio, creditors payment period, debtors collection rate, remuneration ratio, and any other risks that they can identify. On page 7, there's signatures from the acting HOD right through to Chief Financial Officer, Acting City Manager, National Cabinet Rep, Executive Mayor. It would then mean that they have considered those things. And in line with their consideration, they have submitted the report for tabling as is. In line with that recommendation, councillors, there's a proposal of amendment that we should remove on recommendation C, the words that the secondment acting allowance. And we should just add a word of the current heads of department. So if that is accepted, it means recommendation C will read, the current heads of department be remunerated in accordance with the adjusted upper limits of former heads of departments. So there was a proposal that we remove those 5 words. I'll need a seconder for that. And then there was another proposal that we remove in the entirety, recommendation D. So those are 2 proposals that don't have secondments to it. They are just proposals as they are. I'm ready to move for council to approve. We're on the third last item. Councillor Mogotu.
I second the removal of those words, the secondment allowance.
Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Councillor Mogale.
Speaker, I'm saying what Councillor Mokoena raised was seconded by Freedom Front Councillor Denner.
Okay, no. Councillor Denner rejected entirely the whole. If I'm not misunderstanding you, Councillor Denner, Freedom Front has rejected the report in its entirety. Freedom Front is saying they don't want anything to do with this increase of upper limits. That's what Freedom Front is saying. ASD is saying we agree with items A, B, and C, but not with D, which relates to 22-23 financial year.
Okay, I second the one of removal of item D.
Okay. Thank you very much. It means now, councillors, I'll need to put two amendments to a vote. The one amendment doesn't touch recommendation A, B, and D. It only amends the words as proposed by Councillor Musala of C, which removes the first 5 words and replaces it with the word THE. So we're going to put that recommendation to a vote. Then there's a seconded amendment which doesn't remove anything on A, B, and C, but wants the removal of D in the entirety. So those are the two amended resolutions I'm going to put to a vote. So we need us to please be focused, because you will have to approve one and that one you don't agree with, vote accordingly. So I'm going to move to the first set of voting. On page 10, I'm on number 8. The recommendation is as follows: that council take note the adjusted upper limits of the total remuneration packages payable to senior managers for 2021-22 financial year, implemented with effect from 1 July 2022, as published on the 18th of November in the Government Gazette 47538 by the Minister of COGTA. B, that the former heads of departments be remunerated the difference between 2020-21 upper limits and 2021-22 upper limits as calculated. C, and this is with the first seconded amendment, that the current heads of department be remunerated in accordance with the adjusted upper limits of former heads of department. And then D, that the new remuneration packages be adjusted in the municipal payroll system for 2022-23 financial year, and heads of departments be remunerated accordingly. That's the first amendment I'm going to put to a vote. Those in favor of this amended version, please raise your hands. Thank you very much. Those not in favor of the first version of the amendment, please raise your hands. Thank you very much. Those abstaining from the vote? Thank you very much. I'm now going to move into the second amendment. Remember, I explained, councillors, there were 2 proposed amendments that were seconded. There's a proposal that was seconded that only removes item D. So the second leg of the voting is the recommendations as they are, without any change to C, but removal of D in its entirety. That was proposed by AESD. So we are voting on that one now. Those in favor of the second amended version, which removes D and doesn't change anything else, please raise your hands. Thank you very much. Those against the second version, which removes D, please raise your hands.
We don't understand. Can you please come again?
Let's just count. I'll explain it now. They sorted. Are you guys sorted there with counting? Thank you. Those abstaining from the second amended version, please raise your hands. Right, no abstentions. Let me just get the final tally. All right. Yeah, councillors, the two tallying of the votes for the two amended versions. Remember, Councillor Malebo, there were two proposals to amend the recommendation in different ways. On the side of the one councillor, they wanted just the amendment of item C, which was seconded. Then there was the second proposal, which wanted the removal of D without any changes to A, B, and C. So because there are now two seconded proposals, you have to now vote separately for them. And that's what we were doing. So if you were in agreement with the first suggestion by just amending C, you had to vote for, against, or abstain. If you were in favor of the second proposal, which is just to remove D and leave everything else, you had to then vote for in the second version, for, against, or abstain. You covered, Councillor. All right. The tallying of the votes was as follows. On the first amendment, with the amendment of C, for that amendment, 50, against 34. In the second leg of the amendment, those in favor of that removal of D, 2, those against 79. It then means the first set of amendments qualifies and it is duly approved, which is the amendment of C only. Thank you very much, councillors. Any clarity?
Yeah, please. Can you clarify what does C now mean? What does it mean?
Okay, let me clarify. The recommendation that won the voting process, if I should put it like that, is the one that was proposed by Councillor Masala, which is the removal of the first 5 words of recommendation C. The rest of the resolutions remain unchanged. So A and B will be the same as per page 10. I'm on page 10, please follow me. A and B will be the same, but C is now amended to the current heads of departments be remunerated in accordance with the adjusted upper limits of former heads of department. It removes those words of the secondment acting allowance. So that is the amendment that has won in terms of the voting. Then D remains as it is, that it be adjusted on the payroll system for 22-23.
Speaker, does that mean the current HOD are going to be or I'm lost really?
Councillors, as I said, it says here that the current heads of departments be remunerated in accordance with adjusted upper limits. All these current HODs are the EMT as seconded by the Minister of Finance, Minister of COCTA. So you have seconded HODs currently from the Minister's office, from the Minister's departments that they have seconded. So in terms of the policy that you just adopted, it's an acting allowance, councillors. It's part of the policies. So we just removed the first 5 words. You don't want to pay them?
Speaker, but what about some money now? But what about some money, Mangaung?
Councillor,
Speaker, point of order. Speaker, point of order.
Clarity.
Wait, there's a point of order.
Question clarity,
Wait.
Speaker.
Yes.
Question and clarity.
Speaker.
Councillors. Councillors, we almost done for the day. We done. We almost done for the day. Please. The MLC
Clarity,
wants
Speaker.
to come and yes, there's a point of order before your clarity. Please put off the mic.
Speaker, the voting is done on the item in question. So I want to understand, what are we discussing? I mean, honestly, you have set precedence in this council that once the voting is done, it's done. So there is no need for us to be arguing about this matter. Thank you.
I agree. I was allowing clarity because the councillor was trying to understand what he voted
Correction,
for.
Speaker.
No, councillors. Councillor Munyakani, you covered. We've already finalized the voting. I want to move on.
No, I'm not covered because That statement of Honorable Councillor Msala is an arrogant statement. I can tell you, Speaker. I've got the right as Councillor to seek question clarity.
Speaker,
Irrespective
point of
what,
order.
Speaker, but
Councillor Munyakwane, please sit down. There's a point of order.
Councillor Munyakwane to be calling me arrogant is not acceptable in this house. Arrogance is a big word for him to use against the statement that I have just made. Can you please ask him to withdraw?
Councillor Munyakwane, your statement was offensive. May you please withdraw
no,
that?
I said the statement of Honorable Councillor Msala. Not Councillor Msala. You must understand that, Speaker. Wow. And the last one. Wow. And the last one, Speaker.
Keep forward, stage of score.
No, Speaker.
You forgot what you wanted to say. I'm closing this. Councillor Munyakwane, please finish your submission.
Yes. Rajasta in ya approval in Kima. Rajasta in ya approval in Kima. What's the money?
Thank you, councillors. I'm on item 9. Item 9 is the extension of the acting chief financial officer and the appointment of the acting head of Department of Social Services. The speakers on this item are
Speaker.
The speakers on this item are, wait, let me just, who's calling me? I can't see.
Speaker. I call.
Councillor Mansani, Councillor Peter, Councillor Lalala. I want to introduce the second last item for the day, which is the extension of the acting CFO and the appointment of the acting head of Department of Social Services. 6.9. Councillor Masala, Councillor Kotza has joined the item. Councillor Snyman, Councillor Mohoti, Councillor Tladi, Councillor Mokwena. Those are the councillors who have joined the item. I'm on 9. May you please? Councillor Rampa, you didn't join this item.
Speaker, item 9 and 10.
No, you drew councillor item 10. I've got you on 10.
No, 9.
But if you come into 9, you guys are 6 ANC councillors. Remember, I've been consistent to say 2 from the ANC. You are now 6 ANC councillors. I even scratched some out because you are now... The party whip himself wanted to speak. I scratched him out. Because I'm allowing the MMC, because it comes from her committee. So I always allow the MMCs to introduce the item and give us the thinking of the committee. Then there's a second ANC councillor that can come in. In this case, there was Councillor Tladi as well on this one. Because I allowed Councillor Rampa and Councillor Munyakwane on the other items. So let's give everyone a chance to speak on items. Councillor Moilua spoke on the other item on 7.
No, it's fine, Speaker, but can I be allowed after the discussion to ask clarity?
If you have that,
yes.
You can ask clarity, it's okay. Fine. But only clarity, please.
Yes.
Please put off your mic. Thank you very much.
Can I address you, Speaker? Can I address you, Speaker?
No, it can only be if it's a point of order which I wouldn't understand because we haven't started discussing the item.
No, can you allow me to address you only second?
On what item, Councillor Munyakwane?
You'll hear this item.
No. I can only allow points of orders, clarities on anything, but there can't be a clarity because we haven't started.
Okay.
So I want to suppress councillors.
Yeah, no, just clarity. Speaker.
I want to suppress councillors.
Just clarity. Second.
No. I'm not going to allow that right now.
You'll miss this opportunity.
You'll come in after, councillor.
You'll miss this opportunity.
I can't miss anything that hasn't started yet. Okay. We haven't started. Let's start the submissions. We are doing well with time because for the first time since I've been elected, I am taking charge of time. And I've allowed all of you to abuse me the entire year last year. It was a very terrible year last year. So this year it's not going to happen. 2 councillors from the ANC. You can't be 6 of the ANC from one party speaking on the same item. Democratic Alliance the same. They are very upset with me for that, but I needed to instill that now. Otherwise, we're going to have problems for the rest of the year. Councillor Mosala, you may come in and introduce your item, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the item under recommendation B, we as the ANC, we say Mr. Denge's contract, we humbly request the council to extend his contract on the basis that the city at the moment, due to the fact that we don't have an acting CFO, the city is on a standstill. We are unable to move, we are unable to do anything. So we therefore recommend that his contract be extended until the 28th of February. On the recommendation B, Mema Huhudi Alina Mafisa.
The mayor is sleeping, Speaker.
Councillor, no. Continue, Councillor Mosala.
Thank you, Speaker. We are saying Mema Huhudi as the General Manager in Social Services. When you check all the 5 general managers in that department, the best qualifying person is Mema Huhudi. Not only that she is experienced, she also qualifies in terms of academics to be acting in the position in question. As a result, as I pause, we, as the ANC, we say the A and B recommendations be adopted by this council as they are. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kotza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I refer you to paragraph 2.4 of the report that reads, a report titled Appointment of Selection Panels for the Recruitment, Selection and Appointment of Managers accountable to the Municipal Manager in accordance with Municipal Systems Act was withdrawn and deferred by the Executive Mayor to allow process of consultation with multi-party in Council on the composition of the selection panels, of which such consultation and meeting took place on the 21st of December. The said meeting agreed that each political party will submit proposed names of persons from government institutions for consideration for appointment as panel members by Council. However, to date, no formal submission from multi-parties have been submitted. Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance disagree with this statement by the Executive Mayor and the Acting City Manager. On the 30th of December 2022, the DA Whip, Councillor Davies, sent a formal email to the Acting City Manager with the following suggestions of independent members for the selection panel. Let me entertain Council and read the email. Good morning, ACM Motslapen. How are you? And you had a festive Christmas and a blessed birthday. Please see below the DA's suggestion for the independent members for the selection panels. Corporate Services, Stefanie Corneliussen, qualified in HR. Technical Services, Jaco Prinsloo. On pension, work for Ninam Shan, Engineering, specialized in municipal infrastructure projects. Community Services, Mariki Landsberg, the Director of Aurora Rehab. Planning, Prof. Jaap de Visser, Head of Dula Omar Institute at University Western Cape, local government expert who has planning research experience. Economic Development and Human Settlements, Willem van Reden. Finance, Sonja Steenkamp, Professional Accountant and
Just a point of order, please, Speaker.
Specialist.
I'm so sorry. I can't hear him, and he's sitting right next to me because there's a party going on at the back. No, but I cannot hear him. I can honestly not hear him. He's
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Haraga. Councillors, can you please settle down? We're almost done. We're almost done for the day. It's like we're approaching the end. It's the second last item. Councillor Kotze, you may continue.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, this report is misleading council and the public. I do hope the National Cabinet representative, Mrs. Malaza, will report on this to the Minister of Finance. The acting city manager wants this metro to fail. Madam Speaker, I conclude. The Democratic Alliance cannot be a rubber stamp again at the end of February. We recommend that this CFO's contract be extended to 3 months, because in 2 weeks' time we're going to have another council meeting and we need to extend the CFO's contract again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kotze. Just your last part was the import, like very critical, because I want us to, the issue of the selection panels will still come again to council. So it's there we will take up those matters. So if you are proposing that we then extend for 3 months and not just 2 weeks, because we are now only literally extending for 2 weeks from today's date. Thank you very much. I'm gonna now bring in Councillor Snyman van der Venter and then Councillor Mogoti.
Dankie, agbare speaker. En ek sal begin deur raadslid Kotse se voorstel te sekondeer. Madam Speaker, this is putting us between the devil and the deep blue sea. We cannot appoint permanent HODs, city managers, CFO, etc. because of the ANC. But we have to ensure the functioning of this metro. We must appoint these acting positions to ensure that we can continue with service delivery. The ANC must get their house in order. The Honourable Mayor must advertise, bring the necessary items to council so that we can appoint permanent HODs, a permanent CFO, a permanent city manager. As usual, the Mayor and the ANC-led Metro Council is not following the timeframes and the regulations. We request, please ensure that we can appoint people in permanent positions. And then just as a, maybe let's say a footnote, to be the GM of parks and cemeteries may not be the best advertisement for anybody's, on anybody's CV. If you've been to our cemeteries and parks this past year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mogoti.
Thank you, Speaker. For the Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality to be stable, we must decide and appoint permanent CFO. Whoever factional battles of the ANC are making the metro appear incapable of carrying out and even the most basic task of filling the vacancies. Due to the instability in Mangaung, 509 million was returned to the National Treasury. We suffer gradually since the metro is not given enough funding because of its unpredictability. Previous council resolved that we are doing away with the acting position in the municipality. So this acting position of social services is highly uncalled for to be extending on that instead of appointing a permanent position, as the EFF will never support this. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tladi, and then Councillor Mokoena.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm in support of the extension of CFO. And Honourable Speaker, as the Department of Social Services, we had a month without the HOD and we were really struggling. So I appreciate this item and I support it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mongale.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we are torn between a rock and a hard place. We said we no more want national intervention because we can see there are challenges, that we are facing stagnation, if not a decay. But at the same time, we also said initially that we don't want the provincial intervention because it was the one that premised the birth of a crisis in Mangaung. Now, I can see on your point B, in the document, it is making reference to Mayor Mahuhudi, Alina Mafisa, to say, in a case where the acting exceeds a particular period, in this particular case, I'm aware that the NCR has corrected it to mean 3 months. But I'm saying, after that 3 months, the concurrence has been referred to the MEC of Kokta. We have been brought back to the province, while we have been told that we are under national intervention, section 139, subsection 7. Now, it is being changed without our knowledge that we are no more under section 139, subsection 7. We have been brought back to the province. We don't know whether the national is tired of intervention. Now they are relegating it to the province, saying, see it for yourself. We no more know what to do with the process, because you can't even quote a municipal system sector and try to quote a legislation. When this national intervention was made, we were told that we are under section 139, subsection 7. We were told. And we were even begged that we should not go to legislations, we must just accept it. Painful as it was, we accepted it. Today now, people who came with the same concepts are reneging from it. They are now taking us back to the province of Free State. Then on the issue of the incumbent, in this particular case, Mayor Mahuhudi Alina Mafisa, who has been the GM in the Parks and Cemetery, I just wish anyone who disagrees with me to make a visit to South Park and try to see which grave can you see there. Because South Park looks like a forest. If you want to take any child to a forest, you can take them to South Park, they will know what is a forest. So taking such a person to come and act here, we want our local brand, we agree with it. We support a local person, but we are saying, don't embarrass us. Don't give us someone who's going to make people to
Point of order, Speaker. Point of
Councillor
order.
Tlari, please sit down. What's your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is wrong of the councillor to say that Mayor Mahuhudi is not delivering, and then he will come here and make an example of the South Park. I've been crying in this council to say that social services is the largest department, but in terms of budget, we are not receiving sufficient budget. In our SDBIP, they say why we are having the red flags is because of insufficient budget. We don't have staff in social services. You want Mayor Mahuhudi to go there, Alotlina Kabuyela? No, we can't say that. Don't say that because we don't have sufficient budget as social services. And not only in that, we don't have budget for zoo, we don't have budget for the libraries, we don't have budget as this department. I've been crying since we have started.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Tlari. Councillor Bongali, the item is just we want to approve actings.
I haven't finished.
We just want to
talking.
extend actings and appoint
Yes.
actings.
I'm
Okay.
saying I haven't finished talking when I was disrupted unceremoniously by someone who differed with me, not necessarily on a point of order. The difference, it was only an issue of difference. I appreciate her passion and arrogance. If it can be put on service delivery, I'll be happy.
Councillors, can you not personally attack each other, please?
Okay,
Just
no.
stick. That's why I was reminding you where we are, so that we stick to that, because I could see it's now going this way.
I
Thank you.
withdraw the word passion and arrogance. I would only stick to one word. I will say parks and cemetery are part of social services. Your excuse for money is not justification. It's like when someone says, I have 3 children, I could only feed 3, the other one I could not feed. Whose child is it anyway? Municipality, all the departments here, are municipal departments, and they must all be serviced. And we said it even in the last financial year. We raised this to say, let's not put an increase for councillors so that we must take that money to good use. We are outvoted. Now, this outvoting is the one that led to this crisis. The money could have been there to clean the graveyard and also to revive the parks and other areas where there is a crisis. Municipality is under siege and it needs someone who can save it. And at the moment, there seems to be no one in the leadership who is prepared to help the municipality to get out of the current condition. It is scary. I so wish someone can just sober up and realize that we have a challenge here and we need an intervention. And that intervention is of local people that can be able to deliver the services. That is all I'm raising.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That concludes the submissions. I want to now move to the recommendations. I'm
Speaker,
on page 10.
Before that, you forgot me.
Do you have clarity, Councillor Ramba?
Yes.
And Councillor Sivola, only clarity. Only clarity. Please don't make speeches or reopen items. Only clarity. Thank you.
Speaker, and I'm sending you this, and you must put this on. You must put this on record. I'm sending you the resolution of Council of 7 November, where social services is no longer there. We've got 7 departments. I've got the proof. I've just sent it to you now. Now we appoint an acting HOD for a department that doesn't exist. Are we not in contradiction? And I need you to help us here. I don't want to vote for the things that are against the law. The HOD next to you there received that resolution. She received that resolution on the 8th. Please.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sibola.
I'm covered, Speaker.
What's your suggestion, Councillor Rambai, to correct this? What's your suggestion?
That we shouldn't appoint an acting HOD for a department for the position that doesn't exist. We shouldn't. We must just scratch that thing out.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, no. Myself and the acting HOD this morning spoke about it. I did raise the concern. On the 7th, it's Council Resolution 186.7. The Council resolved that, and this is 7 November, that note cost savings associated with a reviewed macro-organizational structure in accordance with the Municipal Staff Regulation. B, and this is important, endorse the reconfiguration and redesign of the macro-organizational structure for Mangaung. C, approve the reviewed macro-organizational structure with a reduction of heads of department from 9 into 7, aligned with the Municipal Staff Regulations that came into effect on 1 July 2022. So it would mean that then this department was then duly approved to be restructured. Executive Mayor, I need you on this one. Are you withdrawing it, or what must we do? Councillors, I also want to note, sorry, before you come in, Executive Mayor.
Community services.
Executive Mayor, just wait. Just wait. There's another consideration that's important. Is that, remember, councillors, you guys, your problems have just become many. You've raised your, the EMT has been left, right, and center. You've raised your discontent. They're not doing anything. Remember, councillors, there's a strong letter from the minister that she will not be extending the EMT's contracts beyond end of February. It then means within 14 days, you will have no HODs, no acting city manager if you don't extend those contracts, or if the minister doesn't send other EMT people. I'm just bringing it to you. So the proposal of ASD, I think it came, no, I'm sorry, from Councillor Kotza. It might have a bearing on the CFO's extension beyond February, because he was even linked to that term. The minister made it very clear, in fact, both ministers, they wanted to force us to have, by this time, have appointed our EMT as well as our city manager. So they made it very clear that they won't be allowing the people to stay here longer than 28 February. So, unfortunately, the 28th February will be our last council meeting. They will finish the council meeting, and then all of them will then have to go back to Gauteng until we have a way forward from the ministers, whether they will borrow us, the people, depending on what the HODs say, some of them maybe won't be available or some will. So I'm just bringing it to you, Executive Mayor. It's something we should look at, that we are asking for the extension of Mr. Denge for about 14 days. But in line with that letter in November, we can't then contradict our previous resolution, which allows extension till end of February. So I just wanted to note that before you come in, can you please guide us on this item, what to do?
Yithani Gcwaka. Baba nonke thulani nithi Gcwaka.
Councillors, please settle down. We're almost done. Executive Mayor.
Yithani Gcwaka. No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Obviously, the two ministers, they are aware about the situation that we are having in Mangaung. After this council meeting, we'll have to communicate with both of them about the situation in Mangaung. The second one, community services and social services, like you said, there's that department currently. When we advertise, obviously we advertise as community services, but at the moment, those people who are in that department, because we are dealing with the department which was there, because you've got a number of sections on that department. That's why we need to have a leader there. So in short, when we advertise, we'll advertise according to that resolution that the councillor was talking about. But we know very well, even when we pass our budget around June, we pass our budget where we have a vote number that talks to social services. So in short, we do have Yithani Gcwaka. Asking that child. No, in short, that's it. So when we are going to advertise.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So you're keeping it as is. We'll just obviously reword it into align it to the resolution.
Yeah, all what we are saying is that when we advertise.
You advertise as the mayor.
Yes, but at the moment we are not actually appointing. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
At the moment, he's just acting.
Yes.
And when we appoint, we are going to appoint it as such.
So I know we
Community
services, public safety, and a component of solid waste. All right. Thank you, Executive Mayor. Thank you very much. So you're proposing it? We approve it as is. You'll obviously just advertise it the right way in terms of our approval of the macro. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Snyman, I want to go to voting.
No, just
before Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Snyman, then Councillor Munyakwani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is, you say when we advertise, when we advertise, when we advertise. When are we going to advertise? Please just answer that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, on that one, Prof. Snyman, the process of the previous adverts have unfortunately expired. You'll need to re-advertise. So the acting HOD is on it. Preferably by this week. We first have to bring it to council again. The process expired. I've directed the acting city manager and the acting HOD to bring it to council by the 28th so that we can then approve it. Because we were out of time with the selection panel. Remember, the time we had to approve the selection panel, it was withdrawn. Okay. I'm just explaining, councillors. I'm just the messenger. It's not my report. Councillor Munyakoni?
No, re tlameha re dumelane as councillor now re goba molao. Re tlameha re dumelane as councillors. Go jwale re goba molao. Jwale ka re tlwaetse. So ra continue re tswela pele. Auditor General a se khala tsamaile mo. Re appointa motho positioning e siko. So there's something else. The second one, and the mayor, please assist us and lead the council proper. Please. The second one, Speaker. You see, that's a problem HOD of corporate service. Because around the HOD, honali lekala lo twinki legal services. And as councillors, if we are not sure about the items, they must assist this council. Because you are not to buy patalwa. Now, because the resolutions is a councillor had it, city manager and the entire EMTI or the HODs are high. This city is a musebezi proper. Who is the resolutions are council so that Bahono are aware. Look, they are not even aware of it. This things are HOD social service high. As council, never dealing at all. Now, even the HOD, she's not even aware. Because or keep out of instruction if ela. Have more no by some sebeti or bahono monitor sebeti as head of the department. Because if another some sebeti wabo, this item, the mayor Kawasa Ikisalu Ikisagara council. But resolution again in Kwegade case and lazy. And this the department exists. Now the question of Gorna, why HOD sends a detail? Basa to say so act a move. Basa assisted the department. Because I don't know, by the way. Now the last question on this matter. Kia Councillor Slimana was on that advert. The last one in the expiry. So it means respectively. Again, after 3 months, because the process. After 3 months, remember who they extended. Now, Speaker, earlier on, Kata was our now. Who was in had contractors at the HOD said in the fella. Retapwent internal, Retonadi manager said they more Kababata. They must come and intervention on Osama. Now, Speaker, because Kopanseri item is a CFO. Liena mema mahudi ele mo hagetse na ibata de meya ka ma ayuge o batla kore aretse because always how supervisor is a head ka this institution kore kwa etsu pitika o batla pitika le ka council. No, can't be right.
Clarity, Councillor Munyakoni. That's not clarity. You are now making a speech.
Yes.
Point of order, Speaker.
And the CFO, Speaker. It's fine. I don't have choice.
Speaker.
Clarity only, Councillor
Yes.
Munyakoni. You're now making a speech. You're going into issues.
Okay.
Only clarity.
Okay, the issue of CFO. Because I agree to cooperative with the item. So we don't have choice. We'll extend. But on to say correct. According to this. One, the CFO Arama Puenta at 1 December, Rama Puentilla 19. Not the one according to this report. I mean 1 November, not in fact you say no Ronari Rama Puentilla 19 Runale 1. And assurance, Yauro contractor CFO Ifela, who tell her today as council reduce to extend the contract. Restarted today. So anything along re-etsa before they get today, how an American and council? Because that time in a CFO, either on a dealer cash flow, we believe on a cash flow, yes, CFO, I sign look tell cancel it or do that, record my point. And it's very clear. Because one of the problem now remote acting city manager, the team has said it's a law. How about draft the resolutions of Batano? But it's a castle airborne by Patankati. Isn't the way cancelling the decision got it? So I hope this one.
Thank you, Councillor Munyakoni. Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Sibulau, only clarity. And then I want to now move to the resolutions. There's been several proposed changes. None of them have really been seconded, save for the 1 of May, but I think I've explained the legal issues there. We can't extend beyond the ministry's allowance of her team, so we'll have to just check that. Councillor Sibulau, you need to please speak to the resolutions. If you propose something, if you don't support it, please let us know.
I'm on advert, Speaker. I just want to check.
Councillor Sibulau, this is not the item of adverts. It's the item of the extension.
No. You allow.
I need clarity.
We allow that. I just want to check how much do we pay to do adverts? How much do we spend to do adverts? Because they just change. Anytime we advertise, the next thing nothing is happening. After 3 months, we re-advertise. How much do we pay as a council?
Thank you very much.
Clarity, Speaker.
Councillor Lotrit, sorry, Councillor MC Clary, just Councillor Lotrit who has been having his hand up. Then you'll come in after that.
Thank you, Speaker. I really raise a point of clarity. The first thing is that if the minister and the minister have signed off the new macro structure, and the position of the head of the Department of Social Services is not on that structure, we shouldn't vote for it. The other thing is if we go into territory, we know we need to vote for acting financial officer for contingency purpose. But if it's against, if we're running into a legal issue, we have time that we can get approval from the minister or elsewhere for our suggestion. Why don't we just postpone it for 7 days or something and then sort it? It's very important.
Okay, councillors, remember, I think the mayor explained it. That approved macro structure has not been implemented as yet. So who do those people report to in terms of the new macro structure? But it's approved. So you can't, it's not being implemented as yet. It will be implemented, like the executive mayor explained, when the advert is done. And then you'll now obviously do, that's why I mentioned in the beginning, the micro then comes and then the staff below also comes for approval to council. Then you redo the entire department. For now, this head of social service and public safety is what it is until you implement. And I think the executive mayor made it clear. He's submitting his report as is. Any other clarity, Councillor Tlali?
Speaker, I was saying that if councillors are saying that we should have an acting HOD as social services from the team that is there, they are only left with a week. So what is going to happen to community services after that, or social services? Because when we check here, if that is the case, then other HODs, they are not supposed to be here. They want from national. Because if you check, we still have the HOD of planning, we still have the HOD of waste, and those departments, they are one in terms of community services. So that means they are not supposed to be here, if that is the case. If we are not going to agree as council to appoint Mema Kukuti, we might as well agree that as council, those HOD, they should leave the city, if that is the case. Because of they've been here illegally.
Yeah.
If that is the case.
No.
That is the case. Yes, Speaker, thank you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to explain. We haven't implemented it yet. When you implement, you'll take the 3 HDs to 1. Remember, a part of solid waste also goes into community services in terms of the macro design. So you'll merge 3 HDs into 1. Councillors, Can we move to the approval stage, please? Submissions are finalized. I'm on page 10. It's the second last item of the day. Then we're done with the council meeting. On item 9, the recommendation is that council extend the acting period of Mr. Lutanyani Denge, current acting Chief Financial Officer, until 28 February 2023, to be in line with the acting period of the rest of the seconded heads of department. B, appoint Ms. Mahudi Alina Mafisa as the acting head of social services and public safety for the period of 3 months or until the position has been filled, whichever comes first. And that acting period should the acting period exceed 6 months, concurrence must be sought from the MEC of COCTA in line with the Municipal Systems Act. There were proposals that the acting of Mr. Denge be from today, which is 13 February, until 28 February. That proposal has not been seconded, so the recommendations are presented as they are, without any changes.
Speaker,
Councillor Rampa.
can you add there that the council acted against the standing rules and order, rescinding the decision after it has taken the decision? Then
Councillor, please mute, close the mic, Councillor, please.
Speaker.
No, I'm not going to go there, Councillor Rampai.
Speaker,
That is not part of the resolution.
This is exactly what you are doing, Speaker.
No, Councillor, you are introducing new things.
No. You are changing the decision of 7 November. You are changing it, Speaker.
Me?
Yes.
No, Councillor. You can't address me in my individual capacity. I'm just the chair of this meeting.
Can it be?
I'm just the chair and I'm giving guidance. But it looks like when the guidance is not what you want to hear, you are unhappy with it, you throw a tantrum, you start insulting me. Just because the decision or the explanation is not what you want it to be, because maybe you don't agree with the person who's here or there's issues. Now you start insulting the chair, you
Speaker,
insult everyone.
I'm protecting this council.
No, you're not protecting anything, Councillor Rampai.
Listen,
You're not protecting
Speaker,
anything.
I'm doing my best to
Can you
protect.
please be seated?
It's
If
fine.
it's not a proposal about the recommendations I have read, then I can't entertain it. Is it a proposal about
No,
the
it's fine,
recommendations?
Speaker, because what you are doing is being recorded. It's fine. You can do it like that, but one day you are going to.
I have been threatened the whole day in this council. We done, councillors. You see, when you start cracking down the law on this and getting order now, you become the enemy. Councillors, the recommendations are presented as is. We've given the explanations and clarities. I now want to move to those in favor of the resolutions as presented. Please raise your hands. The resolutions as is. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Rina, can you please, you're on the counting issue. Councillor Shale? No. Please note, councillors, you must raise your hand, otherwise we're not going to count you in as having voted. Are you sorted? Thank you. Those not in favor of the recommendation as presented, please raise your hands. All right. Those abstaining from the vote, please raise your hands. Councillor Kotza, are you not participating? Okay, he's abstaining from the vote. Are you sorted, Arina? Thank you very much. Thank you, councillors. Those in favor of the recommendations as is 47, those against 0, those abstaining 34. The recommendations are approved as is. Thank you very much. I'm now moving to the very last item of the day. which is the feedback on the concerns raised by councillors to the Minister of Finance at council meeting held on the 7th. No. Councillor Shale, why the whole day now? For 6 hours I've been reprimanding you. Yo, not even my daughter is like that. 6 hours, councillor. I'm telling you the same thing, to stop behaving like that. The report is attached in the annexes to the council agenda. Councillors who drew the item are Councillor Rampai ANC, Councillor Johan Pretorius, and Councillor Snyman van der Venter. I see Councillor Rampai has left the chamber. He'll be back. Let me bring in Councillor Snyman so long. You can come in.
Dankie, agbare speaker. Ek wil verwys na die brief self.
Councillors, please settle down.
En ek wil aanhaal, as explained at the council meeting, the establishment and the composition of the intervention team are the discretion of the Minister of Finance. Therefore, council is reminded that I am responsible for effecting any changes to the intervention team. Yes, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Minister of Finance does have this discretion. However, our concerns about one new member of the intervention team suspended in Northern KZN in August 2022 and another dismissed by the SABC in 2014 and dismissed in 2018 as CFO of a Metro was not answered. He promised to take responsibility for the changes, and he also said that he will look into it and he will report back and he will take responsibility for any consequences of his appointments. Again, as always, council and council members, especially those of the opposition, are disregarded and disdain is shown towards our problems with these appointments. To the Honourable Minister, thank you for the letter. However, I want to remind you that you have a one-person majority in this metro. You have to fear every single by-election between now and 2026. You will lose your majority, and we as the opposition will find every single fraudulent, corrupt transaction and make sure that everybody responsible, politician or official involved, will end up in jail where they all belong. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And then just lastly, what did you have for breakfast this morning?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll take with chia seeds. I think it's those seeds that are just making me enforce order here in this council. Councillor Johan Pretorius, then I see Councillor Rampai is still out. Can someone please call him because I want to finalize the meeting? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor Anis Maiko, councillors, acting city manager, acting CFO, acting HODs, national cabinet representative and a supporting team, and all officials in Mangaung Metro Municipality at work, and all the officials sitting at home. Media and residents present and residents watching the stream on Facebook. Good afternoon, dumelang, goeiemiddag. In Afrikaans we say, dis 'n mondvol, meaning that there are so many positions and titles in this metro, so many chiefs, so many bosses, so many managers, so many salaries, but in the end the people on the ground still have nothing. No service delivery, no running clean water, crime-infested neighborhoods, pothole and sewage-infested roads, health hazard environments, no reliable electricity and no infrastructure. Madam Speaker, through you, we are sick of an executive mayor and his Maiko that is never in their offices doing the work that needs to be done. We are sick of an acting city manager that is not implementing council resolutions, from the ombudsman to bringing a list of candidates for the permanent city manager position that has been vacant almost 2 years. We are sick of not one person replying on or responding to our letter of demand in November last year, where we assisted by pointing out exactly where this governing party and administration must focus to bring back service delivery to this metro. We are sick of officials not answering their phones and attending to service delivery issues.
Councillor Pretorius. The item is the feedback on concerns raised by councillors to the minister.
Yeah, these were the concerns we raised with the minister. So I'm getting to the
of the
conclusion.
council meeting held. If you
Yes.
look at the content of his letter
Yes.
and what Prof. Snyman was
Yeah.
alluding to, can we please
Yes,
stick
I'm
to
raising the concerns that we raised with him. I'm just putting it out there.
in relation to this item?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
We are sick of officials with their corrupt activities, yet no one does anything to stop this. We are sick of paying taxes for refuge removal, but yet we get nothing in return. We are sick that our motion of no confidence in the executive mayor was not tabled yet in council, after it was sent to the Speaker's office in September last year. We are sick to hear the ANC fire the executive mayor every week in the media, yet he still sits here today. And we are sick that our residents and ratepayers are suffering because of the lack of leadership in this metro. The Democratic Alliance note the letter from the Finance Minister on the 2nd of February this year, 3 months later after the council meeting of 7 November 2022. We support the recommendation that a forensic investigation on misappropriation of conditional grant funding has to be conducted by the Metro, and as stated in the Minister's letter that corrective measures must be taken against the responsible municipal officials. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lastly, Councillor Rampai, ANC. It's the very last item. You raised your hand, Councillor Rampai, early in the day. But it's okay if you...
He's covered.
All right, thank you very much. Councillors, that brings us to the end of the submissions. The recommendations for noting are that the letter from the Minister of Finance in response to matters raised by councillors in the meeting held 7 November is noted. It is also noted that a forensic investigation on misappropriation of conditional grant funding will be conducted by the Metro to provide accurate information on what has occurred in conjunction with the process initiated by the Minister of Finance. That's an order from the Minister himself, so it just needs us to note, and then it needs the Acting City Manager to bring those reports to us. Councillors, that concludes our council meeting today. The meeting adjourns at 17:38 p.m. Thank you very much.